Rightio. Well, I've just done it again, haven't I? I am superior at this. I had thought that by bringing myself into the studio and putting the video in would actually get the bloody thing started, but I just realised again I fucked up that there is a also another button that you press to go live. And I can shut myself up now because it's a good thing I use the phone to double check and make sure it's working. Rightio. So it looks as though now I've finally got this live stream started. Only 6 minutes late because thank goodness I only went for 6 minutes before realizing it's not working. Basically what I'm doing here is a breakdown of the world's greatest living potato who thought he could debate against flat earth. G'day the Ubercast. How you doing, bro? Is this a dating stream? Sure, mate. Sure, I'll hook you up. Just what do you prefer? I've got nothing to offer, but you never know. You never know your luck. Could be your lucky day. This is actually a potato stream because we're talking with the world's greatest living potato who goes by the name Mark Reid. And this is a debate I did some months ago on Modern Day Debate. And because I'm really good at live streaming and stuff, I've already gone way too far, like 5 minutes into it. So being the kind, generous person I am, I'm going to go right back to the start, hopefully not all the way because then we have to listen to the music again as well. But the music, man, I was rocking out to it too. Damn it. Oh, come on. Just that'll do. Right there. I love this music, man. This is what modern day debate is all about. They listen to peer pressure.
I'm not dead yet.
Now they just play Ryan's music, which, don't get me wrong.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with Iron Horse's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Iron Horse. The floor is all yours.
Gotta love the way James just gets right into it. You don't muck around like some of them do and go for minutes and minutes and rant and say, hit your like and subscribe and share and bloody blah, blah, blah. I don't care for none of that myself either. Get straight into it. So as I planned on doing and had already done and then going to do again, I'm just going to continue. And I will say, for those of you who are wondering, what the fuck is Iron Horse doing a live stream for on a freaking Wednesday, middle of the day? It's what, 11 a.m. here in the local Australian time. Well, the thing is, I took my first ever sick day today that I've had since over 12 months of starting with the company I currently work for, who they're awesome to work for. Really good, really understanding is that one of the symptoms of getting old is that certain bodily functions start to play up on you. And the one that gets me the most, probably because I do have a bit of a liking towards the brown water, that brown water is what I meant, the beer, is that I've been getting a bit of gout. And I can handle a bit of gout. I got it in my big toe on my right leg. And then I got it in the two next toes to my big toe on my left foot. And that was really intolerable. But then by the end of the day, yesterday, as I'm driving home, it also got into my knee. And when it's in your knee, if you get gout in your knee, it's the most painful thing you can imagine. And unfortunately, there is a treatment for it, and it does work really well, which I took last night and I've taken again this morning. But the side effect of that treatment is it gives you the freaking squirts. And so I stayed up all night practically, so I'm tired as a dog, squirting into the toilet. And if I have to suddenly run off today, you've probably got a pretty good idea why I'm suddenly running off, because I can just let the video play and speak for itself while I'm just going to go and spray paint the inner walls of my toilet some more, because, you know, that's how you know the medication is working. And already my one foot feels better, the other one's not so bad, and the knee is almost walkable upon. So without any further ado, let's just get right into it. So I'll just let my intro run through. I think it speaks for itself. I've already listened to 3 minutes of it before I realized I wasn't actually live, so we'll do it again.
Well, thank you, James. I wrote a last-minute preparation for this, and I've got notes all over the place, so I hope you can just bear with me. So here we are, we're on an endeavour upon a quest for truth, and the objective is to eliminate all that is absurd or impossible so that whatever remains, no matter how unlikely, must be the truth. Or, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle expressed through the enigmatic character Sherlock Holmes, reporting, like detective work, is a process of elimination. It requires that we gather and probe innumerable versions of a story until the one which remains must be the truth. Today I'll present just 3 main points in my humble endeavour to present nothing but truth, logic and facts, so that the listener may use their own discernment to elucidate that which is fact from fiction. My 3 main points are thus: 1, that the motion of the Earth disputes the possibility of the Moon, which therefore negates all possibility of the heliocentric philosophical belief. The second is that gravity itself is not possible without mass, and therefore mass itself cannot exist without gravity. And third, that the very idea of anything dropping 9.8 metres per second squared as the very definition of gravity must automatically be dismissed as absolute absurdity if we're to assume gravity, rotation and orbit are even remotely possible in order to even begin accepting the spinning spaceball in the first place. It's quite obvious that even the most heavily indoctrinated helioist will automatically begin to tune out as soon as we start mentioning very large numbers that any casual inquirer presents to them, despite those very figures being the very foundation that their belief rests upon. The irony is, the only defence is to say, big numbers scare you, or you just simply lack the mental capacity to understand them. So if that's said, let's hold their feet to the fire. Point 1. The motion of the Earth negates the possibility of the Moon as it is currently understood. The stationary planar Earth simply claims that whatever the Moon may be, we assume zero motion of the Earth, and we observe the Moon rotating around above us, taking approximately 50 minutes per rotation longer than the Sun, doing basically the same thing. The spinning spaceball believer, however, has to assert that the Moon is in fact going 2,280 miles per hour backwards from west to east, while the Earth moves 66,600 miles per hour around the Sun. And just as I predicted, every listener is already tuning out. Not because we're scared, but because we don't understand big numbers. It's because the very moment we start hearing bullshit, we tune out. The less worldly experience we have, the more inclined to believe bullshit we will be. That's a quote you can put down to me. The less worldly experience we have, the more inclined to believe bullshit we will be. Hence now.
Hey, I got a quote. That was pretty cool. I should write that down so I remember it. I don't even remember writing out this introduction which I'm reading, but hey, I think I'm doing all right on it. I'll just let myself keep
now, well, I reduce my argument to something we possibly all understand as a child, like learning to ride a bike and understanding what the sensation of real speed actually feels like. I personally love my push bike, from the first homemade retro with one handbrake to my BMX to my 10-speed. I was way too small to ride with front and rear handbrakes, and no such thing as a helmet or a safety gear. I had a speedo on that bike, and the first time I rode down Raglan Hill towards Bathurst, the place of motor racing champions, at 11 years old, I believed Alan Moffat would have popped a gasket keeping up with me as Peter Brock struggled to overtake me as I hit a top speed of 60 kilometres an hour down the hill. Don't matter to me that it was normal speed through town at the time, and the cars were whizzing by.
Honestly,
Divide by 60, 27.78 per minute.
Sorry, just get organised here.
Right, let's get Mark organised, because this is what we're here for. It's just to rip the shit out of Mark.
Screen 2.
Come on, Mark, you can do it.
Crystal clear, we're ready for
the air for a lot of dead
Fantastic, thank you. Good morning or evening, as the case may be. I am Mark Reid, and I have the pleasure to be debating the negative position on the position of is the Earth flat. I want to thank James and Modern Day Debate for providing a platform for this debate, my opponent, and also wish to thank you for giving me your time. I'll go through a few things and establish why flat Earth simply cannot work with what we observe in the world. These observations are very straightforward, but I challenge you to think about them and how they would actually work on a flat Earth, as it seems completely incompatible. Today I'll be challenged.
Well, I think just to begin with, to even say that things can't work on the flat Earth when obviously everything that does work is working on the flat Earth to begin with. You know, to assume the spinning spaceball, things can work, the ocean, rivers all flowing downhill, but somehow up curve everywhere all the time. Just to begin with, to say that things are impossible on the flat Earth, you have to accept if the Earth was flat to begin with, that everything that does work as we observe it in the very first place. So, you know, to extrapolate a globe out of what we observe, besides being the height of insanity, you'd have to really sort of think, well, you've already created a whole heap of beliefs, unseen beliefs, that water can flow up curve to begin with, whereas flowing downhill on the stationary plane automatically has already made sense. So we'll listen to his argument and we'll see where we go from there.
Challenging my opponent to provide a reasonable, rational explanation of how these phenomena work on a flat Earth, and I'll expect him to explain all of them in detail. So let's begin. So first off, circumpolar stars. This is a time lapse of the north circumpolar stars. Notice that it's going in an anti-clockwise direction this way, and this will become important later.
Of course.
The person in the UK that took this footage was facing north towards the North Pole.
So he said, automatically, he's not even talking about the Earth. He's talking about the stars. I mean, you know, that's all well and good. You can talk about the stars, you can talk about the celestials all you like, but this is a debate about the Earth. And all he wants to do is talk about looking at the stars. So somebody in England looking north, this is what you'd expect. We have a North Pole in the center of our Earth. That's it right in the center, that white dot in the middle of the dartboard Earth. That's our bullseye, the North Pole. And for whatever reason, that perfectly aligns with Polaris, our North Pole star, the only fixed star that we observe. We do not have the southern celestial pole as they claim, although there is the equivalent of it, which I have explained previously. But for the moment, we're just going to be talking about this one. This is exactly as I would expect to see from the stationary planar Earth as we're looking up at what I call the star tetrahedron sky model, or skylight twirling or spinning around above us once per day, 15 degrees per hour. This is what we'd see. How you would see this on a globe from anywhere, the further from the North Pole you're getting, the more elongated and sort of egg-shaped those star trails should appear to be. But no, they're always perfect circles. That would be impossible if you're on the, you know, getting further and further from the center of something that's spinning. Let's say, even say if it was a flat disk, for example, and you're looking up at a certain point, then at some points your distance from that point, the North Pole, would be greater than what it is as you go around it. And remember, you're only going around it at nighttime. So that's only 12 hours of the day. This is, you know, why are you seeing a 24-hour cycle of stars, which you can only see at nighttime? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that they should all be going around the middle point if you're only seeing it for half of the 24-hour period. But look at them, they're all making perfect circles. Makes no sense at all.
That the circumpolar constellations with Polaris at the center here isn't directly above the viewer. However, since he is in northern UK, Polaris is quite high in the sky, and that's pretty cool.
And again, you know, the UK is fairly far north. I'm not sure exactly what the latitude line is, but I'm sure it's quite far north, which would put Polaris even higher up in the sky. I mean, the nearer you got to the equator, the lower it should get, and then the more elongated and elliptical looking the star trail should appear. But when you're quite far north, you'd think you'd be looking more up, whereas here you've got a building in front of it.
Thing that the guys captured. Now, this is the circumpolar stars in the did I just switch back? There we go. This is the circumpolar stars in the southern hemisphere.
And look at this from the very outset. Look at the horizon. This massive curve up. Trees don't grow that way across towards a pole. So they're obviously using an extreme fisheye lens just to get this in the first place, to give this illusion of curvature. So you started with an extremely false premise, and you'll notice that nearly every time you see star trails of the southern hemisphere, the horizon does this massive big hoop. It's almost like half of the screen, the bottom is like a huge bowl or cup. Whereas in reality, when we look out, it's flat. So they're using trick photography in the first place just to give this illusion of star trails. And if you look closely in the center, there is no southern celestial pole star. It's just an empty space where they say Sigma Octantis is. you cannot see it. It's invisible to us.
Note that they're going, when I can get my pointer, my apologies.
Pointer.
Note that they're going the opposite direction. They're actually going clockwise in the southern hemisphere this way.
And again, that's exactly what you would expect. If you're looking at a disco ball in a disco room and you're facing towards the center where all the little mirror reflections are pointing up to the ceiling, they're going to be going anti-clockwise. And as you turn around and look the other way, what is formerly anti-clockwise is now clockwise. That's just what happens when you turn your back towards something that's spinning. So this can be explained. It's a far more complex thing than to explain it just like that, because obviously there is still the celestial pole area where we see nothing that resembles a actual celestial pole star, as we have with Polaris, which is one of the most dominant stars in the Northern Hemisphere. I spent a year in the Northern Hemisphere when I was just a teenager, before the sky was even as polluted as it is now, and I can guarantee you that the equivalent of a Polaris star here in the Southern Hemisphere does not exist. When the stars were difficult to see over there because of the light pollution and so on, and here in Australia we have beautiful viewing of the night sky. But I can look outside my door and face south every night of the year, and I will see the Southern Cross. And yes, its angle will vary, from being upright to upside down. Yes, but if we're going around the sun, I would not be looking the same direction to see the Southern Cross every night of the year at all. That's just absolutely impossible. So let's listen to
this was taken in Australia, Coonabarabran in New South Wales. So it's not as close to the South Pole as the last footage from the UK is to the North Pole. Notice that the constellations, which there is no central star, is a lot closer to the horizon than the northern footage. And I will go then.
It's not that much closer.
Okay, so this is comparing the three perspectives together, north, south, and equator. At the north and south, we have these orbits sort of high in the sky. And the further we get towards the pole, you get a higher and higher circumpolar constellations in the sky. At the equator, the stars rotate directly overhead, but they are curved to the left and right.
See, so this is, again, something that could really only occur on the stationary plane of Earth. And it shows that the stars are far, far closer than what we're told. This is actual proof by the fact that that's the way they go above the equator. Because as we know, our horizon is no more than a handful of miles away. At the best of times, let's say you might see 100 miles. That's a huge vista. So you're way up high on the mountain to see that amount of distance, assuming you could see 100 miles in any direction around you. Generally not. Generally it'd be much less than 20. And at sea level, standing at the beach, your horizon is just 3 miles away. So let's assume this is somewhere high at Ecuador, at the equator, up on a mountain with an excellent viewing position. Your horizon is still going to be no more than 100 miles away, which on the scale of the size of the Earth is absolutely nothing. We're talking of something that's got a 25,000 mile circumference, which means a radius of 4,000 miles to either pole. And all you can see above your horizon is 100 miles either direction. And yet there's Star Trail images showing both celestial poles, or more or less both of them, from the equator at the same time using a 360-degree camera. That would be impossible on the globe because you've got 6,250 miles of curvature, over 4,000 miles of curvature drop before the poles would be visible. So even at 45 degrees, you shouldn't really be seeing the celestial poles, because how can both of them be above you when it's through the center of a ball? It's just not possible. Like if you're a pig on a spit rotating, the pig can only look out one direction. He can't look out his ass at the same time and see both ends of the spit. And yet somehow photography can do that and show it all from one little spot on the equator. It really would only be possible on a flat Earth once we understand the model of how the stars themselves rotate around, which is what I say they do it in quadrants. The skylight is like a pyramid-shaped thing, and we're seeing a facet of the night sky. So even though the stars appear to be rotating around the celestial pole, in each quadrant of the Earth, we're looking up and seeing the same quadrant as they see in each quarter of the outer side, the south side of the equator. They're seeing the same night sky at a different time doing its rotational thing. It's quite a complex thing, which you really do have to understand when we're looking up at Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds, also looking up at the stars through a facet of a night sky. Too complex to explain.
And I'll just sort of point that out here and here. And there's a very good reason for that, which I will get to. Whoops. So this photograph was taken from Alaska at the Beluga Lake Observatory. This observatory at a higher latitude than the UK, the circumpolar constellations appear yet higher in the sky. So it's much higher.
And again, I would expect them to be even higher still. Like how far do you have to go until they're directly overhead? You'd have to go all the way to the North Pole, and Alaska is pretty darn close to the North Pole. So to me, it still doesn't make any sense, as we've seen with the 24-hour sun. If you see that from places like, is it Finland, Sweden, what's the other one? Must be Finland, where they've done a 24-hour sun, and you can see the sun moving in a continual sine wave pattern as because of the distance from the pole. The sun, when they're nearer to it, will appear higher, and as they're further from it, it appears lower and it skims the horizon. The stars should be doing exactly the same sort of thing. They should be moving in sine wave patterns in accordance with your distance from the pole itself, not making perfect circles all the time. It can only be happening because the stars themselves are moving in perfect circles. That's what we're seeing.
This one was taken by Patrick Cullis at a research station in the Antarctic. The beam you see is just a LiDAR. It basically measures weather observations. It's a laser used for atmospheric readings. Notice the stars are directly overhead. He's looking up past the building. Now, to address the...
Okay, so if that's the case, I guess the perspective making the building look like it's laying down flat is actually upright, and that should be about what you're seeing if you're actually very near to the South Pole. So I'll grant you that's a fair representation of what you should expect to see, but you should not expect to see that from the equator in both directions, to see perfect circles made around pole stars both directions, which we do. We can capture it. I've got images of it saved. I would try and upload the images onto my computer so I can show you them. Only the stupid phone is, I call it stupid phone because it's a smartphone. That's my form of humor. My stupid phone cannot be charged via the charging port anymore. That's why I have to use a cordless charger for it the whole time. And as a result, you can't connect it to a computer. I've tried with the Bluetooth, I've tried with all sorts of things, and it just says connected, but then it can't recognize the device. So I can't upload all the images. I've got hundreds, if not thousands of images saved on my phone, which I don't have on the computer, which is just a laptop. Can't access them. Can't, I could maybe email them to myself 2 or 3 at a time. That'd be so tedious. But anyway.
Point of all of this, why is the circumpolar constellation directly above the poles at the North and South Pole, but when you get lower, the closer you get to the equator? What is causing this on a flat Earth? Why don't the circumpolar stars have the same height if the Earth is a flat plane?
Beg your pardon? Why don't the circumpolar stars have the same height? Well, everything is... You're not looking at a height, you're looking at a distance, even though you're looking up. If you're looking at a height, then they wouldn't appear lower. So we're looking up. The ones that appear lower appear that way because they're further away. That's how perspective works with distance and height. I don't even know what he meant by that silly question. In fact, I'm going to have to listen to it one more time.
That, which I will get to. Whoops. So this photograph was taken from Alaska at the Beluga Lake Observatory. This observatory at a higher latitude than the UK, the circumpolar constellations appear yet higher in the sky, so it's much higher. This one was taken by Patrick Cullis at a research station in the Antarctic. The beam you see is just a LiDAR. It basically measures weather observations. It's a laser used for atmospheric readings. Notice the stars are directly overhead. He's looking up past the building. Now, to address the point of all of this, why is the circumpolar constellations above the directly above the poles at the North and South Pole? But when you get lower, the closer you get to the equator.
But when you get lower, the closer you get to the equator. So yeah, he doesn't understand how height works. Obviously, if you're looking out at your ceiling in the distance, it's going to appear lower than the ceiling directly above you. It doesn't mean it is lower. It's just the way the ceiling appears.
What is causing this on a flat Earth? Why don't the circumpolar stars have the same height if the Earth is a flat plane?
Why don't they have the same height? Well, they obviously do. They're just further away. It's really, really simple, Mr. Potato.
So I'm going to show you what the problem exactly is. Let's zoom down to North America and sort of have a look at it. So I'll just wait till it gets into here. And this is from America. I'll just line it up.
I hate how these people that think they're intellectual by repeating themselves over and over as though they've got some sort of stutter, like this is. It's like, just say it once, Mark. Just calm yourself down a little bit and just say it the once. And it would make a lot more sense and be easier to listen to.
This is from America facing the North Pole. Now, the circumpolar stars, when you look here, are going anti-clockwise.
Oh, so he's now putting the poles over the horizon from the flat Earth rather than saying that they are actually above, as I say. This is the clue. This little thing here, it's a diamond. This one made from glass. But as we are looking up from the center into the bit at there, that's the northern part. And then when we're outside the equator, we're looking up at a facet of the night sky as it transverses around us. And it will still appear, for our intents and purposes, because of the nature of the way light works and everything, that we are seeing them appear to go around our southern celestial pole star. It's kind of like a kaleidoscope. The whole Beatles song, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, picture yourself on a boat in a river, go with kaleidoscope eyes. It's all clues towards how the model works, And I don't think we're living in a yellow submarine either, but who knows where they got that idea from.
And pretty close to the horizon from the USA. But hang on a second. If we move directly towards those circumpolar stars, now this is directly towards it. Is that going?
Come on, man. If you're going to use graphics, at least use them properly. I know I can't do it, so I'm not even going to pretend that I can.
Okay, so when we get to the equator,
you're still looking at the horizon
and Africa. What we're not seeing is the circumpolar stars above us. What we're seeing when we look from Africa south is the southern circumpolar stars going in the opposite way.
And let's not ignore the fact that he's using a static image here. He's not using an actual model in real time. So if you're using a camera in real time and you're viewing from South America or from North America and you're traveling across to Africa, if you're viewing that in real time, then you're going to see the real dynamics of the sky happening in real 24-hour time. You're not going to be seeing a static image and then expect to be seeing whatever he's trying to argue here, but let him make his point because he seems to think he's onto something.
Why is that? How does that work? How can you move directly towards the circumpolar stars from the northern hemisphere and they just disappear on a flat Earth? It doesn't work.
Well, of course they would disappear. Everything appears and disappears as you travel. Everything works that way. Let's say we had a sky full of clouds, and the clouds were fixed, so there's no wind, they're not moving. As you traveled, you will find you're seeing different clouds, and the ones that you were seeing previously are slowly disappearing behind you until they're hidden into the convergence point behind you. The exact same thing is happening with the stars. They're just a lot higher than the clouds. So you have to travel a very long way before you start to notice different stars, but it will still happen. It's still the exact same phenomenon. It's just travel. You see different things, including the stars. So it's entirely compatible with the flat Earth reality.
Where did the southern polar stars come from? Why did they move up from behind the horizon?
See, again, he's saying, why did they move up? They didn't move up. They came into view, just like your street lights across the street. As you drive down the street, the one that's directly above you will appear up and higher. The ones in the distance will appear down and lower, but they're all still the exact same height up above the street. There's no difference once again. He can't even understand the most basic things of perspective, which is the problem of every single globe ever, of course.
You see them before if you're on a flat plane. Why is that? Now, these constellations are traveling in the opposite direction, clockwise, and let's go south to the Antarctic, just going directly towards those stars, all right, directly towards them. Okay,
I'm ignoring him for a second here. I'm actually going to share this on Facebook, but it's probably not going to go to the right place. Oh, well. Just going to put it in anyway. Rightio. I should have shared it on some of the groups that I'm currently discussing with, so they'll understand why I'm no longer actually kicking the shit out of them in the chat, in the discussions, because I'm actually doing this live thing, kicking Mr. Potato's head here. So let's listen to Mr. Potato some more. Sorry, I'll pay more attention.
Wait for a sec for my animation, and we will move directly towards them to the Antarctic. Now, keep in mind, the stars, the circumpolar stars, are not straight in front of us. You know where they are at the Antarctic? Directly above us. So at the South Pole, we suddenly have the southern circumpolar stars above us.
Look at that. Next to the arrow, there's like an alien head on shoulders. Jeez, how do the stars do that? Look at the one next to it. If you ask me, those stars look completely fake and fabricated. There's a little snake above the alien head. What else we got there? Jeez. Mr. Lantern head to the left. Anyway, carry on, Mark.
Why? Why do they change that orientation to above us? And I'll get Iron Horse to explain exactly why that is.
Okay,
now,
so I finally did do that, Mark. I finally explained that for you because you are nearer to them, they will appear higher, just like the street lights. Just like when you're driving down the street lights further away from you appear lower, and the street light poles appear smaller and smaller in the distance. The one right next to you appears really big and really high, and it's right above you. Take a picture of them. The one next to you will be the biggest. It'll fill the entire frame. The next one down will fill 3/4 of the frame. The next one, half the frame. The next one, less and less and less. And then when you get down that end of the road, turn your camera around and do the same thing. Now the opposite occurs. The one that was really big and really huge appears really low. It's really, really, really basic perspective, which saddens me to think. In this day and age, a guy can go on to a modern day debate and use that as his argument to prove that we live on a spinning ball hurtling through a vacuum of space. Fucking moron.
I know why this happens on sorry, my bad. I know why this happens on a globe Earth. I just want to point out, oh God, I just want to point out there's another problem if my thing would work. Sorry, I got to go through this animation again. It doesn't take a second. But keep in mind, North America, you see the circumpolar stars going anti-clockwise.
Yes, mate.
They're above you. Then you see the southern ones rising from the horizon.
Get on with it.
Then as you move towards the Antarctic, basically they're above you. And sorry, I can't seem to skip forward on this. My apologies. I'll just wait for this to... Now I'll zoom out and my animation will zoom out. Now, flat Earth has another problem I'll get Ross to explain.
Well, number one problem is we don't believe we're a disk in outer space. As even to this day, that stupid fuckwit idiot moron fight of Earth, Craig McNeil, still says in his opening presentation, despite being corrected a million times by yours truly and many of others, that we are not on a disk floating through space. Okay, you got to get that into your head. The flat Earth is not about that. It's got nothing to do with being in space. Space is what's above us, if space even exists. The flat Earth is the existence, the physical reality that we live upon, which for all intents and purposes is the only physical plane in existence fixed at the bottom of the known universe. That's it. You do not get to call all those other things are the planets and then assume we're on a planet. That's not flat Earth. Flat Earth is a consciousness, a realization that this is it. This is the physical plane of existence. There is no other physical plane of existence. There's no other physical planets. You might have spaceships, you might have satellites, you might have moons perhaps, but you can't exist on the bottom of them. If you're going to land on the moon, you'd have to land on the very top or somewhere near to it so you didn't fall off the edges. So we would never see, if we could go to the moon, I don't think we can, but if we could go to the moon, we would never be able to see it from here because we're only ever looking up at the bottom side of it. And you can't stick to the bottom of a ball, despite all your beliefs of this glue called gravity. It's not a real thing. So why is them presenting this as an image to try and argue against the flat Earth? All it's doing is showing how indoctrinated and brainwashed the stupid potato man is.
The circumpolar stars in the south are seen by South Africa, Australia, and South America. So South Africa sees them, Australia sees them, and South America sees them. So where are they? And why do they seem, are they exactly the same constellations? And if they are in all three places, traveling clockwise.
So again, he has to show the arrows pointing out to the horizon. We don't look at the stars out across the horizon the way we'd look at a mountain or something. We're looking up. We look up. We see the facet of the night sky as it rotates around us. And there are four corners of the world, not just the three he's showing, perhaps that empty one across the Pacific, or, you know, there is New Zealand that they are seeing their facet of the night sky at a completely different time, a quarter of the day, with your twilights and so on spread out. We're seeing a different facet. And if you do consider it to be a diamond, there are that many facets on it that each and every one of us, from our tiny, tiny little perspective, are seeing a completely different facet from what everybody else is seeing. And we might be seeing it at the same time and seeing the exact same image in each facet. It's a bit like if you got a mirror and you shattered the mirror, all of a sudden now every single one of them becomes an individual mirror. That's like a facet of the mirror. So each and every facet is showing a true image of the same thing that we're all seeing, and assuming we're all seeing the same thing in the same place at the same time. That's how our sky actually works. So I know it's hard to understand and hard to explain properly and really hard to give a fully detailed explanation, but that's as good enough to explain how it actually works.
Why do they not interfere with one another? Why do they not clash with one another? Ross is going to have to explain that as well.
Good.
So let's find out. How does that work on a globe? Our guy here, and I'll get a pointer to show you, or actually a penalty.
Yeah, look at this. Now look at this. So you've got two completely different pole stars through the center of the Earth, like the pig on a spit. How can a guy on the equator who can only see several miles in either direction be seeing through all that Earth everywhere else? Because we always know the horizon rises up towards eye level. That's just a normal part of perspective, convergence. Everything beneath us rises up to eye level, everything above us appears to sink down. So they've taken no consideration whatsoever of perspective itself, taken no consideration of the scale and how far we're able to see above the surface of the Earth when we're looking outwards. So if you were at the equator on the top of a ball and your horizon rises to eye level in, say, 5 miles, then everything below that 5 mile distance on the globe would be invisible. There's no way whatsoever you would be able to see the pole stars. And if the stars were, and the Earth is rotating in such a direction, then all the stars you would see, every single last one of them, would be more or less just perfect straight lines going whoosh over your head from, as you're looking east, heading towards the west, because you're traveling towards the east constantly to make everything come into view. That's all you would ever see. It would be perfectly straight lines. There was no way you would see the circumpolar circles around the pole stars, let alone, you'd have to go hundreds, thousands of miles either direction before you started even seeing any hint of curve in the motion of the stars.
A guy here looks north and he can see the north circumpolar stars. As he moves north around here, the stars go above him, so they're directly above. When he goes around the other side of the Earth, traveling south, those stars here emerge from the horizon.
No, they don't actually emerge from the horizon at all. You can see them both from the equator, both making perfect circles, which would be absolutely impossible on a globe. People don't even understand their own globe when they try to argue for it. So their own arguments are shooting themselves in the foot because they want to believe so strongly in the spinning spaceball idea that that's what they'll invent in their heads to explain why they're seeing what they're seeing. Whereas if you really, really understood properly the globe Earth model, you would realize how impossible such a view would be until, as I say, you got past the 40-50 degree at least, either north or south. Then you might start to see the pole star and start to see the star trails starting to move in circular motions. But to be able to see both from the equator debunks the globe itself. If you understand it, that's the trouble. These guys don't. They don't understand what their own model.
And he basically, when you get to the South Pole, Antarctic here, and look north, they're directly above you. Everything works perfectly. And people from South America, Australia, and Africa all can see exactly the same stars. They're exactly the same. And it explains it all perfectly. But we'll get.
And again, that wouldn't work because they're entirely different continents, thousands of miles apart on a globe. All you would see is great big arcs of the stars from horizon to horizon, just as we see the sun every day. If we're told the sun rises in the east and sets in the west due to Earth's rotation, then the stars should be doing exactly the same everywhere until you get really, really close to the poles, when then some time-lapse footage might start to show celestial star rotation. So what do they call it? The star trails in perfect circles when you're really, really close to the poles. The rest of the time, the stars should be doing exactly the same as what we see the sun and moon doing. Just because you put them further and further away doesn't mean they should be going in circles around a fixed point in your night sky from thousands of miles away at different places on the globe. It just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work at all. It'd be impossible. You'd have to be so far, like at least past the 75th or 80th parallel towards the poles to start seeing the stars going around them. The rest of the time, they would do exactly what you see of the sun, rising in the east, setting in the west, might go in a bit of an arc. So the stars would go in a bit of an arc. That's all you would see. And yet the very pictures he used previously here showing perfectly circular star trails, even from the equator, impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Get Ross to explain this one on his pizza. Here's another problem. The flat Earth has the sun on one side or the other. The problem is the light has to reach far enough that it matches the observations. For instance, when the sun is setting in Western Australia, it is rising in Africa. However, on the model that Ross has, the light travels further around the sides. Whoops.
2
the
minutes
light
long.
travels further around the sides that way than it does towards the center.
And I'll grant you that is a problem. That's a problem that I spent years and years and years trying to grasp myself, and hence why I've come up with the star tetrahedron concept of a skylight, which is, this isn't a really good depiction of it at all. What it really is one pyramid is inverted like that, one is the right way up like that, but they are offset 45 degrees to one another, and they intersect through one another. That's what a true star tetrahedron is. They, you got that shape. It's like a Star of David, if you can picture the Star of David, but it's a four-sided pyramid, each one of them. And so each facet then is what directs the light. So wherever the light hits into the corner, I bring it closer, into the corner, the intersecting point of the pyramid, that's where the sun appears to be on that particular day. And because the sun itself is changing heights throughout the year, which is what gives us the season, it will show at a different part along that point as it rotates. The stars, meanwhile, rotating as a singular body, are also doing their own individual thing, which is why they appear to be doing perfect circles above each individual viewer. So you've got too many aspects to have to take into account, which from the beginner's point of view is very difficult to understand. As I said, it's taken me many years to analyze that this is how our natural light, looking up at things, work. You can almost think of it in another sense too, is that if you think of Polaris, think of that as the bad eye of what was his name? Is Jupiter the one with the one eye? The all-seeing eyes. Had Polaris is the bad eye of Ra. The good eye is like a laser light, and it's shining out, looking around the earth. And so a bit like how a lighthouse works. The lighthouse is standing stationary, and if it took 24 hours to make a single rotation, that would appear to be going very, very slow. But because the light itself is covering a 25,000 mile distance around the equator, that the light itself is traveling 1,040 miles per hour, but the light in the center is standing still. It's the dark side of the eye of Ra, for want of a better word, for the sun. So if it's shining then down onto our firmament about 70 miles above us, and we see our personal hotspot apparition up through the firmament from wherever we are looking up, that's what's going to give us our apparent position of the sun. And then at the night time, when that quadrant has, or even semicircle, has turned around and we're in the dark side, people in the north can see Polaris, people outside the equator can't see it because we're too far away from it. It's a way of explaining how things are in motion, a bit like a mechanical realm, so to speak, that works. Now, that's just one way of describing how our model works. I'm not saying it's the model or the only one, and that's it. I'm saying that's a possibility for how it works. The other way is that the sun itself, as it spirals higher and higher going around the equator, or actually going around the Tropic of Capricorn, as it gets higher, it appears to make a smaller circuit until it reaches the Tropic of Cancer. And that's then the inner hemisphere's summer. Indirect light coming through to the south creates our winter. It spirals back down again by a degree per day, because that's what we call a degree. That's where the whole idea comes from, even though 360 degrees for circle isn't quite 365 and a quarter. You know what I'm talking about. Basically, as it gets lower, then it appears to make the bigger circuit. And that's why currently now we're having summer, because the sun has taken the bigger circuit. But the nature of light itself coming through as sort of a skylight, the firmament, can create exactly what we see and experience, which is why we get up to 17 hours of daylight in the southern places such as South America.
Why? What is the physical properties that stop the light traveling past the center?
Again, it's because of the angle of projection and the skylight itself. That's what allows as much light to come through. So again, you have to understand that if the skylight is like this, but sort of squashed really flat, so that it's really spread out as well. It's an expanse. Is that it will create that light just the way shining a light through a prism will, gosh, the word that Globers use all the time, will refract the light in a certain direction. So our skylight is doing that as well. It's creating a refraction, and there are images of certain places, especially in the extremes of the north, where you can see that line through the sky, where half of it will be black nighttime and the other half is blue daylight. It can happen. It's just the way our skylight works in conjunction with the nature of light.
Taiwan, for instance, why is Taiwan that is up here? Why aren't they seeing the sun? Why does the light travel so far in one direction but refuse to pass the North Pole? Why?
Shout out to also Wes and Gary Wybanger and Kane West. Oh, cheers, guys. Thanks for jumping in. Just having a bit of a rant here against Mr. Potato here, the one and only living, walking, talking potato, although we've never actually seen him get up and walk. But Mr. Mark Reid this is still his opening thing. haven't got to the debate.
Why is it that the Antarctica gets 24 hours of light in the...
And that's sorry, I can't help myself. There's no evidence of it. As much as I have looked and looked and looked, and I've seen some almost compelling evidence for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I still can't find it. And even if it's true, then our model still works for that because of the way that light refracts. It does create what we call the coffee cup caustic effect, which when you shine a light to the corner or to the side of a coffee cup, the light will reflect all the way around the inner rim of it, but still leave the rest of the coffee cup in darkness. It's another thing that light can do. And then I've also got this other little trinket, which is the dome. If you shine a light into that, you can easily recreate the coffee cup caustic effect. So refracted light can explain the reasons why we have the amounts of daylight and sunlight that we see, but it won't describe why we can see much further than we should. That idea of refraction that says light can be bent down, that's all it can do. It will not ever turn the horizon invisible, for one thing. All that curvature between you and something will not suddenly magically become invisible. Will not turn the landscape into a magic periscope where you can see hundreds of miles in the distance. The only reason you can ever see something as far as you can see it is because there's nothing in the way. So therefore, if the Earth was curved, all that amount of curvature would be in the way. Refraction is never, ever going to lift that up into your line of sight, ever. Sorry to digress.
Summer and not in the winter. It's completely dark in the winter. We'll get Ross to explain that one for us. So these are lunar eclipses taken all around the world. These are just an example. There are literally millions of these pictures taken by people all over the world. From every vantage, every angle, every elevation, the shadow on the moon is always a curved shadow.
Yes, and it's one I've just explained recently too. But if you take a ball, put it outside in the sunlight and get a book or a flat board, anything flat, whatever you got, a newspaper, hold it flat. Cast the shadow onto the ball, the shadow will be curved. So it doesn't matter what's creating the shadow. As long as the object that's casting it onto is curved, you will get a curved shadow, no matter what. And the Selenian eclipse, of course, automatically debunks this, where we can see both the sun and the moon at the same time. There's no way the sun can be beneath the Earth casting a shadow onto the moon. But that's besides the point. Whatever is casting the shadow onto the moon here could be any old shape. Even if it was spherical, which I assume dark moon, Lilith, probably is another spherical object. There could be multiple moons out there. Sometimes we see images of orbs which aren't ordinarily visible to the eye. I even took a picture myself the other day of the moon setting in the morning. And if you look above it and you zoom in, there's this glow, this orb in the sky, which shouldn't be there. Like, I couldn't see it with my eyes, but in the picture it showed up. There's something else in the sky. It's very dull, but there's a definite glow about it. And when I zoomed right into it, it looked like a whole bunch of orbs. So there's all sorts of things out in the sky that aren't ordinarily visible. And some of them happen to pass between the sun and the moon during a particular full moon, you'll get a lunar eclipse. It doesn't mean it's the Earth whatsoever.
Is never a shadow that has a flat edge. Why? If the Earth is always flat, then how is it always curved when viewed from any angle? Why don't we ever see one of the edges of the flat Earth that my opponent claims exists
Because
on
it's not
any
the Earth,
lunar
Mark.
eclipse?
It's not the
Why
fucking
has
Earth.
no one ever in the history of humankind ever seen a flat edge? This is how a lunar eclipse works on a globe model. Take note, this is not to scale. It is.
Take note too that is also the sigil of Satan, as it's called in the world of demonics and demonology, where they summon spirits and stuff. That is the sigil of Satan, that exact image. That's what they also use in the Google Play, whatever you call it. Is it, you know, the thing where you go and download your apps from? It's well, just Google itself. It's the sigil of Satan. How coinky dinky. But when you make a shadow from a lamp onto your wall, making some hand puppets, for example, the shadow is always much bigger. So why would something bigger make a smaller shadow? It just wouldn't work.
Just to explain what is happening, if the sun and the moon are rotating above the Earth, then what is a lunar eclipse? Why does the moon have a shadow on it at all? What is causing it? And when a total lunar eclipse occurs, is the sun underneath the Earth?
So they're fair questions. And I can understand why ancient superstitious people like the Greeks and Aristotle, who came up with the idea that it was the Earth casting the shadow on the moon, why it seemed to make sense. That's not a problem. You know, we can make mistakes throughout history, and we can also understand better and move on with our lives. And today, because we do have this communication and we can talk to everybody all around the world, so anytime a lunar eclipse is occurring, and there are people in certain places seeing the Salanellian eclipse, where the shadow is going the exact opposite direction that you would expect anyway, then we can have to interpret then it's something else. And no, we don't believe the sun goes beneath the Earth. If the Earth is the fixed base of the universe, then nothing is going beneath us. It's just disappearing so far into the distance, and it creates the illusion because the horizon rises up to eye level and the things moving away hit that convergence points and disappear. It gives them the appearance of going down. It's all ancient superstitious belief. We now know better, so we can come up with better ideas. And as far as I'm concerned, there's some other celestial object that comes between the sun and the moon that causes the lunar eclipse. And in fact, the first time I watched a lunar eclipse, going back 15, 16 years at least, when I really went out of my way, because I've always been a moon follower. I've always had that moon chart, a new one every year, on my wall. I follow the moon. I follow the cycles. I know what it's doing. I try as much as possible to go out of my way to go and watch a full moon at sunset, because you just know, oh, it's getting sunset. Oh, it's a full moon. I'm going to go out somewhere nice, and I'm going to watch the full moon coming up. It's something I've always done. I love it. I live in a beautiful area. I get to see it all the time. It's spectacular. And so you get to understand, like back when I was a full-on globe-tard and fully believed we lived on a spinning ball going through space in our little Goldilocks zone going around the sun, I fully believed then that when we had an eclipse and the Earth is rotating towards the east, and I'm seeing the moon coming up in the east, the sun is set in the west, that the perfect alignment should then bring the shadow from the bottom of the moon up towards the top. And when I watched my very first lunar eclipse that I went out of my way to watch, it was only about 9:30 in the evening. The shadow came from like the top left angle coming down across diagonally. And I was just like, what the that doesn't make any sense whatsoever with my years, my lifetime of experience of what I believed the whole solar system and the way it works. It made no sense. We had one just earlier this year. We had one right here where I'm living now, and I watched the angle of the shadow come from the exact opposite direction, from the bottom right, and it was at a similar time of night, around 9:30 at night. So the thing that's eclipsing the moon cannot possibly be the Earth. Coming from those angles, everything about it is wrong. So regardless of what is causing the lunar eclipse, it is not the Earth. Guaranteed, 100%. Whatever it is some other celestial object, and it's doing its own thing, whether it's orbiting the sun, whether it sometimes appears as a second sun to us when it's like super hazy. Sometimes you see two suns. There's heaps and heaps of pictures out there about it that aren't fake pictures. I've even got images myself that I've taken with my camera, my phone camera, on a very foggy, misty morning just before a lunar eclipse, mind you, a partial one. And I've seen this object only in the photos looks kind of like another moon or something. It's too big to be a star. It's too bright because the whole sky is lit, glowing bright. If you look at my, I think it's called Imager. I have an Imager channel. That's in my name, Ross Thatcher. You should be able to find those pictures that I've taken and you will see this thing. And it actually moves because I've took several pictures and it's in a different spot each time. It's not a solar flare. It's some other object in the sky. So there is some other object that causes lunar eclipses. It's not the Earth.
If so, why do the people on the opposite side of the Earth from those who see the eclipse still see the sun? This makes zero sense on a flat Earth model. And I want Ross to explain this. I want a detailed and rational explanation from my opponent as to how this is occurring and what is causing it. Do note also that the moon...
I'd also like to hear that from a glober. Why does the angle come from such weird directions? They've got nothing for that. They can't say why the shadow is smaller. Everything that makes a shadow generally makes the shadow either of equal or bigger size, not smaller. Oh, but if the light of the sun is diminished across 93 million miles, then the size of the sun has diminished to make it the same size as the moon. So if you're going to draw this image to scale, you have to draw the sun the same size as the moon, even if the gap between them isn't correct. That's the only way of doing it, which would then make the shadow of the Earth way, way bigger than it actually is. Just
orbits the Earth. So the distance between here and here is always the same, exactly the same, right? So this is important. And it's...
What the fuck is that anyway? What, out into outer space? Who cares about what's in outer space? We're talking about the light hitting the Earth and not reaching the moon. That distance, I don't even know why he's brought that up. It's
tidally locked. And what that means is that the moon rotates in a way that it will always have the same side, this side, facing towards the Earth.
Yeah, but what's the hell has that got to do with a lunar eclipse, Mark? You're bringing up utter nonsense, regardless of how true it might be. From our perspective, we're just always looking up at the bottom side of the moon because it's bottom heavy. Exactly like how a fish would be looking up at a buoy floating in the water. And I refuse to say buoy. Buoy, David Bowie. He's looking up at a buoy. You're only ever going to see what part is beneath the surface of the water itself. And that's what we're doing when we're basically looking up at the moon. We're just always seeing the bottom side of it. And that's why it's so-called tidally locked. Not because it's spinning just exactly the right amount as it rotates around us every 27.3 days, and it rotates just about 10 miles per hour, just so it keeps the same side facing to us all the time. The odds of that happening, according with the heliocentric belief, is so phenomenal that you just have to call it bullshit.
That's what tidally locked means. It basically means that it's locked in a position where it always faces the Earth. Now, this is important because we always see the same face of the Earth. We see different phases of the moon, but it's all...
Did you just say the Earth?
Always the same side. This is important because it goes, like flat Earth goes against what we see from our moon. If the moon's always the same side, if you were looking at it from a flat plane, the distance you would view it on from here to over the other side on an angle would be much longer.
Well, that's true. And that's why we don't see it like that. We don't. As I've already explained with the stars before, our horizon, our personal horizon is only a few miles away. We've only got a tiny visual window of everything up there through our tiny visual window of a few miles either side of us. So what we're seeing is obviously these things are so high through a refracted skylight, for want of a better term. What we're seeing for approximately 50% of every day is our tiny, 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 infinitesimally tiny personal view of things. So our view from here, like he's got the dude friggin' higher than 1,000 Mount Everests in the first place, 10,000 Mount Everest, 1,000,000 Mount Everest high, looking up towards a moon. No, we're only looking up from our tiny, tiny, tiny little perspective on the ground through a few mile visual window of opportunity. And it's a wonder that we actually do see it for 50% of the time. But that's the magic of the way the skylight works, is because we're looking up through a facet of the universe. We're just seeing a tiny facet personally to us, whereas everybody else is seeing their own individual little facet. And so because we know there's only one moon and one sun, we might think what we're seeing at the same time someone else is seeing their version of it is the same thing, but it's an entirely different version of it. Just like the fractured mirror, each individual piece of the fractured mirror is all giving the exact same full image that we're seeing, that you can see. So with one mirror, you see one reflection of everything that exists. Break that mirror into two, or put two mirrors next to one another. Now you've got two versions. Break it into 4 or 8 or 16 or 32, keep doubling and doubling and doubling. You've got that many different versions of reality. We're just looking through one at a time, and same as everybody. We're all seeing a different fractal of existence at the same time, which can mean then we shrink that down to scale, then at the bottom of that little guy's toe, or that guy's little toe, sorry, that would be the height of the moon that we are personally seeing. At the same time that people within a certain radius of view are going to see it at the same time. And that's why we see it appear to rise and set, because we're only seeing it half of the day. We're certainly not seeing it when it's over the other half of the earth. That's just stupid.
Therefore, it should be smaller. And don't get me wrong, the moon has slight variations in size, but the flat earth cannot, it should be way smaller being over here.
And it would be if we could see it, but we can't see it. It's not, we don't see it when it's over there. We only see it when it's in our own tiny little personal window of opportunity to view it.
It's not. We see it as roughly the same size. The other problem is that if you've got one side here that you're seeing, you should see that side of the moon, but you don't.
Again, that same old story. Of course we don't. We've got no grasp of the sense of scale whatsoever. You could use the same argument for why on the Earth, if you're 4,000 miles apart, why you're not seeing a different angle of the moon altogether. But we don't even try to bring that into an argument. It's too futile. We're looking up at the bottom of something that's at least 70 miles high above us, seeing its projected light where the sun hits it all the way down into firmament B, about 12 to 14 miles high, giving us our plasma apparition projection of the moon that will appear exactly identical to the same apparition projected down to everybody's point of view from the exact same part of the moon, lit by the exact amount of sunlight that is lit at any given time.
On a flat earth, you shouldn't. You should see that part there, but you don't. You always see the bottom of the, on this diagram, the face of the moon that we get. This is another example of how the flat earth model repeats.
It's not example either, it's example. I hate when Aussies speak with example. They're very upper class, aren't they? Example. I can dance. No, we don't say dance, we say dance. We don't say example, we say example. For fuck's sake, the uppity little prick.
Repeatedly fails to match reality. It is a broken model that just does not work.
Come on, 30 seconds.
So these are the questions I have for my opponent. He seems to have left. I'd like him to write them down. I expect a detailed answer that explains all of these phenomena. And we
all right. Questions for the flat Earth. Why does the circumpolar celestial stars rotate in different directions? Done. Why is the circumpolar stars directly above when at the north and south pole, yet at the horizon when at the celestial equator? Done. You shouldn't even see them at all from the equator. How does light from the sun travel a far greater distance, latitudinal than longitudinal? Again, done, because of the way that the skylight itself works, the way we see light. Why does the shadow from a lunar eclipse always appear round no matter what? Because the moon is always round, so that's stupid. Why does the moon always appear the same size, and why do we always see the same face? Well, because you're only seeing it within your tiny window of opportunity, which is only a few miles either side of you. And it does actually change a bit of size, but convergence, man. Everything moves in lines of convergence. Everything beneath us, the Freemason symbol is the perfect symbol of perspective, man. You are down the bottom, so everything rises up to level. That's why they even say their motto, always on the level. The horizon rises up to my level. Everything above you will appear to go in a pyramid line, just like your street light poles I talked about before. The ones nearer to you are really high. The ones going away from you are really low. Turn around and look the other direction. Same thing. Everything is perspective. And the Freemason symbol, not that I'm a fan of them or singing their praises or anything, but they know what's going on, and it's symbolized in their symbol everywhere we go. It's a perspective symbol. That's how it is.
Can go into his explanations. Why does the circumpolar celestial stars rotate in different directions? Why are they directly above when at the south and north pole, yet at the horizon when
Come on,
at
James.
the celestial equator?
Bring out the whip.
How does light travel from the sun a far greater distance latitudinal than longitudinal? Why does the shadow on a lunar eclipse always appear round, no matter what location or orientation it's viewed in? And how do lunar eclipses work at all? Why does the moon always appear the same size, and why do we always see the same face? You might want to take these
and
down,
thank you,
Iron Horse,
time,
because you're going to have to answer them.
Thank
you for listening and giving me your time. I will pass the mic back to James. Thank you, James.
That was very
Thank you very much for that opening. And a couple of other quick housekeeping things. Folks.
Yeah. I think you're on mute, James. You're on mute, mate.
No, he's not. No, he's not, Mark. You're not being helpful at all. We could hear him perfectly well. I don't know even why you had to do that, Mark, but that's potato for you. So as much as I'd like to just go straight to all of Mark's arguments now, I can't really do it. I'm really terrible of even with a mouse and a computer. It doesn't really sort of tell me exactly where the correct marks are to pause and so on. So you just have to bear with me as I do this very painfully and slowly and go through it a bit at a time.
That's right. I've got a mute on Zoom, and then I've got a mute on OBS. So now I'm free on both. Thanks for that. Want to let you know, folks, if you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, do so now. We have many juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. In fact, this is a debate that we've been showing at the bottom right for a while. Let me pull this one up, as it's finally got a title. In particular, as you can see, Daniel Hakikachu and Inspiring Philosophy's Mike Jones have agreed to debate. This is going to be a juggernaut of a debate. You don't want to miss it. It's on the controversial topic of whether or not child marriage is acceptable. So you don't want to miss that one as well.
Far out. That is a pretty controversial debate. As far as I'm concerned, most of those religious debates they do are a complete and utter waste of time. I don't even waste my time listening to them, let alone contributing. If every once in a while I might happen to be extremely bored and come across one and get into the comments section, I usually find myself banned pretty fast anyway. They're really good at banning on this non-partisan channel, because if you've got an opinion that doesn't agree with everybody, then you have to keep it to yourself, apparently. So much for non-partisan.
Well as many other topics that the mainstream media doesn't cover. We host them here in our debates, so hit that subscribe button for plenty more juicy debates coming up. With that, we're going to jump into the open conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Well, I finished off. I think Iron Horse should start us off, to be fair.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for that, Mark. It was very interesting. I should have set an alarm clock so I knew when to wake up. I basically brought real serious observable facts to the debate, and you brought a bunch of CGI and pretty pictures and all sorts of stuff that aren't exactly how we look at the world at all. And you think that you've somehow presented an argument where basically you've just thrown a bunch of questions at me rather than even try to defend your globe. Now, if you're going to defend your globe and say that by looking at the lights in the ceiling, we're going to improve the nature and shape of the floor, you've got a pretty big task ahead of you. You basically brought up circumpolar stars. Now, this is one thing I've been asking globers throughout multiple forums for many years now to do a simple experiment, and that is just simply put 2 cameras onto a ball. Use a globe earth if you want, one of your classroom toy models that you like to use. Put 2 cameras on it, let's say at 45 degrees, so it's about halfway between the pole and the equator on either side. Align those cameras with some sort of pole star either side of it and spin that ball and show me how you can make star trails. You absolutely cannot do it.
I think that's actually a really good argument. I'd almost forgotten about that one. It's one I've been bringing up quite a bit. You get a globe, put 2 cameras on it at 45 degrees, and even if you can find a way to create the equatorial mount to such a tiny scale, if you could do it, it would be great. Align each camera towards a pole and rotate the globe nice and slowly, if you like, and show star trails, perfect circles from either camera. It would do exactly as I said before, where the stars would go in the big arc over us, as we would expect to see the sun and moon doing when they rise and set. The stars would do exactly the same. You cannot make pole stars anywhere from without, outside of, say, at least 80 degrees, if not 85 degrees away from the poles themselves. You cannot do it. So I'm really glad that I watched this, because I'd forgotten all about that argument.
The very example of a star trail means if you are on the ball with your camera and you align to the north, as the ball is spinning, it is creating this 8,000-mile big loop. And you don't see that in star trails. All you see is the stars themselves moving. And that proves nothing about the shape of the earth beneath our feet. You feel no motion. We've got sensitive instruments that detect no motion. There is absolutely nothing that has proved motion of the earth. And looking up at the lights in the ceiling does not prove the motion of the earth. Now, if you can give me an example where you can put a camera on a ball and align it at a light in the distance and show all the other lights around it also moving in perfect circles as it's moving 65 times faster, lengthwise, linearly, because we're orbiting the sun. Don't forget the orbit of the sun.
Oh, mate, trashed him already. That's correct. We might be spinning at 1,040 miles per hour, but we're also traveling to orbit the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. So even if we could align our cameras with the pole star and make perfectly circular star trails, what's happened to our linear motion 65 times faster? Killing him.
It's what negates the star trails in the first place. If you're going 65 times faster one direction and trying to focus on a fixed point in the distance, all the other lights are going to leave lengthy, long star trails. You won't get that from your spinning space ball.
Okay, so that was a lot in there. So the question, the information that I gave in graphical form is to sort of help you try and understand it, because people like you, the flat earthers, they seem to have trouble thinking in 3 dimensions. And maybe that's, something about you that you grew up with, but you seem to have problems putting these things into perspective. So they're to help you understand how they are. It's like a diagram of an engine. Like you can say, hey, it's a picture of an engine that can't possibly work. An engine still works. And what I have presented is the actual observations from real life. I can't bring these
Okay, so that's really interesting. I didn't even address that whole point of him talking about a picture of an engine and knowing that an engine still works. Of course, we know an engine works because it's constructed in the 3-dimensional physical realm. It's not just a 2-dimensional image that we see on paper or on a screen. It's a 3-dimensional thing. And yet he is using the 3-dimensional observation of the stars in the sky and describing them as a 2-dimensional thing by saying that the stars nearer the horizon are lower. They're not lower, they're just further away. So he's trying to attack me as not even understanding whatever it was he said. I don't understand because I'm a flat earther. And proven he himself don't even understand what he's
observations in, because I can't drag the moon and the stars into the room. So this is just a silly tactic to make it sound like, oh, if you put anything on paper, it's not real anymore. That's the thing. Get me a real star. Now, if you put a camera on...
Okay, so he's got a good point there. Fair enough. I did attack him for using images to show reality, but I already, as we went through it, explained he's still not using them in real time. He's using a static image to try and show a non-static, fully functional existence in a single image. And of course, you're not going to see what one person sees from one part of it at the same time when your image is taken from one place. You're going to see a completely different image from another place altogether at the same time even. So trying to use a image to show the entire model at once and how people would be seeing it and perceiving it at the same time, you may as well accuse it of being CGI, because it basically is. It's a computer-generated image. It's not going to show how each individual point of view at the same time is seeing even the same stuff, let alone different stuff.
On a ball and spin it and have a light there, it will spin if it is far enough away. What we're talking about here is parallax. Parallax is important. So basically that means the further away something is, the less it moves. And you like to throw out...
Well, that's a fair call too. I agree. The further something away is, the less it appears to move. But the converse side of that is the nearer something is, the more it will appear to move if you are in motion. And when it comes then to being the center of the motion, which is what the globe is said to be, it's said to be spinning on its axis, then actually the further thing away will actually appear to move faster. So it does the opposite of what it's saying, because you're spinning on your axis. Further away moves much faster than the nearer thing. So the parallax actually does the opposite of what he would expect. And then if we assume the stars themselves of every constellation are thousands of light years apart from one another, then the ones even further would show a definite change in parallax as we're spinning on our axis. You know, it's the argument I gave before about the lighthouse spinning. It might only spin once per day, for example, if we're to use an analogy to the sun, 0.00694 RPMs, but the light being projected from it could be moving thousands of miles per hour, as it only really, really slowly moves. It'd be the same sort of thing. If the Earth is spinning on its axis, then the further thing away, the stars should appear faster and faster and faster and show more and more parallax. It's only when you're traveling in a straight line that the distant things change parallax more. So even though he's trying to use that argument to describe why the stars don't seem to change parallax as we're orbiting 65 times faster than we're spinning, it's the spinning itself which should create the huge change of parallax.
These really big numbers, these 8,000, So what we have to address here, and as far as your opening is concerned, where you threw out these massive speed numbers, is that the Earth's only rotating at 15 degrees per hour. That's the level of the rotation. So the speed doesn't really matter, because there's something called inertial frames of reference.
Oh, God. So when you start using terms, words debunk what you would expect. If you call it an inertial frame of reference, then somehow now you've made an excuse for why what you would expect to see doesn't happen. It's just beautiful, Mark. I love the way you do this regularly throughout this debate. I better let you keep going. I'll never get
You're in an inertial frame of reference with a lot of other things, like you're aboard a plane. The reason why you don't get dragged to the back of the plane is because you and the air and everything in the plane is moving at the same momentum all at the same time. And
that's right, because you're in an enclosed, encapsulated, pressurized cabin. That's why planes are pressurized and can fly as high as they do. If you're sitting in a biplane and you got to 30,000 feet and you thought you could get up and walk around and pour yourself a cup of tea, I can guarantee you'll have a different story, Mark. The reason that air and everything is moving is because it's encapsulated. It is sealed in a big freaking capsule. You cannot compare that to being on the outside surface of a spinning ball, moving twice as fast, if not more.
A child can understand this. It's the reason why once you get up to speed in a race car, you don't feel the speed anymore. If you've ever
that's a lie as well. If you're in a race car and you are going 200 miles per hour, I guarantee you feel that speed. You absolutely do. You feel it when the plane is taken off. And that's, of course, it's still accelerating and you're feeling that more than anything, but you still feel speed. And it's only because it's all encapsulated in a thing that you don't. Even just driving down the highway at 100 kilometers an hour, you stick your hand out the window, you woo, 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 you will feel that very strong speed. You do feel speed, except for in exceptional circumstances where you've encapsulated.
On a high velocity train, you don't feel the speed anymore. The reason why little Ross and his bike, girl's bike or whatever he had,
a little girl's bike, mate. I had a 10-speed racer, thank you very much. And for somebody my size, I had to climb up on a bloody fence just about to mount that bike and ride that thing. Mate, I was above and beyond. I had a little BMX, which I used to ride the shit out of and loved it. But when I got my 10-speed, I was way too small for it. So don't try and tell me it's a little girl's bike, mate. It was the biggest you can get for a kid my age. And it was a big deal to ride that down the highway into Bathurst at 60 clicks an hour, because I actually had a speedo on it and it was telling me 60 kilometers per hour. And the wind is so fast in your eyes, if you don't have goggles, you can't even see because it's blowing all the moisture out of your eyes and you have to put your head down. And it was a big deal for a freaking 10-year-old kid. Thank you very much. So don't give me a hard time about what I used to do on my bike. Oof.
Basically, the reason why you're feeling the wind is because you are an inertial frame of reference and the air is in a different one. It is stationary. And
it is not stationary. It's moving 1,000 miles per hour with the rotation of the Earth, according to every glober. How can you say that the air is stationary when it's not? It's in a huge amount of motion, and that's just the tiny motion. It's not even the 100,000 kilometer per hour orbital speed. See what I did there? I didn't say 66,600 miles per hour. It's actually 100,000 kilometers per hour. I can do kilometers. It's not a problem for me. I do both. But to say that it is stationary, but I'm moving through something that's moving 1 billion times faster than me, it just makes no fucking sense. It makes far more sense to say that it is still and I'm moving. That's how it works.
That's why you feel the wind. But you only feel in the same inertial frame of reference acceleration, deceleration, and changes in vector, or changes in vector essentially. So when you move...
Well, that's not true at all. If I'm going a constant 60 kilometer per hour down the hill, I'm feeling all that 60 kilometers the whole time. I'm feeling every last bit of it because I'm not behind a windshield. I'm not in an encapsulated, pressurized cabin. The potato's got no idea what he's talking about.
When you turn or when you go up or down, like a jet is traveling really fast, but it's not like once it's up to speed, you can't walk around. You can throw a ball up in the air aboard a plane. Why?
Again, this is one that globers bring up often, and this is a big one that I really have to stress. You can throw a ball up in the air. No, you can't. How high is the cabin? You'd be lucky if you barely scrape your head across the surface of it. You'd be 2 meters. How fast does an object fall in air at normal free fall speed? 9.8 meters per second squared. So unless you've got something at least 10 meters high, you haven't even got a single second of the drop. Not a single second of it. It has to be at least 10 meters. Now I've got a shipping container that's it's called a 40-footer. It's a 6 meter, 40 divided by 3. It's actually 12 meter. 12 meters, yeah, I kept saying 6. So it's 12 meters. Right out. A 12 meter long shipping container. Stand that up on its end, put it on the back of a train, get the train going up to the speed of a plane, which would be about 500 miles per hour. So we're talking about a ridiculously fast and straight train track, obviously, and drop a ball from the very top of the shipping container and tell me that it's going to land in the same footprint that it's dropped from. I bet the back ball would smack into it well before it hit the ground. So you're not even using a comparable example anytime you're inside a plane or a train or a car to throw a ball in the air and catch it again. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of the momentum with you. The thing you could compare it to is when you got a plane flying through the sky and a skydiver jumps out of it. The skydiver, in a matter of mere seconds, is not going the speed of the plane. And of course, then the globe will say, oh yeah, well, air resistance. Suddenly, air resistance only affects things when you jump out of something that's moving through the air, but the air what can you call it? The air carrier, the air atmosphere moving with my ball is still moving 1,000 miles per hour in the same direction as the earth to give the appearance of being perfectly still, but the resistance of the air will stop you from going the speed of the plane, so you just drop straight down. You see the absurdities of their explanations. The only rational explanation for anything is that the plane is moving through the stationary air, whatever wind you might have. You jump from the plane, you lose that inertia of the plane within mere seconds, and you drop straight down to the earth, which isn't moving at all. Because to say you've retained the motion of the spinning ball, 66,600 miles per hour, orbital motion, 1,040 mile spinning motion with the plane going completely different directions all the way, carrying the air with it, to leave one inertial frame of reference to go back into the other one that you've had the whole time, it doesn't add up. It does not add up whatsoever. The only way that could possibly work and make any rational sense whatsoever is that the earth never moved. The atmosphere is only moving as much as the wind itself moves, and the plane is doing greater speeds, and you lose that inertial frame of reference the moment you jump from the plane and you fall straight down from there on. And then you use your parachute, which creates a big pocket of air resistance to slow you down so you don't slam into the earth so fast. The forces you're using there are resistance or the non-resistance. So the non-resistance of air allows you to drop. When you open up the parachute, it creates resistance. That resistance slows you down. There's nowhere where you've even needed gravity, nowhere where you've needed the spin or orbit of the earth. The only things you've observed is jumping from the plane, losing that inertial frame of reference, creating a resistance to the air so you don't smash into the ground too fast because of your density relative to the air.
Is that, Ross? Why can you throw the ball up in the air and catch it on a plane? Why doesn't it slide backwards?
You're really wafting all over the place here. That's your point. Why can't I throw
that was addressing your points, Ross. If I'm wafting all over the place, it's because you're all over the place.
You asked me the question. I'm trying to answer you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, why can't you throw a ball up in a plane? Because the plane has a roof. If you throw a ball up, it's going to hit the roof and it's going to come back down. If your plane did not have a roof, do you think that if you threw the ball up, it's going to fall straight back down? I don't think so, Mark. You seem to think that the whole earth is enclosed in something like an aeroplane roof or something.
So when you throw a ball up, that hits the roof, does it? Did I just hit the roof?
If you're in a plane, how high is the roof in a plane?
It's the same high as a ceiling, Ross. You walk around in a plane. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you can go outside and throw a ball up in the air and throw it 20, 30, 40 meters up in the air, and it will still come straight back down. So do that in a plane. Throw it 30, 40, 50 meters in the air and see if it comes straight back down, or if the plane shoots away underneath it and the ball is left way behind in your wake, as you would experience if you were, say, in the back of a moving truck. Kick a ball up in the air. If the truck's going down the road at 100 miles per hour, that ball is going to be left behind you. It's not going to continue with the 100 miles all the way through and go in a big parabola and land back down just as if you threw it in the air a foot. You fucking moron.
A plane. Your example.
An aero. Have you ever been aboard an aeroplane?
500 miles per hour. And I threw a ball up 50 meters in the air. Do you think
I didn't say 50 meters.
I don't think so.
I didn't say 50 meters.
Yeah, but I did. I said 50 metres. So let's use 50 metres, Mark. Come on. You can't just use throwing it 2 feet or 1.5 foot in the air and use that as a legitimate example.
Well,
I didn't say 50 metres.
Tiny little example.
Throw it up
Anyway,
a metre, Ross.
Inside an enclosed capsule of a pressurized aeroplane, and
Yes.
comparing that to the same example of being on the outside surface of a spinning space ball with no protective outside cover hurtling through a vacuum. You moron.
It's because, hey, no name calling, Ross. Try and have some decorum, mate, like seriously.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Potato Head. You fucking moron.
To try and imagine, basically, the air on the Earth is in the same inertial frame of reference that we are. It is moving with us.
See, that's the claim. But the claim needs to be supported by evidence. There is no evidence to support that A, we are moving, and B, the atmosphere is moving with us, because we have wind. Wind can blow any and every direction, and it will do as it does, which debunks that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. And going back to A, there's no determinable method of saying that the Earth is in motion. So to make the claim puts the burden of proof onto you, and you don't do it. Nobody's ever done it. We've got 1 million experiments trying to show motion of the Earth, all come back negative. So you got nothing there, Mark.
So is the air in the plane. It doesn't matter if there is a cover on it or not. That air is all within the same. Ross, please, I can't talk here. Could you please contain your little outburst?
They're not able to hear you guys if they're speaking over each other. So I do want to give Mark maybe another minute, and then we'll kick it back over to you, Flat Earth Aussie. But go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Mark.
sure. So it doesn't matter what the container is, because I'm not hitting the container. I'm not throwing it up 50 meters. It doesn't matter. What ought to happen if your idea of that physics is correct is that when I throw the ball up in an aeroplane, it should move back with the speed of the aeroplane.
And it would if you gave it sufficient room to do it. That's my whole point. You haven't given it sufficient room. You will always retain some amount of the inertia when you first throw something up. But if you give it more than a second's chance to see what's going to happen next, that's when it will smash into the back, or the back of the plane will actually smash into it. It's it's a really poor argument that the globe is always using it all the time. A better example is actually when you use the helium balloon and you have it in, say you put tie it to the floor inside a van. As the van starts to move forwards, if you use just an ordinary balloon suspended from the ceiling, it will start to move backwards slightly. But the helium balloon will actually start to move forwards on its string. And the reason it does that is because as the van moves forward, it builds up the air pressure at the back of the van, and that extra air pressure pushes the balloon forwards. So it does what you'd think counterintuitively for what you'd expect. So it's the air pressure that's built up inside the plane as well as doing the same thing. It's got a higher pressure towards the rear of the plane, and it's also pushing that ball slightly forwards. But if you gave it enough time to go up at least a second and drop a second, that is when it will be insufficient pressure to keep pushing it forwards with your momentum. So it's a really, really poor argument, and I'm sick of them using it all the time because it's not generous enough to prove anything one way or the next.
But it doesn't. And the reason why is because of momentum. That ball in the inertial frame of reference has the same momentum going forward that I do. So it acts as if it is stationary, as if I am stationary. And that's why you don't feel speed, only changes in vector, acceleration, deceleration, and turning. If you want to ask how it does that, go for it. You had a question.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for finally finishing up and saying how when we're inside an enclosed pressurized capsule where all the air is getting pushed forward with the momentum of the plane, because the plane has a rear, it has walls, and it has a ceiling, so all the air is getting pushed forward with it. But you're trying to compare this inside an enclosed capsule to being in the outside of a spinning space ball in a vacuum, which has no container. So that is why I'm asking you, how does the air move with the Earth inside the universe-sized vacuum? And you have got no answer for that. You have to put it all inside a pressurized capsule and assume it's not moving, when we know for a fact that the plane itself actually is moving 500 miles per hour, and the Earth itself moves zero beneath it the whole time, whether towards the east or the west. Every single plane factors in zero speed of the Earth. And yes, I did throw in all those big figures in my description, in my opening statement, because these are your figures, mate. They're your figures. When I bring them to you, you get scared of them because they're your belief that I'm debunking and saying there is zero motion, there is zero speed. The Earth doesn't move. The plane moves. The air moves when it's windy. When it's not windy, the air is still. And yet you're supposed to be trying to tell us that for perfectly still air, it is moving 1,000 miles per hour and gradually getting faster and faster the higher it goes, just to keep up the illusion of being perfectly still. And then if we've got a 5 mile per hour wind from the west, oh, it's going 1,030 miles per hour. If it's 5 miles from the east, oh, it's 1,045 miles per hour. All these ridiculous things when it would just be a 5 mile per hour wind. It's simple. Occam's razor says the simple explanation with the least amount of assumptions is the correct one. And yet you're assuming massive, massive motions. And that's just the spin. We haven't even started talking about the orbit at 66,000 miles an hour, or the speed of the sun, which all these things must be doing all at once. He comes out with a lot of bullshit last point, saying, well, the thing falling at 10 meters per second squared just falls at 10 meters per second squared. It is not going sideways, unfathomable speeds in order to create the illusion of it's dropping straight down. And yet you are inventing these.
So I've got the live chat going here, guys. And I've been wondering why nothing's changed in ages. And shit on a brick. I haven't seen nothing in freaking ages, and now I can see all these comments. Sorry, guys. I absolutely am not ignoring you. Jeez, I've missed heaps. The last thing I saw says, beer can't tell time, from Kane West, and then he says, LOL. So that I've missed all of this. I'm going to have to read these. I should have read them while I was waffling on there. I have a video of the moon and sun in the sky at around 5 p.m. maybe 3 months ago. The sun in the east, the moon in the west. Hang on, that doesn't make no sense, dude. At 5 p.m. the sun would be in the west, and the moon perhaps in the east. That, yeah, maybe you just got your directions on. That's cool. This was aeons ago. V. Thomas, that absolutely was. Eclipse-ish. Has he seen the Earth from our moon? Stephanie Maguire, hello. Hi all. 3 different lives I have to choose from. Geez, I wish I had 3 lives to choose from. I only got the one. I know what you're saying. Live streams. Thank you very much, Stephanie. I wish these comments were showing, because I would have definitely read them earlier. I share Iron Horse's contempt of Mr. Reid. Thank you very much, because yes, he's another one of those horrible people. Like, he could be a likable person, but what's his name? Creaky Blinder. He's a globe-tard, but he's a likable sort of guy. So I don't mind people like him. But it seems most of all the flat earth debunkers, they're just horrible cretins. And Mr. Reid is no exception. They're, what's his name? Grayson. He's not a bad fella. But nearly all of them, they're just horrible people. And they treat us as though we're absolute ignorant idiots. Fractals is advanced, yep. He's barely on the trivium. Contempt, humans just don't like each other in the story. I'm thinking of doing what Ross has done. Get a kitten. Yeah. I've regretted it, but it is what it is. I've got a cat now, and I keep him outside a lot of the time. Even though I'm a big believer of keeping cats indoors at night time, where I'm living, I don't have much wildlife, because it's, even though I'm out in the middle of nowhere, most of the nightlife we get around here is just rats and snakes. And I don't care if he has a go at them. When was this one date-wise? It's a good part of a year ago, I think. So I'm obviously in the same building structure before I put the whiteboard up. Yeah, I searched through I normally put every single one of my live debate appearances onto a playlist that I've got, and I looked for it there first, and I couldn't find it. I thought that's really weird. So I knew it wasn't that long ago. It's definitely within the last 12 months, and so yeah, this will be my version of it now. Nouveau Laredo. I have a feeling that somebody I know that used to call himself Mr. Skywalker is Jesus or something, but I missed the ball Earth. We had a lot of good times here, absolutely. Parallax is BS for star distance or planet distance, absolutely. How we ever believe those speeds and none of the planets ever colliding, absolutely. Everything is just moving in tandem just perfectly. As you probably saw the one I did with what's his name, Desert File, sorry, and for having their little discussion, is they're trying to compare the Big Bang, which of sticking a stick of dynamite into the hull of a bowling ball and all the pieces flying off, and that's how that Desert File comes over. It's gravity, you fucking retard, gravity. Turns all those little pieces into perfect spheres. It's gravity. I fucking can't get over that one. So yeah, apparently oh, his voice is like nails the chalkboard. I still think the whole thing's funny. I'm still laughing about it 9 or 10 years later. Absolutely, Mr. Kevin. That you can't feel speed person, never try to teach a teenager to drive. Absolutely. God, I'm so sorry I missed all these comments. Lucky Haskins in the house. G'day, bro. Hey, Iron Horse Live. Nice. Good to see you, brother. Says you can't feel a train moving fast. What if it's hanging a left turn like the globe? Whoa, yeah, it's spinning on its axis at a faster than the speed of sound, 1.35 times the speed of sound, no less, and hurtling at 67,000 miles per hour down the track, then obviously the people on one side of the ball going backwards relative to that spin are going a lot less speed than the ones on the side that's going forwards with it. And that difference turns out to be about a Mach 3 difference. That's a huge amount of difference, which we're feeling and experiencing every moment of every day. It's probably why we have to sleep at night so we don't pass out from that excess speed. There's heaps of comments here. I've missed so many. I'm so sorry, guys. I will try and read through them all a bit later. I'm just going to keep going. Thank you, Stephanie Maguire, for that. You have been very well spoken on all debates I've seen. I appreciate that because I do. One thing, I'm not a confident public speaker. The only thing that ever gave me confidence to be a public speaker was Flat Earth. Without that, you would not see me doing a live stream ever, let alone debating. You know, I am a writer. I consider myself to be a writer, and as a writer, I'm pretty good. I know what I'm doing, and I can do that, and I can go back over it and fix all my mistakes and do that. But when you're speaking, you don't get that opportunity. So for me to get out of my shell, to be doing live streams or live debates, the only thing that has ever given me confidence to do that is Flat Earth and the fact that I know what I'm talking about. Okay? If I didn't have that knowledge, I would not have that confidence, and I would not be here right now. I can guarantee you. So thank you very much for that. And good to see you also, Shawnee B and Hookstagram. Thanks heaps for being here. I will carry on now like the stupid idiot that I am.
Whole scenarios where everything does what you think it does because you want to believe in your spinning spaceport model.
Okay, that was a lot of gish, Gallop. When you basically say that the plane is pressurized, guess what? The Earth is pressurized as well. Hey.
Yeah, the Earth is pressurized due to the density and buoyancy of the atmosphere, because atmospheric gases all have different molecular weights, and because they are loosely assorted in the conglomeration of things we call the atmosphere, you will get a different pressure gradient as you get towards the bottom where the more dense gases are the lowest, but they're only in that up-down direction inside the aeroplane going through the atmosphere. As I said with the helium balloon in the van example, is you get a bigger build-up at the back of it. And for those who believe that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second squared to give its gravity, I think that's the dumbest thing ever. But again, that would still give us the pressure that we experience for the unenclosed, open air in the vacuum, universal size vacuum of nothingness that the earth is whiz banging through, where would you get that build up of pressure? Oh, gravity. Gravity, gravity, you fucking retard, gravity. Oh, fucking hell. That's all they've got. That's all they got is this belief of an invisible pulling force of attraction, much, much greater, even though it's the weakest force we know of. It's much, much greater than that huge velocity hurtling through a vacuum. Now, every example we can have, like the one I use the best, if I had a glass of water and a straw here, I would use that. Place your finger over a straw and lift it out of the water. The water stays in the straw because you've created a very tiny vacuum in the top of the straw. Gravity is too weak to defeat that tiny little vacuum. And your finger isn't even a good seal. It's covered in fingerprints, but it's sufficient enough to create a seal that gravity cannot pull that water back down to the rest of the water where it will seek and find its level. And yet, when we're hurtling thousands of miles an hour through a vacuum, that tiny weak force can hold all of the air equally to all parts of the ball, not leaving any sort of trail behind us. This is, like, I can't believe anybody in this day and age still even believes that in the slightest, but that's what they do. That's what they've got. And that's what they say, that it's all moving with the earth as well, in such a fashion to give the appearance of being perfectly still. It just boggles the mind how anybody in this day and age can believe that nonsense and still pretend to be serious about it. I mean, honestly, you've got to be just, I think, so insane to believe it and to defend that belief. Yeah, you've got serious mental problems.
Funny that the earth is pressurized as well. We have air pressure. So the whole idea that the plane is different because it's pressurized, guess what atmosphere we keep that at? Yes, earth atmosphere, the pressure that we have at sea level. So this whole idea that says, well, the plane's pressurized, the earth's pressurized. Funny that. That's
yeah, the plane has a solid steel capsule, steel and glass, or aluminium and glass, solid barrier, not just nothing and nothing and nothing and less and less and less thing until nothing. Solid steel, glass, barrier. G'day, Aussie Gold too. Thanks for dropping by, mate. Afternoon, copper. And thank you, Shawnee B, for that reference to Eddie's channel. I feel I left a fair bit out that I actually wanted to say when I watched the repeat of it. But yes, I really appreciate it. I think Eddie, who is known as Flat Earth Banjo, USA, Brazil, or Japan. Flat Earth Eddie, Flat Earth Banjo. I think he's one of the greatest channels out there. I really enjoy his work. I think he's got brilliant information. He's completely down to earth. He's very nice and polite to people, unlike myself, who will rip the shit out of dirty dog lying cowards like Wolfie 1080. At least Flat Earth Banjo took him cordially. Thank you very much for that comment. I thought I did a reasonable presentation of what I believe the moon is. Thank you. And I've done heaps and heaps on my own channel. And quick more squiz of these comments here, because thank goodness they're showing now and they weren't before. V. Thomas says, show me how electrostatics accelerate gases, solids and liquids uniformly on the downward vector. At Stephanie Maguire. Oh, Stephanie, he's having a go at you there. I don't know how to take this V. Thomas person. I don't think he's a flat earther, but sometimes he comes across as one, other times he doesn't. There's a universal up and down. That's simply how it is. And everything of density, as you can see in a density tower, finds its place according to its density relative to every other thing. So we're in the gaseous form, even though they mostly intermingle and bounce off all the walls, you will still find an eventual pressure gradient of things finding their own place. So you still get oxygen up to the top of Mount Everest. You just don't have sufficient when you're exerting yourself and needing extra oxygen. Then you might take on an oxygen tank and mask, so you get a little bit of additional boost because there's not as much up at that height, because oxygen is a little bit more dense than some of the other gases and it's more concentrated at sea level. It's a simple density and buoyancy thing. How you could have this on a hurtling ball spinning through a vacuum, absolutely impossible. But anyway, I'll let Stephanie answer that for herself if she feels so inclined. I wouldn't bother because it's a stupid question.
Awesome, Ross. The whole idea, and you say there's no container and stuff. Yeah, gravity acts as a container, pulling down the molecules and creating that pressure.
Sorry, LJ, I didn't mean to scoot past you either. Thanks very much for dropping by. You're awesome, dude. I see you all the time in the chats, in a lot of live streams we do, and totally agree with you. Top dude. Thank you.
Pressure. Yeah, if I could just continue and creating that pressure, and I can sort of.
And yes, for that matter, James is a globe-tard. He has confessed to me before. Sometimes, you know, he does a little bit of a chat at the end of a show. He'll say, yeah, I'm inclined to believe in the globe, because we all are. Until you actually seriously investigate it, everybody's inclined to believe in the globe. It's that's what you do. And you look at flat earthers as absolute fucking idiots until you decide, right, yeah, I'm going to shut these flat earthers down once and for all. And if you've got enough intelligence to do it properly, and you go into it and you go, right, I'm going to defeat these stupid moron flat earthers, eventually within a matter of sometimes hours, sometimes weeks, sometimes months, you will become a flat earther and you go, how could I have ever believed in the globe? Oh my God, I feel so stupid. I actually believed that all that pressurized atmosphere could be held down by an invisible, weak pulling force as we're hurtling through a vacuum of space. Oh my God. So yeah, most people who are still globers just simply haven't looked into it, or have enough intellectual integrity to be able to look into it clearly.
Show you how that works. We do lose some atmosphere. Yeah, thanks, Ross. Thanks for your little outburst, mate. We can explain that, and we do lose some atmosphere to space. It's called atmospheric escape.
So you say he gives it a name. It's called atmospheric escape. It's like, oh my God. Oh, we're back. Oh, good. Sorry about that. Don't know what bloody hell happened. I just had to check my modem to see if the red light went off. I thought I'd lost my internet. Where the bloody hell was I? Crikeys. Yeah, frozen. It did froze. It froze on me too, and I didn't know what was going on. The whole little wheel spinny thing was happening. Never had that happen before. I usually have pretty good internet here. So sorry about that. That was my server, and I was on to something. Totally lost my train of thought. I might even, it's going to take me forever if I do, but I'm going to take it back 2 seconds. That means
pressurized as well. We have air pressure. So the whole idea that the plane is different because it's pressurized, guess what atmosphere we keep that at? Yes, Earth atmosphere, the pressure that we have at sea level. So this whole idea that says, well, the plane's pressurized, the Earth's pressurized. Funny that. That's awesome, Ross. The whole idea, and you say there's no container and stuff. Yeah, gravity acts as a container, pulling down the molecules of the air and creating that pressure. Yeah, if I could just continue. And
so gravity acts as the container. And yet the example I just gave of a straw, gravity couldn't even beat the tiny, tiny vacuum force of a straw. God damn. And yet atmospheric gases, if you're going to try and say then, oh, well, it's only a tiny amount of water, the big amount of water the gravity will work on. Well, what about atmospheric gases? Each one of them is a tiny little individual molecule of gas. Each and every single one of them. It's not like a body of water or a physical body of stuff. It's each individual molecule. So the further and further they get, the less and less the gravity would be acting on them. So how could gravity be a container towards something? That's right. He gets onto his thing in a minute. Pardon me.
Creating that pressure, and I can sort of show you how that works.
That
We
works.
do
all
lose
ears.
some
Come on,
atmosphere.
tell me
Yeah, thanks, Ross. Thanks for your little
All right.
outburst, mate.
You're welcome.
We can explain that, and we can we do lose some atmosphere to space. It's called atmospheric escape.
That's what I was on to. That's the thing he calls atmospheric escape. So if there was any amount of atmospheric escape, then we should have all of it being atmospheric escape, all of it, all the time, like a massive comet tail streaming out behind us, the side front of the Earth going around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour would have zero atmosphere on it because it's blasting through the vacuum so fast, and all of it streaming out behind us. We'd be losing it all faster than our forests and oceans could produce it in the first place. Life could not exist on the spinning spaceball planet Earth that they believe upon. But we got what we got. We do not have the loss of the atmosphere to give something a turn. Like tidal lock. It's called tidal locking, Ross. It's like, I don't give a freaking frick what it's called, man. You have to explain how and why it happens. And if we have some atmospheric loss, we would have all of it lost. That's just the way it would work in reality as we experience. Create a vacuum chamber. If we open up a tiny valve, the air rushes into it instantly to fill the void. That's how it works. High goes to low. It would do it on the outside of the Earth, rushing through a vacuum of space instantly. We would have no atmosphere.
And we do have that happening. Now, the plane is in the inertial reference frame, and so is the Earth. So, you sort of say, oh, you're scared of big numbers. I'm not scared of the big numbers. They exist. They're just big numbers.
What about gravity? What about gravity? Tell me how the atmosphere is moving through the vacuum.
Can you not interrupt me, Ross? Do you have any sense
you were trying to answer a question.
Can we please
question, and
put
now
a
you're just
muzzle on the horse?
into another
Iron
topic.
Horse, I do want to give him a chance.
Sorry, I'm getting lost in the chat here. LJ asked, if you were 27 years old male, would you date a hot 20-year-old female or a hot 27-year-old female? And Lucky Haskins goes, both of them, of course. Top answer, dude. Yes, in my professional experience of dating younger women, always go for the younger one. You know, you're going to come across as a little bit more intelligent and worldly wise. When you go for the one your own age, they think they're better than you. They always do. I've been both sides of it. Always go for the younger woman from a male's perspective. But, you know, at 27, yeah, if you're looking to have a serious relationship and settle down, I'd probably go the 27-year-old. Simply because you want to be dominated and told what to do all your life and not have any fun anymore. So, yeah. Pardon my interjection there. I'll read a couple more comments while I'm at it. Stephanie Maguire says, at Aussie Gold, yep, he was streaming previous live streams. We do love some J Dreamers. Yeah, J Dreamers is pretty cool. Although, you know, yes, I also agree with that LJ does some great super chats on Modern Day Debate. And V. Thomas says a Euclidean what? Euclidean geometry, do you mean? Euclidean demonstrably level with Aether predictions and lap. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing Mark has no children, probably. Stephanie Maguire, Aussie Gold says to Stephanie Maguire, he swings more towards, oh, you're not a swinger. You swing more towards, because someone put stupid love at me. More towards what he believes with the electric universe and plasma apocalypse. He's a maestro with how he can pick out all the symbolism in movies. I agree with that on the movies. I disagree with him about anything apocalyptic. I don't agree in an apocalypse. I don't believe in any of this Phoenix Rising bullshit that you hear other people ramble on with all the time. I just believe life is going to continue as it has and always will do forever and ever. Amen. None of these, resets only occur in our history. Our historical record gets wiped out. We forget everything. We've got no idea where we come from and no idea where we're going. In the past, I think we've had brilliant technology and far superior stuff to what we currently have, but we're getting close to calling a lot of it again, but we're still far behind. In one sense, we've advanced with all our electronical technology, but we don't really know what they had back then. Maybe they didn't need all this electrical stuff. We could communicate more telepathically. And so what one person could build in one country, another person goes, oh, that's how you do it, and knew how to build it in their country. Who knows? But neither here nor there. I'm just going to keep carrying on with this one because this is about flat Earth and debating Mr. Potato Head here.
Chance, just like we gave you about roughly 2 minutes, I want to give Mark
Yeah.
another 60
I would
seconds.
just like him to answer the question and not
Yeah,
move
he's
on to
just
another
scared.
topic.
We'll give you
before-
a
He's just
chance.
scared.
We'll give you a chance to ask
past
those
it.
questions, but I just want to give him that last 60 seconds or so, so it's roughly equal.
Yeah,
we'll
he's
stick
just
to the
scared.
question, please.
Yeah, so basically he's scared of big numbers. I'm fine with big numbers. I know that big numbers exist. You're the one that's scared of the big numbers. You think from personal incredulity. If it's a big number, it can't possibly exist.
No, mate, I'm not scared of big numbers. That's the whole thing about the big numbers is I understand the big numbers and I understand how they would affect us in reality. I mean, I understand what it's like riding a bicycle at 60 kilometers an hour is extremely fast when you're going downhill with traffic, and trucks and everything roaring past you. It's a big speed, but it's a tiny number. It's only 60 kilometers. When we're talking 100,000 of those kilometers just to be orbiting the sun, it means I have a sense of scale that I can appreciate to a real scenario. Doesn't mean I'm scared of them. It means I understand them well enough to know that's a load of bullshit. So when you hear a glober say I'm scared of big numbers or I don't understand big numbers, I get this all the time. Oh, you just don't understand. You can't put it to scale. You're useless. Well, it's because I do understand and I can relate it to a real world scenario, something that we could exist in. I understand them. I'm not scared of them. I just think they're ridiculous because they're insane. They really are. They're literally insane. The speed of sound is a huge speed. It's 767 miles per hour or 1,000 kilometers per hour. 1,000 kilometers per hour is very, very fast speed. To go 100,000 kilometers per hour, 100 times the speed of sound, it's not that I'm scared. I just think it's insane. How could we have sound moving the speed of sound plus moving 100 times the speed of sound at the same time? It's ridiculous.
Well, guess what? The universe is measured in big numbers. That's a fact. Get over it. Deal with it however you would like. And nobody on the scientific side is scared of big numbers. We're the ones crunching those numbers and putting them into practice. So I don't know why you would say that. It just seems like a very petulant, childish outburst. Occam's razor doesn't say the simplest explanation is always the correct one. It is a much more complex kind of calculation.
Well, that's true, and I agree with that. It's not always the simple explanation. It's the simple explanation with the least number of assumptions that is more often than not the most correct one. So if you remove all the assumptions, which assumptions means just things unproven. It's something that you believe in, that you need to have in order for your belief to work. You take away those assumptions and you're just left with the raw, cold, hard facts. Then the atmosphere standing still on a stationary planet Earth is what we've got. If you have to assume it's moving billions of miles per hour in multiple different directions and the atmosphere is all doing that with it, well, then your explanation requires that extra burden of proof to back up that claim. And since you can't do that, you've never done that, then we have to stick with the stationary planet Earth as Occam's razor explanation for the reality we live in.
Basically says, do not multiply entities when searching for explanations. That is to keep things simple as possible when searching for explanations. The problem is the flat Earth for this thing is simple, but you address none of the other problems that arise from flat Earth. And by the way,
what, you mean the stars spinning around? The stars spinning around can do what the stars want to do. It's got nothing to do with the flat Earth. The flat Earth is the flat Earth. The stars spinning around is the stars spinning around. What other assumptions are you saying that?
Wait, 10 meters per second is not how fast it's dropping down. The acceleration is 10 meters per second. So you don't know what you're talking about when you're.
But that's just adding assumption upon assumption. I mean, how often do we see a thing drop more than 10 meters anyway? I mean, are we really going to take something up to 100 meters and drop it? And I actually think that's a load of bullshit, that it's actually accelerating 10 meters per second. I think that's just dropping 10 meters per second. Because what examples do we have? We go up to the Empire State Building and we drop a coin and it sinks into the concrete. Is that really due to the acceleration of the coin falling that fast, or is it due to the amount that the air itself can resist it, so that its own weight creates that accelerating force and it hits the concrete so hard that the material of the coin itself is sufficient to create that hole into the concrete? You don't need to invent an invisible pulling force to make that happen. It's the lack of resistance that allows it to do it. That's the only explanation we need to describe gravity. It's not a pulling force, it's a lack of resistance in the medium, which in this case happens to be the medium of air. So yeah, this whole 10 seconds per second squared, 10 meters per second squared thing, to me, I'm a little bit dubious, because it doesn't take long before a human body, for example, falling out of the airplane as they're doing a skydive, until they reach terminal velocity. If you're going 10 meters per second squared, somebody did explain that to me well once. It doesn't mean you're going then 20 meters or 100 meters the second. It's per second squared. Anyway, whatever the case may be, you're only going to drop at a certain rate until you reach terminal velocity, and that's basically the top speed you're going to get. So even the 9.8 meters per second squared is a little bit, how do you do?
Talking about the force of gravity. And I noticed that you're steering right away from the things that I brought up. Maybe we can take this opportunity for you to explain how a lunar eclipse happens and why we only see shadows on the moon of the Earth that are curved. Maybe you can explain that. Go for it.
Well, I did actually do that in my introduction when he brought it up, so I won't waste any further time on that. You can always make a curved shadow on a ball with a flat object. If that was the case, I do not believe it's the Earth casting a shadow onto the moon. So.
Look at you just running away from the actual topic at hand and changing the topic as quickly as you can just to avoid answering it. We're still talking about how you can have pressurized air inside a capsule of the aeroplane, which makes perfect sense, but you cannot have pressurized air inside a vacuum without the container. And you refuse to answer that, and then you just dish gallop on to the next topic because you know you've got nothing. You cannot have a pressurized atmosphere on anything inside of a vacuum. The very definition of a vacuum means it's sucked out all of the pressure. So to have a pressurized atmosphere indicates first and foremost that the Earth must not be in a vacuum. It has to be contained in some manner, just as the air inside the aeroplane is contained in some physical manner. So if you want to gish gallop then off to the next subject and talk about the moon, that's just fine. Let's talk about the moon. We can see when the moon is at a half phase, like we just had a full moon last night. For those people who are lunar aware, that's my lunar calendar, which I always keep track of the moon throughout the year. When the moon is at half phase, what do we see on it? A straight shadow. Ooh, you can never have a straight shadow on the moon caused by a curved surface. But the shadow on the moon.
I will say here, I have to jump in and defend myself on this one quickly, because he will jump into this in a minute and accuse me of saying that the phases of the moon are caused by the Earth's shadow, which I obviously am not. I'm just saying that the moon casts its own shadow onto its own self from the direction of the sun, which creates the quarter moon phase, it's called quarter moon, even though technically it should be called a half moon, and you get one every week before a new or full moon and before and after a full moon. That's why they're called quarter, because they happen every quarter of a month, but it's technically a half moon. And I do believe, I know a lot of flat earthers try to say otherwise, but I still 100% believe that the moon is illuminated by the sun, and it's only because of their angle in relation to one another as they rotate around above us, the sun being the hour hand of a 24-hour clock, taking exactly 24 hours to make one circuit. The moon takes 24 hours and 50 minutes. And that's why the side facing the sun gets less and less or more and more as it goes the other way. And that's the part that projects the moonlight into our atmosphere to give us the phase that we see personally. So it is lit by the sun. It is caused by sunlight. It is creating its own light. It's doing all of the above. And if you've seen all my other videos, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. So when it's half moon or quarter moon phase, it is the shadow of the moon itself creating that. It is not the shadow of the earth, as Mark mistakenly goes and accuses me of here. And that one really hurt me to the bone that I never responded to it, because I've never, ever suggested that phase of the moon are caused by Earth's shadow. And for him to take it that direction makes me just want to punch him in the face even more.
Caused by during a lunar eclipse is not from the Earth. And that is easily proven by the fact that we have the Selenelian eclipse. We can clearly see the shadows coming from the complete opposite way, that there's no possible way that the sun has descended down into the underworld, as you helios like to believe it does every night. It's gone down beneath us in the underworld and it's shining its light up on the Earth onto the moon, when we can see the sun and moon at the same time. The Selenelian eclipse absolutely destroys the fact that it could possibly be the shadow from the Earth causing a lunar eclipse. If you took a straight piece of paper, a book, and you had a ball on the ground and you took it out in the sunlight and you cast the shadow on that ball with your book, you will get a curved shadow. The shadow comes from the shape of the object it's been cast upon, not cast by the object casting the shadow. So to even assume that it's the Earth's shadow and it has to be curved and that therefore proves Earth is a ball is all utter nonsense. It's not even a curved shadow from the Earth. It can be anything that's casting the shadow. And as we've proven with the Selenelian eclipse, it is something else. And we know this other thing is what we call the dark moon, or Rahu. It's another, often called the dark sun. It's another object that hangs around the sun, and we don't see it for this very same reason we never ever see a new moon. It is basically, what's the word for it? Exposure. It's too bright near the sun, so you don't see it. In very rare circumstances, you might catch a glimpse of this thing when it's very hazy, and it will look like we've got two suns. That is the thing which comes between the sun and the moon to cause a lunar eclipse. And mainstream scientists readily admit that this dark sun, as they sometimes call it, actually exists. So
Let Mark
for you
speak.
to think that we've got no explanation for eclipses that proves we're on a spinning space ball hurtling through space at millions of miles an hour in a vacuum with no container.
You've already said this.
Mark. Try harder.
Yeah. Come on, Mark. Try harder.
Yeah, double sun. That's great. I love it. So the pressurized atmosphere is kept there by gravity, as I said multiple times. So you're.
See, I love that. The pressurized atmosphere is held there by gravity, and yet it can't even defeat a tiny little straw against this tiny little vacuum. And yet a universe-sized vacuum around the entire Earth, gravity is stronger than. Gotta love that. Okay. We'll let Mr. Potato Head have that one, because that's their belief. You can't dispute a person's religious belief in whatever they want to believe.
Highlight the above. Mark has no answer. I do have an answer.
Answer.
So if the Earth had a container, as you claimed, you made a claim there that the Earth has a container over it. What ought to happen, according to the second laws of thermodynamics, is that the air should equalize to become the same pressure, like in an aeroplane or like in any other container. It would not have a pressure gradient going up from high pressure
So why does the helium balloon go forwards in a vehicle once it starts moving?
at the bottom to low pressure at the top? And this is where you have absolutely proven yourself wrong, because if there was a physical container there, the air would equalize and all become the same pressure. But we know that going up a mountain, the air becomes thinner.
As I just said, helium balloon moves forward in a moving vehicle because the pressure builds up at the back of the vehicle and pushes it forwards. It's been proven. There's plenty of videos out there, or there's at least one good one that I've seen. That happens. The pressure builds up in something that's in motion, but it won't happen. What happens in something that's standing still is the pressure comes from the bottom up. And that's where it builds because of the density gradient.
It becomes less pressurized. People have to take oxygen up Everest. You are absolutely wrong. And you've just shown that by claiming that there is a container around the Earth. Because if that was there, all of the air would equalize. Excuse me, would equalize. Now, this is the same thing you're claiming where the air should go out to space. It should equalize, yes, but gravity is holding it down. And if there was a container, all of that air would equalize, which is exactly your argument for why the air should go out to space. So congratulations for proving yourself absolutely wrong. Now,
did anybody get any of that, what he just said? Like, he's just negated what I have said. We should lose the atmosphere to the vacuum. We should. We absolutely should, especially because of the motion of the Earth. If the Earth was even a stationary ball inside of a vacuum, as the ancient Greeks might have believed, they probably didn't even believe in a vacuum. They probably thought it's all held in place by this ether, and the air just, we could probably go to the stars and still breathe the air. I guess that's what they must have believed. But everything was geocentric back in the day, before Copernicus put the Earth in motion around the sun back in 1543. And then, of course, by the time they worked out the mathematics of it, then they realized, oh, shit, if we put the sun 93 million miles away and the Earth's got a 25,000 mile circumference and it's spinning once per day, that's where we got our speed from. 1,040 miles per hour on our axis, 66,000 miles per hour orbital speed to go around the sun once per year. This is where all these speeds come from. It's all mathematically derived. Not a single one has ever come from experience or experiment to show where this speed itself comes from. It's all theoretical. And therefore, the theory then that gravity is holding the atmosphere to the surface of the Earth inside a universal-sized vacuum. As I was saying, back in the day, they might have accepted because we were geocentric. We weren't moving. There was no motion. The sun still went around the sphere Earth. As far as they were concerned, Napoleon had his 4 horses and his chariot, carrying the sun in the chariot around us. All these ancient gods that the Greeks invented as well, along with their belief in the spherical Earth. We've dropped nearly every single one of their other ancient superstitious beliefs, but for some reason we've decided to cling on to this one, that the Earth is a sphere. And then thousands of years later, in the 1500s, what we generally consider the Dark Ages, then Copernicus puts it in motion around the sun, and the Pope loves it because he's always wanted to find a scientific reason to put the sun in the center, because the sun is Lucifer, the light bearer, Apollyon, Ra, Helios, all the other different sun god names. Once you put him in the center, that's the place of worship. And once we put all the wandering stars, all these other demigods, which is what all the other wandering stars are, they're all demigods, then Earth obviously becomes a demigod rather than the physical plane at the bottom of the known universe. Puts them all in motion. They're running out of breath, man. This is when we can just completely negate the idea of gases clinging to the outside surface of something in a vacuum. If we go back then to that geocentric model inside the ether, we don't have to worry about it. Once you put us through a vacuum, hurtling a gajillion miles an hour, that's when you're in trouble with your spinning spaceball belief, Mark.
When you talk about phases of the moon, phases of the moon is not... No, you don't. I'm addressing your point. Ross, control yourself.
Well, I'm just asking, you want to jump to another subject again, and that's fine. We can go back to the moon.
But how about Ross? You brought up phases of the moon. You can't gish gallop and then try to prevent me from addressing what you said.
There's two. People aren't able to hear either if both of you speak. Yeah. So I do want to chop it into pieces. So we'll give a chance to Iron Horse to respond, and then we'll come back to you, Mark.
Yeah, shut up.
Look,
Mark.
He brought up every single one of these subjects, James, and now he doesn't want me to answer.
Are you saying that you want more time to respond to other?
He brought up the pressurized container. Can I talk? Can I talk, Ross?
Hold on. Yeah, Iron Horse, just give me a sec. is I'll give you maybe another 60 seconds, Mark,
It's a shit
and then
fight,
I've got to
isn't
kick it over to Iron Horse.
Yeah, what I'm
It's
pointing
gish
out is that Ross is gish galloping, and then when I try to address his points, he's saying, no, we want to do one at a time. This is a tactic by him to stop me from addressing his points and then going, we didn't address them.
Come back to the moon, Mark.
But
It's a
But
different
hold on,
you
one
subject.
sec,
brought
Iron
it up.
Horse.
You brought it
it's
up.
just 60 seconds. It's like it was only 55 seconds left.
I brought it up. I thought we were talking about pressurized atmosphere, and you brought up the moon, Mark. Fucking hell.
Like,
Yeah,
I
okay,
promise we'll
Ross
come back
is
to you
just-
and we
Okay,
can go
I'll
back
wait,
to
I'll
that
wait.
point.
Okay, so phases of the moon is not an eclipse, and we know it's not a lunar eclipse. To bring up phases of the moon are caused by the orient.
See, so he wastes all this valuable time, which I've already said. I know it's not a lunar eclipse, you dickhead. You absolute fucking dickhead. Like, Jesus. I've really seriously tried to stress, I know it's not the eclipse causing the phases of the moon. And then you go and waste all my time because I'm trying to address that your sidestep tactic that you brought into the argument, talking about the moon again, when we're talking about pressurized gases inside containers. And he steals my time, talks all over me, and then brings up this fucking nonsense. What a nonce.
Of the sun. We know this. That's not even an argument. So you're completely wrong, completely ignorant about astronomy. You've got no idea what you're talking about. Phases of the moon is not a lunar eclipse, and we can track the sun, know when they'll happen. They're not lunar eclipses. You're absolutely wrong. The Stellarian eclipse, when it appears to be on the horizon, you brought this up as well, Ross. That is refraction, causing it to look like it is higher than it actually is. And it's just perfectly simple refraction. Easy. Done.
Refraction!
Anything casting a shadow on the moon. What is the anything? You can't just say anything could be casting a shadow on the moon. What is it? Don't run away and say, well, it could be anything. What is it? And it's hilarious that you think there's...
I said it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what shape the thing is casting the shadow. If the moon is spherical, whatever is casting that shadow is going to make the shadow spherical. So that's why I say it could be anything. But I've also specifically said, I believe it is what we sometimes call Rahu. That's the Eastern name for it. From the Chinese astrologers, they call it Rahu, which is also known as the dark demon moon devourer. And this is the same entity that Vishnu cut off his head with a sword, obviously, because you can't cut it off with a blade of grass. Cut off his head with a sword. And so when Rahu swallows the moon, then the moon comes back out through the neck hole and then the moon reappears again. That's their mythology explanation for why we have a lunar eclipse. In the Western cosmology, we call it Lilith, which is also known as the dark moon, and sometimes also in a biblical sense also known as the first wife of Adam. So the first wife means that we've got the sun and moon basically are your two demigods, the father and the mother. So Lilith, being the first wife of Adam, she is the one who's obviously given birth to the earth, I assume. I don't know the full story of this one. But every now and then, now because we now have Diana or Luna, the new moon who's reflecting the sunset all the time, every once in a while she gets so jealous that Lilith comes between, when the moon is looking particularly bright and beautiful on a full moon, she comes between the sun and the moon and blocks the light from the sun, preventing it from reaching the moon. And that gives us a lunar eclipse. So there's all sorts of mythology involved in describing how we get a lunar eclipse. But if we were just to bring it down to pure physical matter of what's happening, is something physical comes between the sun and the moon and eclipses the light of the sun, reaching the moon. But meanwhile, at the same time, the light is still reaching the earth in other parts of the earth. The lunar eclipse obviously only happens at night time because it's always a full moon. But the other part of the earth that cannot see that eclipse at the same time has still got its daylight happening. So it works for the flat earth far better than it does for the globe, because in the globe, we should see the shadow come from the direction you would logically expect to see it come from, not from some completely random direction, different times for different eclipses. That makes no sense at all.
The second sun. I mean, That's just precious. Where is your second sun? Where are your photographs of the second sun? We've got solar filters. Let's take photographs of this mystical second sun that hangs out, somehow evading all attempts to capture it, Ross. Maybe.
As I said, I do have an imager channel. I could possibly even look it up. I've also got another newbie here. G'day, mate. Von Neumann Rules. Thanks for dropping by, mate. I do have a imager site, IMGUR. And I believe it's still under my normal everyday name, Ross Thatcher. I don't hide that. I'm who I am. And I've got multiple images there that I've saved, because it used to be back in the day that the way you could share images on YouTube chat in the discussions or the comments is you could drop your link to Imager to show the image that you're talking about. But then YouTube, in their wisdom, decided they're going to stop allowing people to drop links, obviously, because a lot of people were dropping links to all sorts of porn or whatever, different sites that they shouldn't do. So eventually they just made it to the point where very few, if ever, links get through. And even in a live chat, you have to have a blue wrench. I wouldn't have any idea how to give somebody a blue wrench. But if you got that, it means you're a moderator, so you can moderate and remove people's chat. And you can also drop links into the chat. But as far as I can see in comments, perhaps moderators can also drop in the comments. But anyway, that's how I used to do it, by dropping the link to an imager image. Whereas on Facebook, for example, you just go click to your pictures, boom, I want that picture in, and you can share it straight away. It's not a problem, but you can't do that on YouTube comments. We can't put images into our comments. So Imager became our way of doing it. So if you go to my Imager, you will see I've left quite a few, and I haven't overloaded that with different images. It's maybe only 20 or 30 at the most. You will find I've got pictures of Rahu or Lilith, as it might be called. It looks like a second sun occasionally when the conditions are just right, as the sun is setting and it's really super hazy. So it's something to do for haze, is blocking out the frequencies of light that ordinarily render it invisible. You see what looks like a second sun. So yeah, I do believe it exists, because I've seen multiple images of it. I've even got one or two of them myself. So I believe there is another body that hangs around the sun, that every once in a while will align perfectly between it and the moon and eclipse the moon. And that's my belief for how we get a lunar eclipse. And if anyone's got a better one, I'm happy to hear it. I think it works. It's what we observe. There's evidence all around for it. That's the lunar eclipse explained. Solar eclipse is just the moon coming between us and the sun.
Maybe you can do some magic to capture it in a photo sometime.
Occasionally, yeah, we do.
Wow. See, you can't just stick to one topic, which is the problem. You want to just keep dish galloping all over the place. Whereas if we were going to talk about the pressure of the air, which you began with, I think we could stick to that, deal with it, and then we can start talking about the moon. So when we're talking about air pressure gradient, of course that can happen on the stationary plane of Earth, because the stationary plane of Earth is the only physical plane in existence. Therefore, everything that is physical exists here on this plane, which makes all of our gases exist here, and they exist in accordance with density. The various densities of the gas will present their own pressure gradient, just as much as if you go underwater, it's the volume of water above you pressing down that creates a pressure gradient. So as we get higher in the air, there will be less of it above us pressing down on us. And they've taken samples of air from places like Mount Everest and found it's exactly the same air as it is down here. There's just less of it pressing down on us. And
in fact, I think that's quite a funny one to bring up, because I sometimes bring this up on certain Facebook discussions as well, is when they talk about it's more that water gets more dense with more pressure. I'm like, well, okay, send somebody down 100 meters or a kilometer, whatever, and collect a sample of water and bring it up to the surface and get a similar sample of water and compare them. Do you seriously think that the water from down there is going to be more dense and way more than the water you got from the surface? No, it's exactly the same. So it's the same deal with the air. If you went up to Mount Everest and collected a sample of air and you brought it down here, well, obviously it's pretty hard to do, because the minute you open up the jar, it's going to mix. but the density of the air, it's still the same air. You've just got less of it pressing down higher up. And it's different in this example from the water itself, because the water is the same density from the bottom of the ocean to the top of the ocean. You've just got more of it pressing down as you get further down. Whereas with air, you've also got that same sort of thing happening, but you've also got different molecular weights of different gases. That's going to be slightly different from how you do it in water. But more or less, it's still going to be the same thing. You've still got the same air at the top of Mount Everest. There's just less of it pressing down, creating less pressure. So therefore, it's harder to breathe.
That is, of course, why water itself will boil at a lower temperature. At that height, it'll boil at about 93 degrees centigrade than it will at sea
Celsius.
Level at 100 degrees.
That's funny, actually. Centigrade and Celsius. It's sort of like interchangeable in a way, but centigrade suggests, a more metric system. Centimeter, centigrade, 1/100th of a degree. Whereas Celsius, it's almost like it's a person's name. So yeah, centigrade and Celsius. I think that's one I'm definitely going to have to discuss on the Dull People's Society channel on Facebook.
Centigrade. And then if you go even further deeper underground, it has to get hotter and hotter before it starts to boil. It's simply a matter of pressure, which comes from natural density and buoyancy, which everything physical, this whole physical realm exists because of the pressure. So if we went to particularly high, like the height of the aeroplane.
I just want to shut myself up for a minute. I wish I could just fast forward through my own stuff, because I'm only here to debunk Mark. But it's a true point, is that water will boil at lower temperature on the top of Mount Everest, about 93 degrees Celsius or centigrade. But apparently, if you go down in a very deep mine shaft, the water has to get hotter and hotter before it will boil. So that to me tells me something very clear about the nature of pressure in this density gradient upon which we live, which would really make no sense on the spinning space ball, where water should just boil at 100 degrees irrespective of how deep towards the interior or how high above the surface. It should be the same, but it's not. It's a completely different thing. So water is the key to understanding everything. Water pressure, air pressure, all interrelated. It's one of the key elements of understanding. And water level, of course, tells us that the Earth is flat. Atmospheric pressure determines how fast the water will evaporate back into the gaseous state, as will the temperature. So the physical realm sort of assumes non-pressurized, non-temperaturized, fixed physical material. That's pretty much science. Whereas reality says temperature, pressure, humidity, all these different things are all equally as valid in the understanding of our reality, which is why Tesla himself said, to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. All of those things are elements of temperature and humidity and pressure. It's a big mixed system that we live upon. Whereas in the heliocentric physical understanding of the world, pretty much we've just got physical matter, we've got liquids, and then we've got gases. And that's about it. They don't really take into consideration all the nuances of existence, which are vital to the understanding.
Well, the reason it's pressurized at one atmosphere, or actually slightly less.
Can we address that before moving onwards, if that's what Ross wants to do? Because now he's going to aeroplanes.
That's what I'm doing, Mark, if you don't mind. Like, don't interrupt.
You were on the pressure gradient, and I'd like to address. If we're doing one thing and then moving on.
The reason why that aeroplane is pressurized as it is
Excuse me.
function better at that pressure. And if the aeroplane wasn't pressurized, we need oxygen masks because we're not getting enough pressure to breathe properly. So the whole point of having pressure on the physical plane at the bottom of the known universe is how we exist, how life exists. Life doesn't exist anywhere else. You keep looking
now
at
we're
outer
on to
space
life
and thinking
existing in other places. Can we stick to one topic if that's what you're doing?
this is the topic, Mark.
Don't gish
You
gallop.
think that outer space is teeming with planets?
Don't gish
and other
gallop.
places
That's
with
outer
that
space. You're
giant-
going on to
No,
something
no,
else.
no.
Hold on
This
one
is his
sec. I do,
tactic.
to be fair, I do have to give equal time. So we can give you maybe another 60 seconds, Iron Horse, and then we'll kick it back over to you, Mark.
Yeah. And please mute the mutant if you can't shut up.
I didn't actually need another 60 seconds. I think I made my point. But the point was we were already talking about atmospheric pressures within enclosed systems when Mark brought in the whole moon thing. And then because I wanted to try and address both, now he's turned around and saying, I'm trying to discuss something different about pressurized atmosphere. So Mark is so dishonest. Even when I'm trying to address all his things, he's still trying to put the blame back onto me for changing the subject when I'm trying to stick to just one thing at a time. And then he tries to talk over me because I'm trying to address more than one at a time.
If we assume gaseous giants inside the vacuum of space, we assume other planets, then all these things have to have their own pressure as well. But we don't have to assume that at all. On the stationary plane of Earth, we have the one pressure gradient. And that's why humans need to have it to exist here on Earth. And that is why an aeroplane at 5 miles of height needs to be pressurized or we can't breathe properly.
Skin to potato.
So the very fact you think that gravity is what holds the atmosphere to the Earth in a vacuum just proves you've got no clarity of thought whatsoever. It can't exist. You have to have the stationary plane at the bottom of everything in order for density and an atmosphere to even exist in the first place. And that's what this argument is all about. You seem to think that the flat Earth is in outer space or something, looking at some of your cartoon pictures of it. It's not. We're at the base of the universe, and it's the only physical plane of existence.
All right, we'll kick it over, Mark.
Okay, so this is what Ross is doing. He's basically gish galloping, and then when I try and address his points, he says, no, only one at a time. So he's brought up, there's pressure, planes, life on other planets, base of the universe in an attempt to get stuff out so I can't address it. So we'll go through all.
Oh, well, that's a good stop there. Look at that. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right. So when I said life, I wasn't talking about life on other planets because I don't believe in other planets. I'm just saying that life itself requires an atmosphere of pressure for us to have our vestibular system and our blood under a certain amount of pressure via our lungs because we breathe, we eat, we poop, and all the rest of it. All of this exists because we exist under an atmosphere of pressure. And as soon as we lose that, then we wouldn't be able to exist. So it's not like I'm trying to even talk about life on another planet. I'm just saying that life as it is can only exist as it does because that's what we got. Go ahead, Mark. Keep on. Go, Mr. Potato Head. Gotcha.
All of the things that he said. Yeah, Ross, shut up. Shut up. Like, shove your beard in your mouth or something. Just shut up. So the pressure of the air and the pressure gradient, I don't know what a plane of existence is. That's something Ross will have to, do.
It's reality, Mark. It's reality. The plane of existence. Physical reality. God. You don't know what it is because you're so lost in the clouds with your spinning space ball and believe in all the other planets and shit. You think, we can just live wherever. But the physical plane of existence is where we live, Mark. That's it. That's all we got. End of story.
A dream or something. So Ross, shut up.
Gotta mute you.
So this is the thing. Yeah, just mute him. He's got no self-control.
Mute me.
He refuted himself by basically saying that the air up the top is the same as the air down the bottom. How can the density be the same? Because density is mass within space. How is the density the same of the air at the top and the bottom? Yet density is causing the air to be more pressurized down the bottom. Ross went and refuted himself, because if the density is the same of that air, then it should not have anything to do with why more is at the bottom than at the top. But Ross doesn't think about this. He just...
Yeah, dude. I sort of explained that because there's less of it. So with less of it, there's less pressing on you, therefore less pressure. At the bottom, at sea level, there's more of it, therefore greater amount pressing on you, higher pressure. Really, really simple stuff.
Refutes himself without actually thinking about it. So you've got this idea of density, and that doesn't explain why, for instance, if you drop a rubber ball and a steel ball bearing, they both hit the ground at the same time. That's exactly what happens. And density does not explain that, because the ball bearing is much more dense than a rubber ball. Ross has got no explanation for this. He just wants to say, oh, well, the air is the same, but for some reason, this air down the bottom just likes being there, just wants to be there. He refutes himself. The reason why it's more dense down the bottom is because gravity pulls on the air molecules, forcing them into a contained space.
See, that's where he's contradicted himself. I've said it again and again. Finger over a straw, lift it up out of the water, out of a glass of water. The water stays in the straw. Where is gravity overcoming a tiny, tiny vacuum inside of the straw? It's not. It's simply just the amount or volume of everything acting according to its properties of mass. So you got solids, solid, they're going to stay stuck. You got your liquids, and they're going to flow to the lowest level and create a perfectly level surface between the two edges of solidity, which is the earth. And then you've got the air sitting on top of all of that, which will have its own pressure gradient in accordance with the amount of air and the gaseous molecular makeup of the stuff on top of it. Where have I ever contradicted anything in this description, Mark? I've stuck to my guns the whole time.
That contained space exerts pressure that forces some of the molecules out, and so it makes a gradient going up. And Ross also wants you to think, for some reason, I don't know why, maybe because of his plane of existence or something, that physics works differently in different places for some unknown reason.
I've never said anything like that. I say physics is the same everywhere, only it will change the temperature boiling point of water depending on the amount of pressure. That's not necessarily physics. That's getting closer to chemistry, really. Boiling, turning back into vapor. It's more of a chemical reaction than physical. But physics only works everywhere we observe it, universal up and down. We've never seen, for example, a ship stuck to the underneath of an ocean that's going upside down, or the sides of it clinging to your spinning space ball. That sort of physics is your mental masturbational bullshit that doesn't exist. We've never observed. But everything I've always said, physics observes on the physical plane, works exactly as we observe it. So to try and put that back onto me to say that I say it changes, no. I'm saying it exists as we observe it. You're the one trying to say impossible shit happens somewhere unseen, out of sight, out of mind, somewhere over there, way beyond where anybody's ever seen it. Just shut up and believe. Fucking moron.
That for some reason in a plane there's no gradient, but on Earth suddenly there is, for some reason. Like just why not? Why not?
Spend 2 minutes. I can give you another minute, but then we'd have to give Iron Horse the same 3 minutes.
Sure, yeah. Life on other planets, we haven't really been to other planets, so we don't really know for sure where life is. I don't know why he went on to that. The planets have different pressures. Yes, they do, because they have different masses. What you're looking for is gravitational attraction.
Again, it's all just imaginary. It's theoretical. It's something you assume. Nothing you've ever proved.
Of mass, not density. Density doesn't matter, mass does.
You got it.
All right, well, that's also another great load of bollocks there. Thank you very much, Mark, for bringing up the example of the rubber ball and the steel ball, why they hit the earth at the same speed when they dropped from a great height. And it's the fact that they were both exactly having the same amount of air resistance. So density is actually the thing, because it's the density of the air which is the resistance factor. Because both of them are balls, they have the same resistance in the air as they do. And then if they hit to the water, then gravity itself gets very, very choosy, doesn't it? It says, oh, come down to me, steel ball. I love you. I want you. Come to me. But gravity says, no, bugger you, rubber ball. You stay up there and float on the surface. And then, of course, you Helios will say, yeah, but it's density. It's been density the whole time. Of course, it's the density of the objects and the resistance factor of the medium. And that's exactly what we're talking about the whole time. I mean, you carried on with so much crap there that I even lost my train of thought. Like, we're talking about the density of air. The density is a requirement of the pressure as well. So, of course, as you go higher, the pressure is less. So
I have to just pause this to read this comment. Imagine being berated by a potato. And look at that, it's even a laughing potato. But von Neumann rules. You're obviously a new person. I could probably click on you and see if you've even got content on your channel, but I'm having a pretty wild guess and say, nah, you got 0. It says your opinion about physics is completely worthless until you actually take the time to understand it. Everyone agrees that uniformed opinions are worthless. Well, actually, I agree with that. So, I'm struggling to find out what side you're on. I think a lot of people are already suggesting you're probably a globe troll and you're trying to make your way in here, but that actually makes sense, is that uniformed opinions are actually worthless until you actually take the time to understand it. So I'm borderline here with you, Mr. von Neumann. Never seen you before, but your opinion about physics is completely worthless until you actually take the time to understand it. Well, if you have taken the time to understand it, then your opinion obviously then is valid. And I've spent a long time, I've spent a very long time understanding the basic laws of physics. And as far as I'm concerned, Newton's laws of physics have stood the test of time. An object in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. So the force that prevents something from moving is resistance. And resistance only comes from density, because if we're told if we're in a vacuum of space, there is no resistance. So therefore, the object in motion will continue in motion. So because we have air, you got air resistance that will slow something down. And then we've got ground resistance is going to bring something to a complete stop. So Newton's law works perfectly well for that. An object at rest remains at rest unless acted upon by another force. There we go. So an object at rest, a brick sitting on the ground, will remain a brick sitting on the ground unless another force acts upon it. So say you went and picked it up, lifted it in the air and dropped it. Well, then Newton's other law says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So what did I do? I created an action or a force. I lifted it. I had resistance. I let it go. I let go of the resistance and it dropped again. Equal and opposite reaction to the action that caused it to lift in the first place. So Newton's laws perfectly describes everything about density and buoyancy as we observe and experience in the real world. So it's only when you bring in the bendy space-time fabric of the universe to overcome the reason why we experience no motion of the earth and to believe that we're spinning around the sun instead of what we actually observe, that the sun moves around above us. That's when you move into the realm of theoretical science, which is all a bunch of bollocks. So Newton was right onto it. I don't think he didn't invent this theory of invisible pullity due to bigotry. He didn't invent that at all. He just said for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Lift something up, let it go, it'll drop again. Leave it alone, it'll stay at rest. If it's in motion, it will stay in motion unless another force acts upon it. And the only force that can act upon it is resistance from density of the surrounding mediums, whether it be the ground or the water or the air. Otherwise, it will stay in perpetual motion. So he was right onto it. And the flat earthers, I think, 100% agree with Newton, way above this energy equals matter times the speed of light squared. Even though they say there's nothing faster than the speed of light, if you square that speed of light and put it into matter, then it turns into energy. Fucking ridiculous.
The air itself becomes less dense. But we also have a range of different gases. I don't know if you've ever heard of this thing called the periodic table of elements. These elements are what makes up the physical reality that we exist upon, and the atmosphere is teeming with a range of different gaseous elements, and they each have their own different molecular weight. So you will find that once you reach a certain height, which is around this 12 to 14 mile high mark, there is no air whatsoever that is able to be breathed. In fact, if you went up there with a camera, you will see that even in broad daylight, it's pitch darkness. And this is the place where high altitude pilots are going to say, oh, we've reached the edge of space because there's no light up there. It's gone pitch black. Why hasn't it? It's because the various elements of our atmosphere are what are ionized by the power coming from the sun to create daylight in the very first place. If that wasn't the case, then there would be no such thing as night, even on your spinning space ball, because the whole universe would be teeming with light. But
yeah,
the
I
fact
don't
that we
see what
know
this
that
has got to do with gravity's into light is gish
For fuck's sake, I'm going to have to interrupt this whole thing because von Neumann rules. What do you rule, von Neumann? You said, see, you just said theoretical physics is, no, I said bollocks, not bollocks. Get it right, mate. It's bollocks. And it is bollocks because it's theoretical. You can make a theory about just about anything you want. But unless you can prove it with physics and facts and observations and laws, then it will be bollocks, despite knowing absolutely nothing about it. I just explained how I absolutely know everything about it. I just told you how Newton was fucking spot on with all his observations and his regulations that he just put down, put them into the common language so that people could understand it, is that we understand how physics works. But when you invent theoretical stuff that can't be proven, that's when it becomes bollocks. And I don't need to claim knowledge of advanced physics. I just need the basic stuff. That's what we're working with, the basics. You know, the basics is where it's all at. Everything happens on the base. Flat Earth is the base. This is the most basic, fundamental understanding of our existence of reality, or our reality of existence, however you want to phrase it. You don't build nothing without a base. So Flat Earth is keeping it simple, man. You don't need advanced physics to understand the basics. Dude. I'll carry on now.
Is this how we
another,
right?
It's close to your end. I can give you about another 20 seconds to have it be equal with Mark's, and then we got to kick it back over to Mark.
Look, I don't mind doing either way. I don't mind if he talks and then I address every point, or whether we do it point by point. I just want to be consistent. That's all.
Right. That's what I was doing, is being consistent. Because last time you did about maybe 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And
Such
so
a lovely
I can
fellow.
give Iron, if he wants another 20 seconds, you got it, Iron. Otherwise, we'll kick it over to Mark right now.
Thank you, James. I would appreciate being able to finish my point before being rudely interrupted. Is that the fact that light exists is a result of the sun stimulating or ionizing the various elements of the atmosphere to give us daylight, and that's why we have day and night. You can't have that in your spinning spaceball model because you think that the whole universe is teeming with light, and yet that itself proves that.
Right, time. Shush.
It wouldn't be dark at night.
And
you couldn't have it. Thanks. Yep. I just hate being interrupted. It's just it totally throws me off.
You'll do it enough. You'll do it enough.
Over to Mark.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Ross claims to want to do point by point, and then when it suits his needs, he'll go multiple points because that's what he does. He's dishonest.
Well, no, Mark, no. What happened was we were talking about something. You changed the subject. I tried to go back to the subject and address a new one, and then suddenly I'm the one changing points. So that's not how it works. I mean, in a normal conversation, when you're just talking with a person, you just go point by point, and quite often you change subjects in the consequence of your discussion. That's just the way it goes. But when you keep on jumping back to the same point again and again, and then leaping to your next one, that's not how a normal conversation goes. And that's why I quite often don't like these debates. I'd much rather have a one-on-one discussion with somebody if we're going to talk about these things and just see where the conversation flows. But when we're doing this structured debate whole thing, we jump all over the place, and Mark is the expert at it because he's given 3 minutes at a time, and he's talking about 3, 4, 5 different things, and I hadn't even finished the first one we're talking about, and now he's trying to say that I'm the one jumping all over the place. Unbelievable.
Honest, and that's just what he's like. So well done, you. You claim you want to do point by point. Oh, what a lovely guy. Look at that. What a lovely, lovely guy. Okay, so air resistance for balls, no, it's got nothing to do with air resistance. We can do the same thing in a vacuum chamber. Whoops. Vacuum chamber, Ross. Forgot about that, did we? So no air resistance in a vacuum chamber, mate. So whoops. Oh.
What? What the fuck are you talking about, Mark? Of course there's no air resistance in a vacuum chamber. That's why everything falls at exactly the same speed, because you've taken away the only thing that could resist it, which is density. You've taken all the density away, so everything will drop the same speed. That's exactly what we keep on telling you. Relative density. The thing relative to the medium, which is generally air. So put them in a vacuum chamber. How have I forgotten anything? No. You're actually backing my argument.
Oh dear. And they fall at exactly the same speed. Well, there's a little bit of air resistance on balls, but in a vacuum chamber, both the rubber and the steel ball fall at exactly the same speed. Why is that?
They also do it in the medium of air because both the rubber and the steel ball have the same air resistance because they're balls. That's why they have exactly the same air resistance. That's why they will hit the water at exactly the same speed when dropped from exactly the same time, when dropped from a very high bridge. That's what they will do. That's how it works, because they're in the same realm of resistance. And they will do it inside a vacuum, of course, because you remove all resistance. But when you put them in water, which is so dense, it has a greater amount of resistance. That's why the steel ball keeps dropping and the rubber ball doesn't, you dumb mother.
You can't explain it because it's not air resistance. So nice crap that you just pulled from your ass, but that is not
a lack of resistance.
So we can prove that. So resistance against mediums, you said when it hits water, then one will go down and one won't. Correct. And that is because of the mass of them and the surface area of the water. You have surface tension, which causes a resistance to certain things if there is enough weight. And you slipped up and used the word weight yourself, because weight is dependent on, mass, which is gravity. So the more mass something has, the heavier it is. And so, but no matter how big it is, it still falls at the same rate. And the reason why is because of Newton's laws. Something will remain at rest until acted on.
Well, yeah, that's actually what I just went through. But then, therefore, according to the law of attraction of mass, the more heavy mass should drop faster. But as I just explained, the rubber ball and the metal ball, steel ball, iron, lead, whatever, doesn't matter, drop at exactly the same rate because they have the same resistance to the environment they're in. Whereas the lead ball, according to gravity, should drop faster because it's got more attraction, because it's got more mass or more weight. It doesn't happen.
By another force. And once that object is in motion, it will conserve its momentum. So it will keep going until acted on by a different force. And you would know this if you had any kind of education whatsoever. But what it basically means is the heavier something is, the more mass it has, the more force is required to enable it to move. So basically...
No, because it's already in motion, remember? An object in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. So unless you've got a greater force to prevent it from dropping, then it should accelerate faster and faster. So the heavier object, according to the laws of gravity, should drop faster every single time. It never happens. That's how we know gravity is a load of bullshit. It's simple as that. It's the resistance of the air which allows it to drop at that speed according to its air resistance factor. That, a tiny marble and a large bowling ball, say the bowling ball is 10 kilos and the marble is 10 grams or 100 grams, I don't know, whatever. There's a huge difference. If you drop them both at the same time, the bowling ball should be more attracted faster and hit the ground a lot faster. But what happens is they both hit the ground at exactly the same time because they're both falling through the same medium of resistance. That's why things fall. And if you've got a greater medium of resistance, that will affect them. But if you had a feather and your marble and your bowling ball and you removed all resistance, like in a vacuum chamber, they will all drop at exactly the same rate because they're all dropping through the exact same medium of resistance. Very, very simple.
When gravity affects something, the bigger it is, the more it attracts it, but the harder it is to make it move. So those two.
See, the harder it is to make it to move. No, it's not. It's actually not. It should be easier to make it to move because you can just roll it off the edge of a slope. If it's sitting on a board, for example, and you've got a really heavy ball and you just lift that one end up a little bit, it'll roll off the ball and off the board, and it should fall far easier, far simpler. You haven't had to make anything move. Its own weight should make it move faster. Doesn't happen. Intuitively, like when I was a child and I got told about gravity and how it should happen, I thought, well, a heavy object always would drop faster. But no, everything drops 9.8 meters per second squared. Everything. Until the air resistance factor prevents it from dropping that speed.
Forces cancel each other out and everything drops at the same rate. It's not air resistance. That is just so ignorant. I don't know how to, even pass that one.
That's 2 minutes.
Do it in a vacuum chamber.
That's 2 minutes, mate. Shut up.
The whole
idea that
I'll give you 3 minutes if you'd like, Mark. Do you want to go for another minute? But then same thing applies.
Okay.
For
maybe 2 minutes is good because that way we won't keep galloping from subject to subject.
Only you're doing that, Ross. The whole idea that because there's stars in the sky, it can't be dark.
So you want another minute? I can have another minute.
Is just ridiculous. Like they're not bright enough for you to see by. You can still have like very small lights and it can still be dark. Like if a candle is a long way away, you can see the light, but it's still dark. So for some reason, Ross wants you to think that the laws of physics in outer space suddenly change for some reason. It's not the sunlight ionizing the atmosphere that you can see by. It's your eyes accepting the sunlight reflected off objects that provide us with vision.
Okay, let's stop that one because that's sort of the thing I like to talk about. It's a three-way combination. Everything is a three-way combination. It goes back to that whole ideal of if a branch falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? And technically speaking, you'd have to say yes, it makes a sound. But if there's no one there to hear it, then does the sound exist? Then you have to say, well, no, technically not, because you'd have to have all three things. You have to have the branch, you have to have the noise it makes, and you have to have somebody to hear it. And light is exactly the same thing. So when sunlight ionizes the atmosphere, causes the glow, and it's no different. I've got a fluorescent light bulb up above me right here, right now. Those gases inside the fluorescent bulb are stimulated by the electrical force, which creates the light. Otherwise, it would be dark. And the same is happening in our atmosphere. The atmospheric gases are the same gases which are inside the fluorescent bulb. They're just more isolated inside the bulb. But those atmospheric gases are electrostimulated by the solar radiant energy that creates daylight. That is why I could also open up the curtain and my whole room would light up, even though the sun is way over there somewhere lighting something completely different. It's not just reflected light coming off the things that are lighting up my room. Otherwise, I'd be seeing shadows off every single thing reflecting light. The light becomes a uniform light of daylight, and that is what is reflected off the things. And therefore, that tiny amount of light coming through my tiny little pupils, interpreted by the brain that reinverts it to make it look as though it's working exactly how I experience it, that is how I experience light. I'm not experiencing it because direct sunlight is beaming off everything and reflecting straight into my eyes, or whatever the hell Mark is trying to say here. Daylight is a very poorly understood phenomenon, but I think we're getting closer and closer to understanding it all the time. There's heaps of videos. In fact, I've got a playlist also on my channel called The Nature of Light, and they're pretty basic and pretty good videos to demonstrate how the fluorescence of the different gases gives us the spectrums of light that we see. And I think we should all know and understand this stuff so that we can argue with it against tards like this Mark fella here, who, if we would understand the heliocentric view of the world, we've got this tiny little Earth, we've got this massive big sun, let's just use that calendar over there, and this is our tiny Earth, then all that light should be streaming past it all the time. So at night time, all we should be seeing is this tiny spotlight of darkness out into the existence. That should be all we see, but we don't. The whole night sky goes dark, even in their model, because the sun is no longer ionizing the atmospheric gases that gives us daylight. So whichever model you believe in, you have to understand that the nature of light is all about the ionization of our atmospheric gases. It's our atmosphere, which is actually the true giver of light and life. The sun is just the power source, in a sense.
It's the whole idea that somehow atmosphere has to be ionized for your eyes to see is just, what breathing mechanism does your eyes have, Ross, that's taking in this ionized atmosphere?
We breathe the air in our lungs, mate, but we take it in through the pupils in our eyes. Technically, you could say we're breathing it in, I guess, but if you shut the shades to your pupils, we can no longer see. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, we're breathing light through our eyes, Mark, if that's the way you want to call it. I actually think that's actually pretty poetic. Very nicely said.
Is that a question?
Yes, it's a question.
Oh, good, I'm not muted.
Nope,
What breathing mechanism do my eyes have to see light? That's the most sensible question I've ever been asked in my life, Mark. I fail to see anything logical behind it, but the breathing mechanism, I guess, well, they're moist, and so the osmosis of atmospheric gases must be breathing the light in order to see it. Is that what you're really trying to say? It escapes me the logic behind even such a silly question in the first place. We see light because of the ionization. It's exactly like if we had a fluorescent light bulb, the gases in that are what fluoresce when they're stimulated by some sort of electrical force. And that is what the sun is. It is some sort of electrical force that is stimulating the atmospheric gases to turn them into an open air light bulb. You can see before dawn and after dusk how the atmosphere slowly fades or gets brighter and brighter. But you don't see a shadow cast by this particular light until you've actually got the sun itself, which is another plasma ball of light, which is, of course, again, it's part of the whole model and the scale of which it exists at. And that's why when scientists look at it, they'll say, well, it's hydrogen fusing into helium, like it's a big fusion ball. But that's actually just seeing the chemical reaction of what we're actually witnessing when we see the light source hitting the firmament above us.
In fact, I have taken that to a next step ever since, because I'm always learning all the time too. And I agree 100% with myself, what I just said there. However, of course, I can take it to another step and say that whatever that electrostimulative source coming through the firmament is actually causing a hydrogen bomb reaction in the hydrogen layer above us. But because it's shielded by the superfluid helium, just like you do when you're welding, helium. People that use helium when they're welding, that creates a sort of a shield around it. That is what we've got up there. We've got all these gases up there and helium next to the hydrogen. And so in that one specific spot where the hydrogen reaction is occurring, we've got the helium shielding it all around us, which is the same reason why in Operation Fishbowl and all those other ones where they tried to nuke the firmament, why it didn't all go off like a hydrogen bomb, because the helium is actually acting as the shield. It's a really beautiful thing that Mother Nature has done for us that gives us this super bright nuclear furnace of sunlight all the time, shielded by helium through the void of space until we get to our atmosphere, and the atmosphere does its own things and it starts fluorescing to give us daylight. It's just a beautiful, whoever thought of it was absolutely genius.
We're just seeing this plasma ball of light. And I think that in itself is probably a great argument, because on the globe model, when we're looking at the sun at midday, we're supposed to assume then that the terminator line of the sun lighting the earth is over this massive big curve. It's 4,000 miles of drop either side of us, and on a linear scale, if you travelled, it'd be about 6,250 miles away. So you're supposed to think that at sunrise and sunset, either side of you is going to be 6,250 miles away either side, with 4,000 miles of drop, while at midday it's directly above you. And yet, when we see the sun at midday and we see the horizon either side of us, it's barely 3 or 4 miles either side of us. And you're supposed to think that when you're seeing it setting, then it's over 4,000 miles of drop away, 6,250 miles away, and yet in reality it's only just 3 or 4 miles. How is that at all possible? The only way it can be possible is when we use perspective and we see that we are on a flat earth, and we see the sun itself is as much as 6,250 miles away. And by that point, the ball of plasma that it is casting through the firmament is starting to be obscured by convergence. The fact that this horizon has risen up to eye level, and that's what it always does. Convergence always means that what is in front of you converges up to eye level, and what is above you converges down to eye level, and that is perspective 101.
That's 3 minutes. We'll kick it over to Mark for 3 minutes.
Yeah, so the light bulb thing, like ionizing the atmosphere like a light bulb. The light bulb produces light, but then it goes into your eyes. Like it's not any kind of ionization of the atmosphere producing, like it's just reflected light. It's I don't know where he gets this absolute tripe from. So I don't know what he's talking about, because if it ionizes the atmosphere and that's what causes you to see instead of light, then somehow you would have to get that ionized atmosphere into your eyes. And I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, obviously, as I just explained, you would see it throughout the whole universe at nighttime if it wasn't the fact that our atmosphere is ionizing to give us daylight. I mean, the shadow that you assume is causing the lunar eclipse when the moon is eclipsed would be the only bit of darkness we'd see anytime every other night of the month or the year or the 18-year cycle that it takes for the moon to be eclipsed. The rest of it will just be all sunlight, because if the sun's 93 million miles away and it lights up the whole earth in daytime, where's this shadow along the terminator line ejecting out into the entire universe all around the earth, blocking out the rest of the light? It'd always be there. It only makes sense if the sun is ionizing the atmosphere, whichever model you believe in. But obviously, once you've come to understand the model of reality, then of course that's how it works. I don't even know why he thinks that's a problem.
The sun is hydrogen fusing into helium. We've done fusion experiments. They're proceeding to progress. We've actually gained energy out of the latest fusion experiments, if you kept up with science. So we're kind of demonstrating that is possible. And I mean, it's just the sun, it's plasma. So the whole thing is, he's like, oh, there's the firmament. Why don't you demonstrate this? Like, you make all these claims, like these random claims, and then you refuse to demonstrate any of them. Get some firmament. Find some firmament. Demonstrate that the firmament exists. He won't do it. He'll just throw it out, claim it's there, empty claim. I don't know where he gets 4,000 miles of drop from 6,000 miles. Like,
I get it from 6,000. See, if that's your globe, then the radius from the center to either point is 4,000 miles. So you've got a diameter 8,000 miles. And by following the curve from one point to the other, that would be 6,250 miles, or a quarter of 25,000 miles. And of course, I could do it in metric if I wanted to. I could say, okay, well, then the whole circumference is 40,000 kilometers. And therefore, the drop from there to there between sunrise to midday and midday to sunset, because it's 50%, is 10,000 kilometers. I could do that if I wanted to. I just, try to keep it simple.
What is that? I don't know where he got that from. Like, that is fully a number that is just
from your globe. Your globe.
The sun is the whole idea of perspective is what's causing the sunrise and sunset is absolutely ridiculous. Like, and I do notice he hasn't answered any of my questions. He wants to remain firmly on his own and not get to my ones. So where is the circumpolar south constellations southwards from? Is it southwards from Africa? Is it southwards from Australia? Or is it southwards from South America?
Yes.
And you're conceding the time? Rightio. So, well, because you like to just go all over the place, those numbers of 4,000 miles of drop and 6,250 miles of curvature come from your spinning space ball, which has the circumference that Eratosthenes measured from shadows of sticks, that says it's just approximately 25,000 miles around. So if you halve 25,000, you get 12,500. You halve that again, you got 6,250. You get a diameter of 8,000 miles, so half of that is 4,000 miles. So the drop that you are seeing from midday means that the sunrise spot is 4,000 miles of drop at 6,250 miles. It comes from your numbers, not mine. I don't believe that we're on a spinning space ball at all. So if I use your numbers and they confuse you, then I make no apology for that, because I use them to mock you, because I think they're absolutely ridiculous. So now you're talking about, what was your last question again? The stars in the south. Well, how do we look at the stars in the north in the first place? We face north and we look upwards and we see them in the north. And so if we then turn around and look the other way, it's just like, if I ask you, what's your left hand, what's my right hand, and you'll say, no, that's my left, that's my right. You just turned around and looked the other way. So of course they're going to look like they're going the other way. That's all there is to it. And the fact that we know then for a fact, all the celestials, the stars, the sun and the moon, they rise in the east, they set in the west. So they are going in that same direction around Polaris the whole time. And the people in South America and South Africa who are seeing the same constellations, guess what they see at the daytime? The same sun. Guess what they're looking at when they look at the moon? The same moon. Now, because the stars, as we know, is part of our sky clock, they're going around the sidereal day, which is 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds, slightly that 4 minutes faster than the sun, which is how we measure a year in the first place. And of course, at their local nighttime, when they're looking up, facing the other way, they're going to see the same stars that we will see at our local nighttime in our local time zone. How hard is that to even comprehend?
Yeah, Mark.
Okay. So this whole 4,000 miles drop, as I said, it's not our calculations. It's not our calculations at all. You've just pulled a number from some side. It's not our. Yeah, thank you. I'll just continue. Our actual thing of the obstructed distance is A equals the square root of R plus H squared minus R.
He's going to deny his own globe. He's going to start talking about the fucking square root of R, blah, blah, blah. No, it's your globe. As I just explained to you, that's the sizes. You can't deny your globe and defend it at the same time. Jesus.
R squared. So that's actually the correct calculation. It's not as easy as just, hey, and it all depends on the height that you're at. It all depends on height. So your
it does not. The size of the globe is going to be the size of the globe irrespective of your fucking height, you dumb moron. Fuck
whole idea of, oh, well, this is what it is absolutely, it's not our numbers at all. It's flat earth tomfoolery is what it is.
It's not. The size is the fucking size. I don't care how high you get, how much drugs you smoke, or how deep you bury yourself in the ground. The size is going to be the same size irrespective, man. 25,000 miles, divide it in half and quarters, 12,500. Half that again, 6,250. That's it. If you're standing on the top of the earth, wherever you are at midday, facing the sun, then half of the earth is illuminated by the sun at any given time, which means it is 6,250 miles away either side of you, over 4,000 miles of drop from your horizontal. That's a fact that you cannot deny if you believe you live on a spinning ball. It's not what I made up. It's my observations of your understanding that you're in denial of. How can anybody deny their own belief and yet still argue in favour at the same time and accuse me of making shit up when I'm just observing your understanding of reality that you're bringing to the table and you're trying to defend here?
So the celestial southern constellations, you never answered my question about that. If you can see, and I can see the flat earth map behind you, which is incredibly convenient. If you look south from Australia, you're looking up towards the top left of the map. If you're looking south from South America, you're looking down the bottom of the map. And if you're looking south from Africa, you're looking to the top right. So you're basically saying that the people look south on that map and they see the same stars. That's your argument. Like, if you look at that and do turn around and have a look at it, that people facing south on those 3 points, looking in 3 different directions, are all looking at the same stars at the same time, you need to get your head checked, because there is no way that people standing with their backs to one another are going to look and see the same things. So,
and that's right. We're looking at them in our local night time. In the daytime, we're looking out at the sun. How hard is that to understand? If the whole sky clock is rotating around above us, then we are not looking at them at the same time. We are not looking horizontally outwards. We are looking up. We're looking up to see the stars at night, just as we're looking up to see the sun at day. I can't believe he's getting so vehement over such a ridiculous argument.
So I don't know why. Yeah, look. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's rotating around, is it? And they all see it at the same time, do they? Why do they all see the same stars at the same time?
They are looking up and they don't see the same stars at the same time, Mark. Don't be dishonest. At least try and be honest about what you're trying to rant and rave about here. We look up, so we're looking this way to see the stars.
See?
We might be facing southwards.
See? This guy knows.
Up, so we're not looking out. Nobody looks out. The horizon is out. Nobody looks to the horizon to see the stars. You look up into the sky to see the stars, and we do not see them at the same time. We have this thing called time zones, and that is why this thing here is actually a time and date calculator, and if it had the original arm going around it, it would show you. So if it's midday here in Australia, it will be midnight over here on the west of South America over there. That's how it works. So this is actually...
I just have to speak up. That's the first time I've ever done that. I just put Von Neumann in a timeout. You got 1 minute, mate. Think about yourself and come back and be nice.
Proof, and you can use it. It's for time. And the fact that we have time zones, it's exactly what's been put on the app that's been put out by Blue Water. I believe it's called something like the time moon, sun, and zodiac calculator. It shows actual real-time physical properties of the sun. And I think that was the one thing where you were having serious troubles, was understanding how much you could put this much light on the earth at one time, but not in the north. And it's a possibility that the map isn't actually accurate. I mean, we don't claim it to be 100% accurate. It's the closest we've got. But how many thousands and thousands of different globe maps have we been shown throughout the centuries, and not a single one of them agrees with one another? So, you know, it's just an example of what we think the Earth is probably the most like, but we definitely do not see the same stars at the same time.
So here we see Ross back away from his own model. Oh, it's completely accurate. No, it's not so accurate anymore, is it, ladies and gentlemen? Which is hilarious. Now, I'm just going to share my screen quickly just to point out how Ross is 100% lying to you, which is unfortunate for him. So if I could just share my screen briefly.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear, fantastic, thank you. So if we look at this time lapse of the southern celestial poles, this is claiming, and you can see the trees and the sort of hills in the background here. This is Ross claiming you're looking directly up. This is Ross lying again, because this is not directly up. There is no way this is directly up. What part of directly up is this? Ross is lying to you. And this is what he's been doing all night. Thank you, James. I just wanted to make that crystal clear. And now he's claiming, well, it's not accurate. It's not accurate. If we're looking at that perspective, there should be, and you know, you can check it yourself. People in South Africa see exactly the same thing. People in South America see exactly the same thing. They're the same constellations, the same stars, and on the same nights. You know, what is causing that? Ross claims they're looking up, not out. That just proves him wrong. He is 100% wrong, and that proves it.
No, Mark, the world is not two-dimensional. The base of the universe is in a three-dimensional universal world, and we look up to see the stars. We're always looking up. And if we see the entire thing rotating around above us as a sky clock, as we've observed, as I've already said about how it's looking through facets, to see them in the south, it matches observations.
And so he wants to back away from his model and sort of say, oh no, but it's not accurate, so I can sort of excuse these nonsense logical leaps and irrational things that I believe. Well, tough, Ross, you've got a model and it doesn't work. It's not just not a bit accurate, it's not accurate at all. It doesn't have any accuracy whatsoever.
Did you take that film yourself? No, you didn't. You have been shown something which anybody could have put that false front in front of it to show that that's what's happening. It's easy enough to do. You can easily use a split screen to show that that's the case. I've never met anybody who's taken their own southern constellation star trails and proven that they're doing it from a single point and watching. You can watch, actually. You could see it yourself in your own presentation. That each of those star trails, they move a little bit, and then all of a sudden it just seems to jump and the whole thing twists a bit while they leave the foreground at the front, making it look as though that's the case that's going on. But when we look at the ones from the north, we can see that if they leave the camera open for long enough, the stars make pretty well a good half circle. You know, and that's something in itself is quite bizarre, because you're not exactly at the very North Pole. Like what happened to this circumference of the Earth, you know? And that's exactly, you know, you keep trying to deny the own circumference of the Earth, which is what I said. It's, if the radius is 4,000 miles, that is the amount of drop it is every 90 degrees from upright to other side. That's 4,000 miles of drop. That is the measurements of the Earth given to us. So if you're at a halfway point and you're spinning around, but you've got your camera aligned at this very far distant point, then the star trails would be actually very, very oblate looking, or very, what's the other word?
It would be clever of me if I actually went through this and edited out all the bits that I didn't really want to discuss, because that's something I've never done before. This is all new to me, is doing these response videos, and all I'm really currently capable of doing is actually downloading the video and then watching through it and responding. And if I tried to fast forward through certain parts, then I'd probably miss parts and I'd waste a heck of a lot more time trying to get back to where I wanted to be. So I do apologize at how long-winded this is, and I'll probably cut it short soon before I get through the entire thing. But I did want to at least try and address a lot of the things that Mark accused me of not addressing, because he kept saying Ross has to do this and Ross has to do that and Ross has to explain this and Ross has to explain. And so far as I'm concerned, so far I think I've really hit on the mark of most of them. I'm just going to play it at least until we get to the question and answer part, at least, and see if there's anything else I missed, because a lot of those things I actually did want to address. I just really wanted to try and stay on topic as much as possible, like it gets really frustrating when somebody keeps jumping all over the joint, introducing this and this and this when we're trying to talk about that. And we'll see how we go.
It's not oval, but it's all egg-shaped. It'd somehow be very egg-shaped because of this circumference of the Earth.
Put it that way.
And you are still in absolute denial of the orbital speed. The orbital speed at 66,600 miles per hour is 65 times greater than the singular 1,040 mile per hour speed that you're rotating at. So why are you not seeing any of this sideways motion? It's 65 times greater. It comes back to your own arguments.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there are any. I'm sorry, I'm just reading the chat. And possibly there's a delay. So that 10-second delay would mean I look slow. Yeah, anyway. So the point is, people are talking about, it does look like it's in stellarium. And it does. Like you look at the horizon. Why would the horizon do this big U curve? It should be flat. There should be no fisheye sort of rendering whatsoever if it's a true image of what we're looking at. And so if the horizon is doing this, then obviously the star trails will be doing that. And as Lucky also says, and big shout out to you, Lucky. I love your channel, bro. I've been listening to a lot of them. I don't always comment, but I always find a chance to listen to another minute of Lucky Haskins because you got awesome stuff, mate. Then what were you saying? They don't exist. Yeah, they don't exist. Everything we've seen of the 24-hour sun from Antarctica looks completely faked, and it shouldn't look like that. It should, we should see the sun if it's got the sun's beams coming off of it. They should be constantly changing the whole time, and yet it stays static until it's hidden by clouds, and then all of a sudden comes back into view again. It's everything about them is fake. I've yet to see a single convincing video of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I'd like to see one. I'm not saying they don't exist, except I'm saying they don't exist because they don't exist. Nobody's ever seen them. At the very best, you might get 17 hours of daylight. And even when Jaron was emailing them down in Antarctica back in the early days of Flat Earth, trying to get something, there was at least 9 hours cut out of every 24-hour segment, and they just try to say something about to do with the bandwidth and all the rest. 9 hours completely cut out. The rest of the time, in summer, I can understand we should get a minimum of, what's this, 6 and 6 and 6. We should get 18 hours of sunlight. We should get 18 hours of sunlight per day in Antarctica in the height of summer on December 22nd, our summer solstice. And, we get 17 in Ushuaia. It's far enough north of Antarctica, so we get 17 hours of daylight. That's what we'd expect. We should get 18 in Antarctica. Well, technically, we should get 24, exactly as we see in places like Finland and Sweden in the far north. And what's that other one, that part of America again? Alaska. They get 24-hour sunlight in their summertime. So why don't we get it in the equivalent south? We just don't, because it don't exist. And they have to fake it to show it. They have to fake our star trails. They have to fake everything to try and show that we're equal and opposite on a globe ball. And this is one I've very infrequently mentioned, if I've ever even mentioned it at all, but I do mention it quite a bit on some of my discussions on Quora and Facebook, where I think it is a very, very pertinent argument to be making. And I need a mouthful. This is a big one. And I'm not a racist. Anybody that thinks I am, I'm happily engaged to a beautiful Asian lady living in the Philippines. I love my dark-skinned brethren of my own nation. I love them all. I think everybody of every race has something of equal value to contribute to the human pool of knowledge and existence. So I'm not at all racist. For all those people like Toon, the horrible cretin who accused me of being a white supremacist, ugly, ugly person, forget him. Here's the hater. In reality, on the stationary planet Earth, what do we have is that the closer we go in towards the inner center of our stationary planet Earth is where natural selection has decided that the more fair-skinned people with blonde hair and fair skin and blue eyes would exist. And then as we spread out from there towards the equator, nature favors more olive-skinned and darker-skinned people. It's what you see amongst the Italians. In the north of Italy, you've got the very fair-skinned people. In the south of Italy, that's where you've got the more olive-skinned and the Mediterranean complexes. It's just natural selection over a long period of time. Now we reach the equator, and what do you have? Virtually everybody is brown-skinned or very dark-skinned. Let's go further outwards, shall we? Let's go as far as South Africa. In South Africa, you got some of the darkest dark-skinned people you could imagine. In Tasmania, we had some of the darkest dark-skinned people you could imagine. In South America, they're still brown-skinned. They might lighten up a little bit, but they still favoured the brown skin, the dark hair, the dark eyes. In New Zealand, dark skin, dark eyes. They're some of the most southern regions we've got. Why does not natural selection determine then that people with fairer skin and fairer hair and fairer eyes should naturally want to survive on the globe if everything is equal and opposite? Whereas in the flat earth model, when we've got the sun furthest away from us in the northern hemisphere summer and it's closest to us in the southern hemisphere summer, then at the best of times, the southern side of things is going to favor darker skin and darker features. Everything is going to favor darker outside because that's when the sun is nearer to us. And when the sun is furthest from us, in the most extremes of the far north, that's when it will favor fair skin. So it's not a racial thing at all. It's just an observation of nature. And the way it works is we should see an equal and opposite. We should see from Tasmania, we should see a fair-skinned race of people in New Zealand, in Ushuaia, in anywhere in the southern extremities, in South Africa. We don't see it. It's never favoured it. It's always favoured even darker skin again. So there you go. Nature proves Earth is flat and stationary as well.
Destroy themselves, because all you're really ever doing is showing that the Earth itself has to be stationary, and all you are saying is your own personal subjective view of the stars themselves moving around a center point.
We'll kick it back over to Mark for 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, James. So like the whole idea that oh, well, you didn't take it yourself and I've never met anybody that's taken this. Well, he can take it if he wants to. I mean, it's fully like readily available. It's the sky from Australia. The fact that I didn't take it myself, this is moving the goalposts, as you know, Ross and other flat earthers love to do. They just move the goalposts, say, hey, you didn't take that, you weren't there. People all over the world, everywhere, and you can see this yourself. It's not something that if you set up a time-lapse camera, you can see.
Mark, calm down, calm your farm, finish one sentence before jumping to the next one, please.
See it yourself on a cloudless night. It's not something that anyone's trying to hide from you. But you know, Ross is, you know, I mean, he should have his tinfoil hat and everything, so we don't get whatever it is. So this idea of the diameter of the Earth, nobody denied the diameter of the. Say, oh, you want to deny? No, nobody's denying it. And to say it's 6,000 miles, you can tell that Ross has been listening to.
I didn't say the diameter is 6,000. I said the diameter is 4,000. I said the curve rate of drop over that 4,000 mile of drop is 6,250 miles. You know, like, you're getting too excited here, Mark. You're losing yourself.
Flat earthers in America, because we're talking in kilometers in Australia. So you know that he's gone to some website or some stupid YouTube video and gotten the wrong measurements.
So there we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I can do it in kilometers or miles. It doesn't matter. They both end up being the same. If you can't work it out in your head that 6,250 miles equals 10,000 kilometers, that's upon you. You know, like obviously this is an American audience because it's modern day debate. It's set in America. Yeah, we come from Australia. We're talking on theirs. And up until 1966, here in Australia, everything was done in miles and inches and shillings and pounds and all the rest of the rubbish. That's when we went metric. So even in my generation, born in 1971, I still grew up with people talking about inches and miles. Like nobody says, "Oh, I walked a country mile," would say, "Oh, I walked a country kilometre." It sounds stupid. Or I can see for miles and miles. I would never say, I can see for kilometres and kilometres. It sounds stupid. We just don't do it. So it's still a bit of a colloquial thing. We just talk in miles and feet and so on. And it will probably take generations until we start talking about, I can talk about a quarter of a metre and talking about how many kilometres and kilometres I walked to get home. We still say it. We just say we walk for miles and miles, or we got a milestone. We never say, "Oh, well, there's a kilometre stone in your life." So why should I change just for the sake of one single debate with you?
The Earth is actually 40,000 kilometres in diameter, Ross. It's not the circumference. I do apologise. Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. 40,000 kilometres circumference, Mark. I jumped in. You can't even shut up enough to say, so yeah, you're right. Sorry, Iron Horse. I will correct myself and say circumference. I'll just keep ranting and raving because I am the Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, circumference, I'm sorry. It's 40,000 kilometres, not 6,000 miles. I don't know where you got that number from. I would say America, because that's where they talk in miles and you don't. Thank you, Ross. Thank you. You can be quiet now. That's
See, this is what I hate about these debates is people that can't say, okay, I'm just going to listen to where you're correcting me very quickly. It's not like I'm interrupting and trying to talk over him. I'm just trying to help him and assist him. And they're always, "Oh, yes, thank you, excuse me, blah, blah, blah." Just settle down and listen. It's how people converse with one another. When you're talking to somebody one-on-one in a pub or in the schoolyard or wherever you might be, when you're talking to somebody, you will let somebody talk over you just very quickly to correct you when you're saying something that's wrong. And, "Oh, yeah, okay, yep, gotcha." And you carry on. Jeez.
Where they talk in miles, not in Australia. So he's not getting this information from his own sources. He's going to America to get the miles that he's talking in.
And again, I'm not getting my information from anybody. This is just stuff I have personally discerned myself. Like I'm nobody's fool. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to who is the source of my information, I am the source of my information. I will listen to a lot of other debaters and presenters and so forth. And what I generally find is if I like listening to them, it's because they're agreeing with the stuff I already know. So when I watch the Globebusters, for example, who are American-based and will talk in miles, if I find them talking about a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with, I'll just think, "Oh, who the fuck is this? Oh, it's flaxoid, that's why." And then we find that the Globebusters themselves disagree with him as well. So it's all good. And that when they say things I agree with, it's because I've already predetermined for myself what I know to be fact. And it goes with any channel, whatever I'm listening to. If I'm listening to, there are a few out there that sometimes present new information, talking about melted buildings or whatever sort of stuff, I'll keep an open mind and listen to it. And if it gels with me, I'll bear it in mind and see if it bears truth over the period of time. But I'm not gaining my information necessarily from the Americans because I'm speaking in miles. I'm speaking in miles because it's just one of the terms we can use that most people around the world, around the big wide world, understand. So, yeah.
The orbital speed, I've already explained that. And he sort of said, hey, the Earth's rotating this amount of speed, so therefore the star trail should be going faster. It's nonsense.
No, Mark. You're not even listening. The Earth is always rotating a constant rate according to your heliocentric belief. That constant rate of 25,000 miles or 40,000 kilometers, if you wish, is a constant rate. It's a constant spinning rate. So it'll be 1,040 miles or it'll be 1,400 kilometers. constant spinning rate. That doesn't change. What is changing, or should change according to that observation, is because you're also hurtling through space at 100,000 kilometers per hour, is that half the planet is going backwards relative to that speed that way, and the other half is going forwards with it. So that should also change the appearance of the stars as we're taking time-lapse photography of them through the night, which will only be on the side facing away from the sun. So you should be seeing completely different stars throughout the night when you're here, if the sun's in the middle. And then when you're over here, completely different stars over there, and then completely different stars down there, and completely different stars over there. But we see the same ones all year round. There's so many holes in the heliocentric argument that I can sit and pick at them the whole time. But the thing is, the spin of your spinning spaceball is a constant, and I have not tried to say otherwise. So why you're accusing me now of saying it is just shows you're not even listening, you're not paying attention, you don't understand your own model, and you don't understand my argument against it.
The Earth rotates at 15 degrees per hour.
And this is what globers do. They will dishonestly use degrees per hour. They do it all the time. It's always, if you put it in degrees, then it makes it a lot easier than it does to say, well, what a degree is. A degree is about 69.4 miles, or 60 nautical miles. So if you times that by 15, well, then you get your 1,040 mile per hour rotational spin. But they always just put it into degrees, and they say, oh, well, it's only a degree of drop or whatever. And, well, a degree is 69.4 miles. It should be a massive amount of drop. 69.4 miles of drop is a huge amount of drop. You know, if the Burj Khalifa, world's tallest building, is half a mile high, half a mile, and you're saying 1 degree is 69.4 miles, well, you double that. That's a 69, let's just say 70, 140 miles. That's, and then, oh, hang on. No, let's not do it that way. It's, to do it that way, it's not 140 miles, sorry, it's 140 Burj Khalifas of drop in 1 degree. And they say, oh, 1 degree, you don't want to see 1 degree. I think we would notice 140 Burj Khalifas. So everything that the globers do is so dishonest. They try and obfuscate everything. They'll try and put it into RPMs. They'll try and put it into degrees. They just can't accept the reality with which they're dealt with when it's presented to them and we tell them how it is. It's a fucking huge number. It's not because we're afraid of it, motherfucker. It's because you're the one running away from it, because you're the one scared of accepting the truth that you believe in, that we say makes you insane.
Which is exactly the same rate we see the star trails move in. Funny that. It matches up perfectly with the globe model because those stars are rotating at 15 degrees per hour and throwing out large numbers like, oh, this massive speed. As I've already explained, inertial reference, inertial reference.
So, yeah, well, yeah, I'm trying to say, he's just talking about the axial rotation. The actual rotation of 15 degrees per hour, not a problem. Orbital speed, 66,600 miles per hour, 86.8 times the speed of sound. That speed should be far more apparent than the very tiny actual rotation speed.
Excuse me, inertial reference frames. You do not feel speed, you only feel changes in velocity and direction. That's all you feel. And I've explained why that is. So don't come to me with your nonsense about how they should move faster when the Earth is only claimed to be rotating at 15 degrees per hour.
So it doesn't orbit while it's rotating.
Sure
if it's rotating at 15 degrees per hour, then, well, obviously you can't talk about the orbital speed because it's only going 1 degree per day. But that also means, you know, I wrote down the figures before. It's a phenomenal speed or distance to be going in a single day. If I put it into kilometers or miles, makes no difference. If we're talking a 40,000 mile circumference, as you like to think of it to be, 40,000 kilometre, yeah, then if we'd converted that to miles, it's still 25,000 miles, which is slightly less than 24,000, or slightly more than 24,000. Stop interrupting, Mark. Come on. I can do my own maths here. So if we divided that into quarters, then that gives an 8,000 mile diameter and a 4,000 mile radius. And so if you're at the top of the Earth looking at the sun at midday, then the terminator line at 90 degrees from that, so it's a quarter of the Earth away, is going to be, in rounded figures, 6,250 miles of circumferential distance and 4,000 miles of drop. It's just simple mathematics that you can't dispute. Now, the fact is, here in Australia, you've probably seen it yourself. Australia is not the southern pole. We are not looking out and downwards every night of the year to be looking outwards. We see the Southern Cross by standing in the same spot every evening, facing southwards, looking up, and we see the Southern Cross every night of the year. Now, if this spinning space ball is going around the sun once per year, the sun in the middle, then what we're looking at nighttime on one side, it's going to be looking over there. 6 months later, nighttime is looking out over there. We should be seeing completely different stars, not the same exact constellations. So you are basically saying that not only is the solar system, the Earth and the wandering stars, heliocentric, but the entire galaxy that we're looking at must be also going around the sun with us at the same time, which is absolutely ludicrous, because the distances that you give to these stars means each and every one of them must be moving exactly the right speed, right angle, right adjustment, just to keep the same constellations in the sky every night of the year. And that's what parallax means. You brought up parallax before and you had no idea what it means. Parallax means that the stars would have to be moving very, very precise different speeds and rates in order to keep up the same appearance, just for us to be going around the sun all year round.
I agree with me.
Yeah, that's some really weird calculations on circumference to radius there. That's not actually sort of, how you calculate the circumference and radius. The radius is actually the circumference divided by 2 times pi. So I don't know why you would just quarter it and say, hey, that's the radius, but it just shows the level of sort of mathematics and physics that you're operating at, that you think, hey, if you...
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I have to speak over you, Mark. You've obviously already had... more than 2 times pi. It looks like you've had 2 times pi r squared. Look at you. In fact, these days you're even more of a potato head. I don't know. You're eating 2 pi r squared every day. I think that's a classic. I think I've got a snipping tool down here. I might have to make that the exit full screen. Snipping tool. There it is. Snipping tool. New one. Rightio, got it. Rightio, Mark. That picture now, I need to be able to save it. That is going to become the new thumbnail when this live stream is over, and I can change the thumbnail. Screenshot. I just put potato head. Classic. Rightio, got it. Saved. Brilliant. Done. Let's carry on.
Quarter the circumference, then it becomes the radius. No, not even. And try that with some circles. See if it works. Good on you, mate.
You know, I didn't do that, Mark.
So the whole idea of...
was the circumference.
Excuse me. This is my time. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Ross. My time. Thank you. Thank you for your out.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but you did stop and you did look away. When 2 people are having a polite conversation, Mark, what you do is you just allow them to speak and then you can come back again. I was not like I'm going to speak over you forever and ever like I'm going to do now, because I've got the opportunity to do so because you're such a potato head. You just do that in a conversation. If the other guy speaks, you don't just say, I'm speaking. Like, that's not how we do it. Not in the real world, not anywhere else. Just because you think you can get away on a debate because we've got a moderator just makes you look like a fuckwit, which you are, obviously.
First, just put the beard in your mouth. Thank you.
Oh, shove my beard.
You finished? Okay.
Once you
You
finish,
waste
Iron
more
Horse,
time telling me I'm
Vigario,
talking
let's
about it. That's what they do. They waste more time saying, I'm speaking, let me speak, let me use my time. And you've wasted far more time than if you just let me say my little bit. Then you can finish your little bit and then we can carry on with the conversation. These fucking retards, honestly.
Let's go over to Mark so we can finish his.
Come on, finish
I'm
your
quite
point
happy
then,
as long
Mark.
as he's
You've
not
got
going
the
to
ability.
lie.
Go on.
Shove your
Finish
beard in
your
your
point.
mouth. Just address it afterwards.
Stop telling me to shush my beard in my mouth and just make your fucking point, you fucking idiot. But you can't even do it. You didn't even know what you're talking about. You've lost your point. You were looking away. You're looking for some notes or whatever you're doing. Why can't you just let me interject with a little bit of a quip, and we can get on with it? No, you can't even do that. You've interrupted the whole flow of the conversation, and now we've got to start all over again. We even need a moderator to intervene. This is what dickhead debaters, sorry. James is a great moderator. This is what dickhead debaters do all the time. Oh, shush, I'm speaking. Shush. Are you finished now? Are you finished? And then it's like, just fucking get to the point, motherfucker.
So rotating around the sun, you said, hey, it can't be that. The stars are so far away that when we rotate around the sun, they don't appear to move to the naked eye. They always seem in the same spot. And you brought up the Southern Cross, which is the Crux constellation, which is sort of 420 light years away, which is a...
I know what the Southern Cross is. I know it's often referred to as the Crux, but to tell me that it's 420,000 light years away, that is a huge stretch of the imagination when it's one of the first constellations that comes into view as the twilight settles down and we go into darkness. One of the first things I see is the Southern Cross after Venus, basically. It's the first thing to appear. How can you just quote from somebody, you're not referencing where you got the source from, 420,000 light years away. Unbelievable.
Astronomical amount of distance. So your whole idea...
Astronomical amount of distance, and yet, big numbers scare me, obviously. To me, even when I can get one of them stars in focus on my camera, all the rest of the stars are also in focus, but they're thousands and thousands and thousands of light years apart from one another. That's pretty amazing camera, I must have.
Idea that they should move is based upon that they are close, sort of local to us, which is not what the globe model says. So you're just engaging in a massive straw man there. The whole idea of parallax, because you don't seem to understand it, is that closer objects move when you move, but it takes a lot further for objects further away. Like, think of it as you're sitting in a train, there's a pole right next to the train, and there's a building off in the distance. When the train travels, the pole moves through your view very fast. However, the building will still remain there, and that is parallax. And the building may not appear to move to the naked eye. It is moving, and we can detect that from stars, so we do know we're rotating around the sun because of that parallax movement. The stars closer to us, we can tell they're moving more than the stars further away. So we've looked at that. And so the whole idea is Ross doesn't believe the stars are far away. It's an argument from
It's an argument from observation.
Incredulity. He's got nothing to back that up. He can't show this firmament. He's got nothing to show at all. Just, I don't believe it because, I don't know, I grew a beard and decided it wasn't for me. That's not an argument. That's
I don't know, he grew a beard. Well, at least some of us can grow hair. You Mr. Bald Potato Dude. For fuck's sakes. When we're looking at the stars or we're looking at anything in the distance, anybody that's ever done any photography, and I've done many, many years of it, I'm not saying I'm a photographic expert by any means, but I know enough about it that when you got something in focus up close, especially with the macro lens, then anything even just a millimeter out of focus is going to be out of focus. And when you're looking into the distance, then you're doing landscape photography, if you get something up close in focus, the things in the distance will be out of focus, and vice versa. Then if you focus on the things in the distance, the things up close will be out of focus. But when you focus on a single star, even though they're meant to be thousands and thousands of light years apart from one another, once you got one in focus, the rest will be in focus. And I know you can put that down to saying that is what they call, once it's in infinity focus, everything will be in focus because that's as far as the focus can go. So there is an argument for that. I'm not going to deny it. But I still think then if they are thousands and thousands of light years apart, that the ones nearer to us would be more in focus than the ones further away. It's just the way it should work. Anyway, I'm just going to let Mr. Potato Head talk.
Just a statement of personal incredulity. And I provided facts and observations. We know that the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid. And he sort of...
You haven't. You've presented nothing. You've shown me pictures of stars. And I think that's it. Pictures of stars. That doesn't prove that Earth is an oblate spheroid at all. Mark, try harder.
Brings up just all of these straw man arguments and all of these silly things like, you know, the rotation should be faster or this should be the facts don't care what you think it should be, Ross. So stick to the actual facts and don't make stuff up.
Who's the one making stuff up, Mark? I've been with you the whole time. I've been waiting for you to show me evidence of your oblate spheroid. I've been waiting for you to show me evidence of why, if we're spinning and some stars are near and some are much further away, why we don't see any sort of stellar parallax. You've done nothing of that. How am I making shit up when you're the one telling the story, dude? I'm just telling you what we do observe, and what we do observe matches every expectation we would expect from a stationary planar Earth looking up at the visible universe as we see it in our local time zones.
And when we're in thinking, we're not looking outwards and upwards. As I showed, you're looking outwards. And yes, it's elevated, but you claimed we were looking straight up, and that's how people in Africa and South America can see the same thing, which is not true because we are looking outward. But they can still see exactly the same thing. I'm just addressing your points. They're all your points, Ross.
Well, let's address your belief then. Your belief says that the ball that we live on is spinning on its axis. Now, that axial rotation means that the parallax of everything else around us should be changing the whole time. It's like if you stood on the spot and you spun around, the near things to you will move much faster than the further things from you. But in actual fact, they'll still keep on moving. But you are then in absolute denial of the orbital rate. And the orbital rate...
I actually think I have to correct myself there. I think I was wrong. I used to believe that. Now, just today, as it occurred to me, is that the further away it is, then actually the faster it should appear to move if I'm spinning on the spot. So, yeah.
Being 65 times greater than the axial spin, the rotation on our axis, and it goes 365.25 rotations to go around the sun once. So it means every night of the year, when we're looking out at night, we're looking at a different part of the galaxy surrounding us, which means that 6 months from now, we should be seeing completely different stars, completely different star systems, completely different constellations. But every night of the year, I look out and I can see the Southern Cross. Now, Australia, while you like to think it's on the bottom of the ball and we're clinging because of this magical gravity force thing that you love to believe in, which can't exist until you got mass in the first place. I won't get off topic here. The fact is, nighttime is looking away from the sun. Now, if you understood your own model, the sun has to be in the center. So 3 months from now, I'll be looking at different constellations. 3 months from then, I'll be looking at completely different constellations. Yeah, it has to be that way because I'm looking away from the sun, which is the center. The whole idea of your heliocentric belief, sun worship, everything goes around the sun. So you're saying that all the constellations are moving with us, and that is not at all what we observe. It's just completely stupid.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, so the thing is that you've just refuted your own point because you mentioned that it takes 365 days to travel around the sun. So that's an incredible amount of time. It's not a quick, you know, oh, this time changes, so you should see the stars zip over here. You've just refuted your own point. And the Earth rotating at 15 degrees per hour is not a rapid rotation either. If you turn this ball at 15 degrees per hour...
Oh, my God. Not this 15 degree per hour thing again. I get this all the time from the globetards. If that's our clock face, and that's our clock, and that's the hour hand going around us once every 24 hours, and you do it to scale, so the center being the North Pole, would mean that the clock hand to the edge of Antarctica would be a minimum of 4,000 miles. But this isn't the case. It's the equatorial circle that is 25,000 miles. So that would actually make the Antarctic circle 50,000 miles. So that would double the speed again. But let's just say we're living on the equator and we're watching the sun go around above us on the hour hand of a clock at 15 degrees per hour. If you put that to scale, that would be 4,000 miles just to the equator. That particular speed in 24 hours going 25,000 miles is 1,040 miles per hour with a bit of change. The speed of sound is 767 miles per hour. So we're going 1.35 times the speed of sound. And in the heliocentric model, if you're doing it the other way, and the sun is standing still and the earth is spinning, then the equatorial speed is 1,035 miles per hour. So just by saying it's just 15 degrees per hour and therefore very slow, shows that you are a mentally incapacitated, idiotic retard who does not understand reality or scale. End of story.
Guess what? It'll take 24 hours to get from this marker here back to the marker. It's not a rapid rotation at all, so I don't know why you expect to see
25,000
stars
miles
dipping
in
around
24
like
hours,
you're
Mark.
The crux is a circumpolar star, which what it means is that
all the stars are circumpolar, Mark. They all seem to go around the poles. So don't try and tell me the crux is a circumpolar star. It's a constellation of different stars, thousands of light years apart from one another. And as if we're the ones that are going around on our circumference daily and annually going around the sun, then we should not be seeing the same stars. And every night of the year, they would have a different parallax from one to the other. That's exactly how it should work if we were the ones going around the sun. I can't understand how I'll just keep repeating myself at home because this is just getting crazy, man. I'm almost completely finished with flat earth argument, idiots like this.
it is always illuminated in the night because you are on the curve and you can see it from anywhere. That was the whole point about circumpolar stars, that for some reason you completely missed. They never set. That's the whole point. But it'll be at a different place in the sky because don't forget that even though you're going around the sun, reason why is because the Earth is rotating. And sometimes the Southern Cross is sort of seen at evening. Funny that, it's seen at evening in a different place. Lower sometimes, higher sometimes. The Earth is moving and we can tell from where crux, or the Southern Cross as you call it, is being seen in the sky.
As I said, this is something I specifically did. Like I've always known that the Southern Cross is always in the same spot. But when I first realized that the Earth is flat and stationary, what I did, I specifically went on the same walk every night. So because the little dog I had back then, a little pug crossed with Jack Russell, he had some breathing issues. He couldn't walk at all in the daytime. The heat bothered the heck out of him, and it suited me just fine because of an evening after I'd finished work, I'd come home, and as the sun is starting to set and it's cooling down sufficiently, I'd take him for a walk. And I'd often have my son with me as well. I didn't always do it alone, but more often than not, I did this on my own every evening at sunset. Take the dog for a walk. And as I walk down this particular road, and it's a really rickety, rackety country road, there's very little traffic, so it suited my purpose perfectly. I'd take a beer with me. I'd take my walking stick, doing my wizard thing, and I'd have my dog's extension lead with me, and I'd take him for a walk down the road. And as you get down there and you get past the last of the street lights, there's 3 of them. So we left the Lismore Shire Council in Clunes, going down Booyong Road for anybody who wants to check this for themselves, and they can verify 100% that this is what I've done. As you get through, you reach Byronshire and you come into a forest glade area. And as you keep on walking on a really dark night, it can be really scary because there's no more street lights. You can't see shit. And so what I've got is my bare feet on the rickety, rocky road, my staff, and my dog. And that was my seeing visual acuity through at least another 100, 150, 200 meters or whatever forest glade area until I'd come through to a clearance. And you're at the top of a huge escarpment. So Clunes is pretty high up on this escarpment, looking over now into Byronshire, the easternmost point of Australian mainland. And every single time I made a point of taking note that this telegraph pole exists at the end of this forest glade. There is the Southern Cross. There it is. End of the forest, telegraph pole, Southern Cross. And I did that for 3 years straight, every night, weather permitting, not every single one, but throughout 3 years straight, I made the observation just to confirm for myself what I already knew. There is the Southern Cross. There it is. There, right there. You cannot mistake it. Proven fact. So if you think that we're traveling around the sun throughout the year and you don't think that the whole galaxy is also traveling around the sun, then it would be impossible for me to see the Southern Cross every night of the year for 3 years plus. You know, there's just, I did it religiously to start with, but eventually I did it just all the time. There's the Southern Cross, always, every single time, any night of the year. You can go through that forest glade, find that telegraph pole, look south, there's the Southern Cross. There's no way that could work on the heliocentric model, just none whatsoever. I've proven it. I know in my heart we're not going around the sun. The stars and sun are moving around above us. There's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise, to tell me I now live on some molten, crusted, water-covered, spinning space ball hurtling around the sun once a year. That is the height of insanity. Any sane person will know the Earth is flat and stationary.
Because the Earth is rotating, and our star maps actually have a 360-degree orientation to them. If you look up star maps, they have an orientation that covers 360 degrees all around the Earth, both northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. So the whole idea that you would see completely different stars, what you're assuming is that people have never seen these stars before. We should be an entirely different star field. Why would we?
Because we're allegedly in your model going around the sun. That is why we would. You would not see the same stars now tonight looking out at night if in 6 months' time we're on the other side of the sun looking 180 degrees the opposite direction. Not a single star would be the same. Not a single one of them. There would be 100% completely different. They have to be. Even if you're really close to the poles, okay, so you think, well, maybe if you're close to the poles, well, those stars you're seeing as you go around the sun, they would stay more or less the same. They'd still be drifting around the sky, around the whole horizon, 360 degrees throughout the year. That could work. I'm only about 28 degrees south here. Where I was born was about 33 degrees south, a place called Bathurst. Even so, you'd still have to be well beyond 70 degrees south or north of the equatorial circle to see the same stars, and they would still drift around like a star clock, as you'd expect, throughout the year. They don't. They never do. Never have. Exact same direction, 365 days of the year, all the time. You're wrong. You were just wrong. I've proven it.
That is one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
Because
why would
we're on
we see
the
different stars than people
right.
have seen for thousands of years and mapped across the
Let's
globe?
let him finish.
Yeah, I'm done. I just asked a question.
If
Why
we're
would we see
going
different
around the
stars?
sun, then it makes no sense to be seeing the same stars all year round. They'd be changing all the time, unless you are saying that the whole entire galaxy is also going around the sun. It's simply not possible. If you orbited your table and you're looking away from your table, are you going to be seeing the same wall that you're seeing the same time when you're on the other side of the table looking the other way? No, you're going to be looking out and seeing the other side of the room. It's exactly the same situation. If you're in a galaxy going around the sun, then you must be looking a different direction to have night. And that in itself is a bloody good reason why we can prove that it is the sun itself that goes around above us, because it takes exactly 24 hours as we measure with a clock for the sun to appear back overhead. But if we were going around the sun 365 and change spirals per day, which you can't even understand the difference with that. You said that day and night proves we have a year, which is just ridiculous. There's 365 days and nights to go around the sun. If we were doing that and we're measuring time strictly by a physical mechanical clock, we measure exactly 24 hours in a day, every single day. That would mean that the Earth itself would be slightly displaced by a degree every day, so that after 6 months, that same 12 o'clock midday would be looking away at directly midnight. And I know
this is one of my favourite arguments, and I didn't even realise I'd brought it up in this debate, but yeah, that is absolutely the number one globe killer. For anybody who can understand it, is if you get a sundial and a 24-hour clock, and you set your 24-hour clock midday to midday, then every day of the year, it's going to read midday according to the sundial and the clock. Every day of the year, it will always be that way. But if the Earth is spinning on its axis, going around the sun 365 and a quarter times per year, then the mechanical clock, which can only measure 360 degrees, will be out of synchronization by about a degree per day, until the point where 6 months later, 12 midday time would be 12 midnight. It's a logical conclusion that anybody with a thinking mind has to understand and accept. So I use this one quite a bit. I don't think I use it enough, but it in itself should just end the debate. That's it. It's finished. It's check and mate all in one. You cannot invoke sidereal time and yet still have 360 degrees in a clock. 360 degrees in a clock, 360 degrees in a rotation of the Earth. Sidereal time says 361 degrees. Okay, so that will put the stars out of sync, which is what we see. The stars are out of sync by a degree per day, until it takes 365.25 rotations of the Earth to put the stars back into their original position. It can only work on the flat Earth. Simple as that.
That you love to bring up the sidereal day to try and explain this, but the fact is there's 360 degrees in a clock. So you cannot say that the Earth is spinning 361 degrees while the clock goes 360 degrees. You can't say that the clock is going 359 degrees or the Earth is going 359 degrees. It's 360 degrees. It's an exact amount of time every single day. And the only way that can work is if the sun itself is going around above us at exactly 24 hours. If we're going around the sun, it would change, or we would have to adjust our clocks by a degree per day, which ends up to be 4 minutes, to prevent day and night from swapping places according to the clock. So the mechanical clock actually proves the stationary planar Earth.
Yeah, the ignorance is overwhelming.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is overwhelming. Maybe I should screenshot that one as well. That's a beauty.
Actual day length of Earth is 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59.9.
That's not the case, Mark. We have a clock. We have a mechanical clock. 360 degrees, 24 hours. If you want to try and claim the sidereal day, then we would have to change our mechanical clock to match that. We do not change the mechanical clock. We keep it 24 hours, 360 degrees. Really simple.
96404 milliseconds. So it's not actually exactly 24 hours. In the future, once it has moved around and rotated, we're going to lose time and somehow have to correct that. But it's so close. And we've set up our
No, it's not close. It's 4 minutes a day out every degree. If you're going to divide a year by every time we spend one rotation going around the sun in the center, it's a degree. That's 4 minutes. Give or take the change that you want to be pedantic about. Either way, the clock time would be out 4 minutes per day. So within just 1 week, you're out by half an hour. This is when I argued with Craig the other day, and I tossed up whether I do that debate today or this one. This one I've been meaning to do for so long, I've decided to do this one. But the next one I'm going to do will be with for Earth all over again. And we'll just see how really he interrupts talking over me every single time. You know, I got through about half an hour through it and I lost count about 80 something times. But the point is, it's just an undisputable fact. It's a mechanical, physical, logical fact that the hour hand of the clock, let's say that's just a 12-hour clock, and the 12 is pointing upwards at midday, one day of the year. If you put a big circle of clocks on your wall and you put the sun in the center, the clock can only do that same amount of rotations per 24 hours every single time. So wherever the sun is facing on that part of the clock, the closest part to the sun would be 12 midday, not what the clock reads. The clock would read 6 o'clock in 3 months or 9 o'clock in 9 months. It's never going to read the same. It's just a purely logical, physical conundrum that the globe cannot explain and it cannot adjust for, no matter how much they try and claim this sidereal time, which is just the star time.
Day to reflect on what the Earth is doing, not the other way around. Clocks don't prove anything. They're just measuring time as we see it. It's just so ignorant. The whole idea that stars don't change is because you're so far away from the stars. Basically, the further you are from something, the more you have to move to see a change in it. So if you're a long way from, say, the Eiffel Tower and it's way in the distance, moving a couple of meters will not change where that Eiffel Tower is.
So there's another false equivalency that the globers love to use, because that's just talking about our orbital rate. And so, yeah, they can say us traveling 1,600,000 miles per day on our orbital rate is not even quite a degree of change, and that would work. But when you're spinning on your axis, it's the opposite. If you're spinning on your axis once per 24 hours, then the rate of motion will increase the further something away is from you.
To you, it doesn't seem to move at all. It's exactly the same place where it was. But you have moved location. So if the stars are, in fact, that amount of light years away, then the Earth moving around the sun will not change where they appear to be. We can still measure it with instruments, but Iron Horse thinks the only instrument he has are his eyes, you know, that somehow ionize radiation and suck them in for some weird reason that relies on a demi-plane or some, you know, mumbo jumbo that he's making up as he goes along. The whole...
That was beautiful, Mark. That was just absolutely beautiful. I think I should save that into a clip, but whatever. Let's just listen to Mr. Potato Head waffle some more.
The idea that you say, oh, well, it's exactly 24 hours. It's not exactly 24 hours. So you just refuted yourself. Congratulations.
But the clock, a mechanical timepiece, a watch on your hand, is exactly 24 hours. Hello, 12 p.m., sun overhead. 12 p.m., sun overhead. 12 p.m., sun overhead. Going around the sun, 12:04, sun overhead. 12:08, sun overhead. You don't understand. Most people can't quite get it because it's a slightly complex thing to try and understand. both physics and mechanics and logic all at the same time, and globetards can't do it. To me, it was straightforward. It was one of the very first things way back. You can look on my channel, and I admit I made some pretty ordinary videos back in my day. I think the first one I did was Flat Earth 101, and I made a lot of simple mistakes because I just didn't know. I'm just coming to terms with the idea of flat Earth. And the one I used, I had a cheese platter with the glass dome over it, and I held a lighter up there, and I said, well, one thing that could work is if the Earth spun around like a record while the sun stood still. That could work. It would be back in 24 hours. That kind of makes sense, but I didn't quite grasp the whole concept that the Earth itself has to be stationary way back then, and it is obviously the sun going around above us. But way back then, even way back 7, 8 years, 9 years ago, I still understood intuitively, and I still have never backed away or lost the argument once about the fact that if the sun is moving around above us as similar to the hour hand of a 24-hour clock, that would explain why it comes back overhead again and why it would be out of synchronization by 4 minutes per day if we were the ones on a spinning ball hurtling once around ourselves to create day and night going around the sun. So I've never been defeated on this argument. I stand by it my whole time. I don't know if I was the first that ever came up with the idea. It just seemed to be the first most logical thing I could imagine way back then. And I've stood by it. And if I get credited with this as a flat Earth's proof, so be it. I don't care. I'm not in it for the fame or the money, just the women. I mean, just the money. Beer. Yeah, just send me beer.
You've done it again. You've played yourself. Congratulations. And what I want to do, because we seem to be talking about all of your kind of stuff, what I want to do is get back to a couple of my questions on the flat Earth. I've been more than patient. And so I want to talk about these questions because I keep explaining parallax. You not understanding parallax doesn't change it. So what I want to ask is, why does the light from the sun travel a far greater distance along the latitude than it does along the longitude? Why does it stop at the North Pole?
Why does it stop at the North Pole? So let's assume again, we'll go back to a flat Earth model. Well, we'll use this one. This is a lovely little trinket I picked up recently off eBay because it's just a map under a dome. And if we're assuming that the sun is high above the Earth and pointing basically a laser point down into the dome, and as it spirals higher and higher, then it would create a hot spot apparition of light into the dome that the people then down on the surface looking up at it would see their own personal apparition hotspot through the dome itself. But it doesn't mean then that that light should necessarily travel more than our ability to see the amount of light. So the fact that we have a 25,000 mile circumference equator and the sun takes 24 hours to go around above it once would mean that that sunlight is only reaching roughly 50% of the surface down below at a given time. Light doesn't travel infinitely, despite what the globers would like to believe. That's the nature of light. The atmosphere basically absorbs and filters and eventually blocks the light as a natural consequence of having its own density. And when the solar radiant effect is insufficient to cause the fluorescence of the noble gases that give us the daylight, they'll stop fluorescing. Sun's too far away, no daylight. Twilight fades, night. Pretty straightforward stuff. So it's the distance. So as the sun gets higher, that's when we do actually get a 24-hour sun around the Arctic Circle that you don't get around Antarctica, because when it gets lower, it's taken appears to take a bigger circumference every day, even though it's still going once every 24 hours or 15 degrees per hour, if you prefer to think of it in degrees. It's still only going to, the light itself is still only going to travel so far, to the point where even in the Arctic Circle, it can be 24-hour darkness. But the light elsewhere has this ability of dispersing in accordance with the atmospheric conditions, which I explained earlier, not going into again, but the skylight effect and the fractal sky can easily explain it.
Okay, well, that was a great amount of little gish gallop there. And again,
It's one question.
And well, I got this here. G'day, Christ brings the sword. Thanks for coming on my channel. I don't think I've come across you before on the internet either, but that was pretty funny when you said, when Mark Reid talks, does anybody care? That's a good one. No, they don't.
No, it was a great amount of gish gallop.
Well, don't run. Can't answer.
I believe I'm sitting.
Ask the question again, because you've just filled my head with so many ideas, and now I've lost my space.
Actually,
honestly,
you brought up most of them, Ross. So thank you for that.
Okay,
but I had a number of questions that I wanted to ask at the start of this. One of them was, you asked me a question. I'll repeat it. One of them was, how does the light from the sun travel a far greater distance along the latitude to reach, say, Australia and Africa, but it stops at the North Pole when that is a vastly shorter distance? Why does it stop there?
So you were also talking about parallax. And as we said, the parallax increases the more you spin on your axis. And so basically it negates itself, because the spinning on its axis is the only speed that you imagine you see, because you see the stars moving, whereas really the linear speed at 65 times greater should be more represented in the parallax of the stars, especially as we are going around the sun. We go in this phenomenal distance every day, which would change the parallax, because the stars themselves are supposed to be thousands of light years apart from one another. Now, when you talk about the light traveling distance, you're assuming that light is some sort of physical thing. It's not. Light does not travel. Light happens instantaneously. It's an instant thing. So when the sun ionizes the gases, it causes them to fluoresce. It's more of a chemical reaction than a physical one. And it creates then a reaction that our eyes are able to perceive. Now, without our eyes seeing light, you can almost say that light itself doesn't even exist. Light is a three-way combination. You got your...
I think people should take a screenshot of that head and come up with the most imaginative tattoo to put onto it. I mean, it's the perfect blank canvas, isn't it? It's like, geez, I'm thinking of Mr. Potato would be pretty cool, but, you know, a big smiley face, a moon. I think people could use their imagination and come up with something really clever, because look at that palette. That's just a palette waiting to be painted upon. And then whoever wins the competition will do a GoFundMe, and we'll kidnap him and we'll actually tattoo it onto his head. How about that? Let's do that.
Power source, the sun. You've got the reaction happening in the atmospheric gases, and then you've got the receiver. And so the time that takes between the reaction and the receiver, that is what we perceive as the speed of light.
That would turn
the
it back
light
into
itself
a
has
globe
happened instantaneously. And it's the same as when we're looking at the stars. We only see the stars fluorescing through the atmosphere at the very instant that we see them fluorescing through the atmosphere. If we send a digital camera on a helium balloon up above what I call firmament B, and this will become famous in its own right eventually, it's the atmosphere where light exists, the 12 to 14 mile high mark, where light ceases to exist. You can't see stars. And this is a big deal. You know, the ancient Greeks, none of these people in the past had this technology.
See, this is not even listening to me. He's so busy scribbling on his scribe. I even see V. Thomas here says, attack the argument, not the man. Well, it's a bit of both in some cases when it comes to a debate. And what did Chris brings a sword, Christ brings a sword, sorry, pardon me. It says, Mark Reid blocked me for exposing his nonsense, so it's nice to see him vulnerable to abuse. Well, yeah, he also had me blocked from Discord. I can no longer actually use Discord at all because of the way Mark Reid blocked me, because what I decided I would do, because Modern Day Debate had their channel on there, I thought rather than tell him what I thought of him in the open public realm, I just thought I'd just contact him personally. And then I realized, if you do that, that goes against the moderator rules. So all the moderator rules, moderators were able to gang up against me and block me from Discord. And as a consequence of that, I can no longer get into Discord at all on anybody else's channel. We've also then got Ozian, who I've exposed in another debate here on Modern Day Debate. He was defending heliocentrism. I defended anti-heliocentrism very vehemently against that. I was even invited on to be on the Globe Busters as a result of that. Jaron saw that one and he says, we've got to get Iron Horse onto the channel. And it just turns out, because of our time zone difference, it was never a convenient time for me to get onto it. So I missed out on the opportunity to go onto that. It's just the way it is, and no big deal to me, really. I love the Globe Busters, or I haven't seen them even do a presentation for some time now, and it's a shame ever since we lost Bob Nodal, may he rest in peace, that the Globe Busters sort of seems to have petered out now, which is a shame because he made that channel what it was, anyway, what it is. So where was I going with that? It's about about just about being blocked in general. So Ozian, the other guy who he's got another new channel now. They make new channels up all the time. They give themselves new names and they think they're going to be the next big shit hot thing, but nobody really gives a shit where the earth is flat, to be honest. 99% of the population are going to live their lives regardless of what it is. So to think that you're going to make another new shit hot channel like Craig from Fight the Fluff has done, where he can get like thousands and thousands of his Navy boys, because one or two will just drop something somewhere and they'll all subscribe to him, and bam, you're an instant star overnight and you're instantly making money. So all these people think they're making a channel. So Ozian has had a few after shows after Modern Day Debate. I appeared on one the other day and I'm just doing my thing, and I ended up having to say, well, his argument was stupid. And so I eventually told him, I said, mate, your argument is stupid. Therefore, you are stupid. And he didn't like that one bit. Well, I'm the host of this channel, and he calls me stupid. So he booted me out. Then he had another one the following week, which I think was just last weekend. And I made a comment in there, are you going to boot me again this time, Ozian? And because there's always one of these smart-ass women in their comments who's, I think this one's called I Killed Earl. Now, what a great name, I Killed Earl. Yeah, that automatically gives you credibility in the Globe community. But because her and I were having a bit of back and forwards in the debate, and we were just talking, chit-chatting, making, being smart asses to one another. But when we got to Ozian's channel, when he saw the fact that I'm still talking about, she fancies me so much, she rubbed one off on me or whatever, thinking about me. So he bans me from his channel. And this is what the Globers do. That's the only reason they have their channels, is because they continually ban people who are genuine flat earthers, genuine truthers, people that understand the truth and go to such channels for whatever reason, just to kill a bit of time or whatever, and speak the truth. The only way that they can suppress us then is just by banning us. And I don't go making sock puppet accounts, all over Facebook. Every single Facebook group that I'm in, every single one of the Globers is a sock puppet account. Every single one of them. You click on them, they got no content, they got no friends, they don't have a real profile picture. And on on YouTube, it's nearly always the same thing. You have a look. All the ones who will ever be speaking up on the side of the Globe, they're a fake account. They're a sock puppet. They got no content. They got no friends. They got nothing. They're just there trolling. And so when you find one, such as, say, Ozian, who I respect as a halfway decent person, I don't mind the guy. I think he's reasonable enough. He's an idiot because he's brainwashed in the road, same as this potato head man. But at the same time, every now and then I would just like to talk with them and tell them how stupid and idiotic they are, because they're full of shit. They don't understand a thing about reality. So ban. I've even been banned from modern day debate several times by James himself, simply because I paid to be a subscriber. It's $2.99 a month. I thought, yeah, I'll pay. I'll support the channel. He's had me on plenty of times, and I like the channel. I like him. I like the philosophy of being non-partisan and all the rest. So I paid to be a subscriber. And then when I'm on there one time during whatever debate, maybe I overused some of his icons of his face looking like amazing or whatever it was. He banned me. It's like, for fuck's sakes, right out, unsubscribe. I'll never subscribe to the channel again, James. It's rare for me to give money to anybody. But when I do, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I've sent small amounts to certain channels that I've supported over the years. But if you're going to ban me, you'll never see another cent from me again. So Modern Day Debate is not the non-partisan channel they claim to be. They've got their Discord, which is extremely partisan. And Mark Reid, of course, is one of the moderators on it, along with that other bloke, Surgeon General, Anathema, Shane. He's a piece of shit. Shane, you are a piece of shit. You know you're a piece of shit. You've banned me that many times. You've been so biased against me that many times only because you have the blue wrench that gives you the opportunity to do it. You're a piece of shit. You can't argue one-on-one. You're an absolute piece of shit. You're a scum of the earth. Anathema. So now you know. So if I never get invited back on the Modern Day Debate ever again because of Anathema, Shane, the biased moderator, who is a moderator on Fight the Flat Earth channel, they're all anti-truthers, every single one of them. And I'm yet to see a half-decent moderator on Modern Day Debate. I was actually a moderator for a very small period of time. Back in the day where I complained, I said, all your moderators are all anti-flat earthers. Where's the balance? So James gave me a wrench for a short period of time, but then he turned around and said, well, if you're a moderator, you can't express an opinion in the chat. And so I was like, I didn't like that. I'm there for the chat in any debate that I'm not involved in. I'm there for the chat to express my opinion. So within a week or so of him making up that rule, I just said, all right, take my wrench off me. I don't give a fuck. Take it away from me. I don't want to be a moderator anymore. Boom. But now what do you see? People like Anathema, he can express his opinions as much as he wants. He can spam the chat as much as he wants. He can do whatever he likes. He's a golden child. So you've got so much bias, even in what they call a non-partisan channel. It's not non-partisan whatsoever. It is very, very partisan. And if you're not part of the group, watch out. Be careful. And I'm an expert. I'm a world's expert. I know. I've been banned from Facebook for 30 days that many times. I know how to duck under the censorship sword all the time. I know the best way to word things. I'll word things in such a way, whereas rather than call somebody a fucking globetard, I'll say you're just like the fucking globetards. So if you word it that way, you can duck under it. You have to be very careful, and I'm very good at it because I haven't been banned from Facebook. I got a 24-hour ban 3-4 weeks ago. That's the first one I've had in like 6 months, whereas otherwise I was going 30 days on, 30 days off, 30 days on, 30 days off. Every time I'd get on and eventually start to get my voice back again, where I felt confident enough to speak the truth, somebody would find a way of having me banned all the fucking time. So I know how to avoid the censorship by being careful and clever about the way I word things. Even on Quora. If you call somebody a liar on Quora, your comment's going to get deleted. So I find a way of how to word it correctly by calling somebody a fucking liar without calling them a fucking liar. So I'm very, very clever at it. So when I get banned then from places like Ozian's channel, knowing full well I'm obeying the rules and the guidelines, you can tell it's just out and out hatred of somebody that they disagree with. So I take a little bit of pride in that. You know, keep on banning me. The more you ban me, the more you prove I'm right. And the opposite's going to happen is that I'll start getting more and more followers, while the people who previously believed in you and thought, yeah, you were right, then we're going to see the unfairness of it all and say, well, why are you banning this guy? We'll go listen to him. And they'll listen to what I'm saying, and they'll say that I'm not a liar. I don't speak bullshit. And if somebody can prove me wrong and tell me where I'm wrong, I'll take that on board and say, thank you for proving me wrong. It hasn't happened so far because I speak from the heart and I speak with truth. And I know what I'm talking about. That's why I speak in favour of the flat earth.
Where they could send a camera up to see what's actually happening above the atmosphere. For us to see the stars, we have to be down here on Earth, looking up through the atmosphere, and that's when we see the light creating
fast forward
through the atmosphere to create the sparkly lights we see as the stars. You send these balloons up, and you can try and do it in a plane. I don't think a plane can quite go above that height, whatever 12 to 14 miles is. So I can't convert everything to metric automatically in my head, but it's pretty high. You know, I think we're talking about 128,000 feet or something. No, in meters, I don't know. Anyway, the point is, once we get above the atmosphere, you do not see stars. And this is very, very profound for the flat earth and for the heliocentric believers as well, is that where do the stars go? Why can you not see them unless you are seeing them through the atmosphere? All you see is the singular bright light of the sun, which doesn't have a shape by that stage. It's shapeless. It just has this crown of thorns, which is, as we always
just turn that down a bit because
giver of light.
Hey, g'day, see lightning
to us, and we do see a tiny speck of the moon, and that's the only other light
I can't
we
speak
can
with
see
two
above
voices
that
going
light,
at once.
apart
It's one
from
of
the
my
earth itself
weaknesses.
glowing. The atmosphere itself is what gives us light.
I just mute myself here because Christ brings the sword. I don't know who you are, where you're from, but if you're just saying that you admit your lie, you don't tell the truth on your channel, you deliberately tell lies and don't want anyone to take you seriously. I'm not a preacher, I'm an artist. Yeah, mate, you're not really welcome on my channel, dude. Yeah, like anybody who is automatically, even openly willing to admit that they're a liar, I don't care for you one piece of crap, man. Like, if I'm wrong about something, then I'm genuinely wrong. But there's no way in the world that I would just deliberately lie about something to try and gather views or beat somebody in an argument or whatever tactics it takes to win. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather lose going down with the truth than I would to openly admit that I'm a liar. So that's why on Facebook especially, if I have some fuckwit who will out and out accuse me of lying, I give them one chance only. And if they come back again and tell me I'm a liar, it's like that person, boom, block, gone. You do not accuse me of lying. That is the most offensive thing you could possibly say. I do everything as honestly and with as much integrity as I possibly can. So yeah, you don't see me going and hiding out the back to drink my beer. Yeah, I'm a bit of an alcoholic. I openly admit to that. It's my one weakness. And for people who take advantage of me and try to put me down as a result of being an alcoholic, it's like, well, you're a piece of shit. You know, like some people can't get out of a wheelchair. Do you put them down for that? No, you don't. You say, oh, you have a weakness. You've got some soft points. You're a human being. You've got something wrong with you. That's how it works. So to attack people for being honest as the day is long and to accuse them of lying, nothing is more offensive to me. So to openly admit that you're lying here on my channel, dude, you know, like, I'll let the rest of the community speak because there's not that many of us here at the moment. But if you're openly admitting to being a liar, you don't exist in my realm. You know, I hate liars. And if anybody accuses me of being a liar, I'll punch their fucking lights out, or I'll ban them and block them and never let them back in again. You know, that's just how it works. I hate liars. I hate dishonest people. I run my channel as a truther channel. So I expect if people are going to watch anything I say, they're going to know 100% what comes out of my mouth is how I feel honestly. That's it. Every single thing. Even if I'm wrong and I'm proven wrong, I'll just say, well, okay, I was wrong about that thing, but at the time, that was my current best understanding of how it worked. So, yeah. I'm just going to hide you from the channel. Fuck yeah. You're gone. I will not tolerate liars. Fuck yeah.
It's not something from outside in the universe that gives us light. It's the atmosphere. That you cannot underestimate the importance of the atmosphere in reality, stationary planar Earth reality.
And time. Go over to Mark.
Yeah, so
maybe in a few more rounds we'll go into the Q&A.
Sure.
Heads up on that.
Yeah, more than happy. So I just want to point out that look at this gish galloping. This is what happens. So we went from parallax to light to digital cameras to the height of the Earth to the atmosphere and how this is what he does. And then when I answer all of his points, he accuses me of gish galloping. If you don't want me to go on about these points, don't bring them up. I'm more than happy to address them all, which I will do. Thank you. So the parallax increases the more you spin. The Eiffel Tower, if you spin round in a circle and you're kilometers away from the Eiffel Tower, it doesn't move any faster. Spin has nothing to do with parallax. If you move a meter and you spin really fast while doing it, the Eiffel Tower doesn't move any further or shorter. It's absolute nonsense from someone that doesn't understand anything. Light isn't a physical thing, according to Ross. I don't know what he thinks it is.
Well, that's actually a really fundamental question when it comes down to it. What is light? I think we've got about as much understanding of that as what we do of gravity, to be honest. And nobody really knows. But all I can say is that the fluorescence of the atmospheric gases creates extra visibility of things that makes them apparent to our eyes. And the light kind of reflects off stuff. But yeah, as to what light itself is, that's one of the biggest questions, to be honest.
Photons are physical, but I don't know what he thinks. Is it spiritual? Is it emotional? Is it an abstract concept of?
Well, we know it's not either a wave or a particle. It's still one of the greatest conundrums amongst physicists themselves. You know, it's a highly interesting subject. So, by all means, Mark, you know, let the potato shine come out of your head and sweat some more about it. But I think it's a really good question.
Light, if it's not physical, what is it? This is ridiculous. And he's like, light is an instant thing. That's been demonstrated incorrect again and again and again. Light does not travel instantaneously. We know that from fiber optic cables that bring you your internet that you're currently using, Ross. It's not an instant thing. There is latency, the latency of light to travel across the globe.
That's interesting as well, because I think even if we understood the speed of light and understood it to be what the accepted scientific method of it is that there's too much internet traveling too fast for it to be traveling at the speed of light. It's almost as though information packages are sort of available everywhere, which it gets into a higher realm of consciousness, of course. It goes to the next step of what is knowledge and all that sort of stuff. But is it actually traveling or is it instant? You know, even back in the day, they were calling it the Ethernet, and they changed the name then to the internet, but it was called the Ethernet. And it seems even back in the dial-up days, information was traveling so fast, and we're talking packages of information, not just bits and bytes, you know, things traveling very, very slowly. We're talking about huge amounts, volumes of information suddenly being here and suddenly being there, and all over the place. It's everywhere at once. It's a slightly bigger question than what we're actually talking about here, but it's certainly something worth bearing in mind as to the nature of reality itself, including light and information and so on and so forth.
Nonsense, and everybody that uses the internet knows that. So well done for lying again. Firmament B is going to be famous. Yeah, sure. I'll wait for your Nobel Prize, Ross. I'll celebrate your Nobel Prize on Firmament B. I think you're absolutely deluded. He didn't address the question why the light stops at the North Pole. He just made more claims about firmament and stuff. I didn't hear him say anything about why the light stops at the North Pole. He didn't address it at all. Then said balloons go up and past the atmosphere, and basically you can't see any stars. Yeah, that's because of the glare of the sun. It widens your pupils and you cannot see the dim lights.
Well, that wouldn't always be the case though on the globe. Yeah, if you went up high enough at night and still had the sun behind you and you were still in the shadow of the earth, then technically the stars should be spectacular all around. And even so, the camera itself should be able to change its exposure. So as long as it's not looking at the sun itself, the stars would be absolutely spectacular. But that's not the case either. You know, once we get above firmament B into the darkness of so-called space, you can't see stars. And the place should be teeming with them. It should be absolutely brilliant. Can't see them. You can only see them when you're down on the surface, looking through the atmosphere without the influence of the sun illuminating the atmosphere itself. It's, yeah.
Glare. If you filter that glare like they do with helmets or instruments or things like that, you can see the stars. It is that oppressing light of the sun that makes you can't see. And that brings up a good question where Ross has refuted himself again, because he says light is dependent on the atmosphere. It ionized the atmosphere. We all heard him.
Yeah.
But he says that when you go up in a balloon, the sun is shining. How? Yeah. Where does the light come from if there's no atmosphere?
Okay, this is definitely one I wanted to address, is that light itself doesn't exist until it passes through gross physical matter. This is one of these Eric Dollard. He's a professor, Eric Dollard. One of the things he says about the nature of light is that you can't see the sun until it passes through gross physical matter. And that gross physical matter where light exists to us, to our eyes, is what we call the firmament. It is gross physical matter. So I've made several videos not that far past where I'd say that the firmament is the gross physical matter, which I think of as a layer of ice. So when we see the sun through that layer of ice, between us, the viewer, and the apparition that's causing it, that's where we see the sun in the firmament. So that's how we have it. And I say the same thing happens with the stars, only for whatever reason, once we're above this atmospheric layer, the stars don't render indivisible light. So it requires the atmosphere somehow. Maybe with the right exposure, we could also see the stars. I don't know. I've never been up that high. I'd love to do it someday, but at this stage in my life, I can't really say. I can only go off all the evidence I've seen from all the different high altitude balloon footage videos that I've seen. And if I was going to do one, I would probably like to have multiple cameras, you know, some pointing up at angles, some pointing down at angles, some pointing straight down, some pointing straight up. And then we can analyze all the information that we get. But at this stage, it seems most of them only just go up with the one camera, usually giving us fisheye imagery, but it is what it is. We get what we get. From what I've seen so far, we can't see the stars above a certain height. And because of the exposure of the sun, obviously, then That's why we can't see them. So,
So congratulations for refuting yourself yet again for the umpteenth time during this debate. But where does it come from? And again, I'll repeat my question that I asked. Why does the light stop at the North Pole, which you didn't address in the slightest? You just rambled on about firmament and balloons and cameras and whatever else you wanted to gish gallop about.
Okay, well, yeah, I did, because that's what I'm talking about, is the evidence I've got at hand. If the evidence I've got at hand shows me somebody, say in Finland, taking a 24-hour time-lapse view of the sun, and you see it going up and down in the sine wave as we see in reality, that's what we've got. So obviously light doesn't just stop at the North Pole necessarily. It all depends on the angle of incidence of the light passing through the firmament and how high it is. And the higher it is, then the more angle you will get in the Northern Hemisphere. The lower it is, the less you get in the Northern Hemisphere. I can't make it any more simple than that in this particular discussion.
Well, it's basically the thing that you're
last
accusing me
conclusion,
of.
then we'll go to the Q&A.
It's the things that you're accusing me of gish galloping, which are the answer. If you paid attention, if you understood how the nature of light works and how the fact that we do have a firmament in the first place, and if the firmament, like, I don't know if it's domed or flat, but if we have to assume it probably is domed, because that's just the nature, because the heat.
Hang on a sec. Aussie Gold has got a serious, I wouldn't even know how you do a poll, but it's a very serious question. Once do a poll, beer or vodka? He's just knocked off and he's cooked 35 degrees in the sun up a cherry picker all day. Jesus. Aussie Gold, what are you doing up a cherry picker all day, mate? Are you an electrician or a tree lopper? You have to be one or the other. Yeah, 35 degrees, mate. You should have seen last Thursday. We had 40-degree heat. Oh, man. Even sitting in my work ute with the aircon up all day long and just going around giving my crew breaks, 40 degrees fucking knocked the shit out of me. So 35 degrees up in a cherry picker, dude, I don't know. You need to get another job, man. You should become a traffic controller or something. I don't know. Not that I would do that, but I see they get it pretty easy sometimes. Wink, nudge, nudge. That's just hot air balloon at night, sea lightning. Yeah, well, hot air balloons won't get very high. That's the trouble. They rely on some sort of gas to give them propulsion. Helium is the only way to do it, because helium doesn't depend on the temperature. And a helium balloon can reach about 24 miles high, 25 if you're lucky. And then because it has a payload, the camera itself, then you have to take that into account, and then you have to take into account the spinning, the buoyancy fluctuations, the up and downness of it all. Ideally, if you had the right setup with one of those big NASA stadium-sized helium balloons, or even hydrogen, I don't see any problem with that, as long as you don't have any sparks, should be right, is if you had enough cameras, as I say, pointing down at angles, pointing directly down, pointing directly up, and pointing out at angles, you'd get a lot more information from a single experiment. I don't even know why. I'm still continuing. I'm getting tired and I'm getting really hungry now. But I'm just going to do it anyway, because what the hell. I'm nearly 2/3 of the way through. Yeah, beer. Oh, that's right, beer. Yeah. Yeah, vodka's not good because you have to dilute the vodka with other fluids in order to make it so you don't dehydrate or pass out and you wake up with a hangover. So you still got to take the fluids anyway, whereas beer is like the perfect thing because it's only about 5% alcohol, 95% water. And so you can basically drink beer your whole life. And that perfect amount of alcohol is what's going to kill off all the bacteria in the fluid, as well as rehydrate you and make you feel like having another one. Cheers.
Beneath the earth is what's creating the temperature and stopping it from freezing altogether and putting the entire existence into a big block of ice. So the firmament itself, light exists once it hits gross physical matter. And so that gross physical matter, when we're looking up and seeing the sun, that is the sunlight that we are seeing in the firmament. But because there are no noble gases in between there and this lower firmament B area, that is why it is pitch black, because the sun has nothing to stimulate. It stimulates the noble gases beneath the firmament B, and that's what gives us daylight. And surrounding of that is the twilight. And so because the firmament itself is slightly dome-shaped, not as severely as your head, but it's certainly dome-shaped in some manner or another, is that itself creates the bending of light, which then will create the dark spot, unlike the highlight in your head. It creates the dark spot around the North Pole. And as the sun itself gets higher, or the angle of incidence hitting the firmament, that is why we get the 24-hour sunlight in the northern part of the inner part of our world, because the light is hitting the dome at that angle. And as it gets further, either higher or further away, whichever way both of them work, it creates a bigger and bigger circle around us without having to change speeds, by the way, but it will spread the light more around the outside of the earth we live upon. So that answers your question, which you're struggling so much to understand. Once you understand the nature of light and the ionization of the atmosphere and the interaction with the dome, it makes sense. But because you are struggling so hard to not believe in it, to try and refute it, that's why you're having trouble understanding it in the first place, because you don't want to believe. If you want to believe, you live on a spinning space ball hurtling through space. It's ridiculous.
Forex.
And then since we had Iron Horse start, if you'd like to have the final speech, you could say, of 3 minutes, you can, Mark. Otherwise, we can go straight into Q&A.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Because I started, I don't get a final say. That's a bit rough. James, jeez. Oh, we'll just let Mark have the final say because I started them. Oh, I didn't know I had that. I am not at all surprised because that's the way it works.
So this is Iron Horse just throwing out terms, and now he's sort of said, "Oh, it doesn't matter speed," and there has to be noble gases now. So see how it's changed from air molecules to.
It's always been noble gases, Mark, that create the fluorescence that we see as daylight. It's always been that way. Sorry. Oh, God, that's another one. I've got to take a screenshot of that. Oh. He's looking at it. Yeah, sorry.
Noble gases. I'm sure, a unicorn will be involved in the next iteration that this guy...
A unicorn. Where the hell do these believers come up with this shit? We're trying to have a discussion about the nature of reality, and Mr. Potato Head has to even bring unicorns into it, because where would he be without them?
Comes up with the ionization of the atmosphere through the dome. Now let's move the goalpost, let's add something else and don't look, he has not demonstrated any of these things he's bringing up. I asked him.
Look, that's true. I don't have the abilities to do graphics. Okay, so when I recently did the one about PhD phony, he actually brought along a lot of graphic illustrations which I could use to present my case. Now, I don't at this stage have the ability to do that. I'll keep on working on it, but most of the time I'm actually out busy working, saving the world from lunatics and all that sort of stuff. So I don't have a great deal of time to work out how to use graphics to make my demonstrations. So fair enough. I'll be the first to admit that. Maybe I can use my whiteboard occasionally. I can draw some diagrams, and they're very rough, and they'll help me make my point. But in this case, I don't really think I need to. I can demonstrate the fact that we know our atmosphere reaches to about 12 to 14 miles high, and that's where the blue fluorescence layer finishes. And then from there up, it's darkness. And then at the point where we see the sun coming through the firmament, to the best of my ability, I can only determine it's about 60 to 70 miles high. Somebody can prove otherwise, so be it. It may even be less. I don't know. But the thing is, I shouldn't have to necessarily need to bring visual demonstrations when he's already accused me of saying, well, you can't even trust your eyes in the first place, and all the rest of his nonsense. I'm just going to listen to Mr. Potato Head. Yeah, I'm trying to envision what tattoo would look really cool on that head. It's goat horns, maybe.
To demonstrate the firmament. How can we know it's there? No answer, no clue, no concept of how to even check to see whether this silly thing that he's pulling out of nowhere is actually true. He just makes claims. I am presenting the observations we have, how they fit with the globe model, and how we know things are so. This is what I am doing. Iron Horse is just throwing out words and terms and expecting everyone to believe it, and somehow in his own head he's going to get a Nobel Prize for firmament B, because apparently that's a thing.
I find it funny when people always call about the Nobel Prize. It's like, seriously? Because I can talk about the atmosphere being a thing, firmament B. Just give me the $1 million, man. We'll move on.
Even though he can't prove it, can't point to it, can't demonstrate it, can't do anything except to throw these terms out, conflate, dodge, basically not answer the question. Apparently light is instantaneous, but it stops at the North Pole because the speed doesn't change. Why would the speed change if it's instantaneous? Because Iron Horse is not rational, he's not reasonable, he's not consistent, he's refuted himself multiple times during this debate, and he cannot get a logical working model for the silly diss that he believes in. So you can go on.
The silly disc that he believes in. Mark, I've told you 1,000 times before, do not exaggerate. Okay, it's 1 million times. I do not believe in a disc. I do not believe we're in outer space. Get it into your thick fucking potato skull, Mark. Not a single flat earther believes we're on a disc in the outer space. You guys who delude yourselves into thinking that that's what we think, you don't know shit. You're not even qualified to even be in this debate arguing against flat earth if you don't even know what our belief is. You fucking potato head.
Thinking that you're on a flat earth, and sure, go for it. You can believe whatever you want. But at some point, it's time to put on your grown-up pants, join the rest of the adults at the table, and actually look at things logically and rationally without playing pretend like Iron Horse is.
We're going to jump into the Q&A. Want to say, folks.
Yeah, well, that's great, isn't it, James? Hey, yeah, you give him a final word. You don't even let me have a final word back, but that's the way it works here in the modern day debate is we'll let everybody have a final word, but in this case, we won't let the flat earther. Well, because the flat earther went first, therefore only the globe head can have the final word. And then where are your teeth? Oh, they're just up there. God damn. James is pretty good at hiding his teeth. I'll give you that. Drink the Kool-Aid, Ross. I'll say Nemo Octavius. So you are a globe-tart too, are you, bro? I thought you were one of us. I thought you were one of the learned ones. Anyway.
As I mentioned, if you didn't hear it at the very start, a couple of housekeeping things. We have many more juicy debates coming up. So first, if you happen to hit that subscribe button, but also, as you can see at the bottom right of the screen, if you happen to have TikTok, I will pin it to the top of the chat.
TikTok.
Right now, we are on a campaign to get 1,000 followers on TikTok, because then we'll be able to live.
Turn him down a little bit. This is really interesting because I tried to follow him on TikTok and I did the following thing, did everything he requested, and it turns out
a TikTok as well.
Hasn't even got
That
a
is pinned at the top of the
qualification
chat.
to
It's
be
also
on
in the
TikTok.
description box. If
Send him a
you are
message saying,
watching
good luck to you,
later, or if
James.
you're watching
Right
via the
behind you.
podcast, or I should say listening.
Comes back,
I want to
message.
remind you, if you're listening via
This
the
person cannot
podcast
respond because
or watching on YouTube,
doesn't exist.
both of our guests are linked in the description. You
So it
can
turns out
learn
he's
more where
a bit
that
of a
came
failure.
from by clicking on both Iron Horses and Mark Reid's links below in
Anyway.
the description box. This one first, coming in from 2 seconds as I reload this. Also,
So that was it, eh? I
folks,
thought actually.
we are expanding. Modern Day Debate has a Discord. It is.
I actually thought I had a lot more things to address there in this debate, because it seemed to me that Mark was arguing against a lot of things that I didn't actually address. And it turns out, well, I think I've actually addressed them. I will just carry on because, geez, I've only been going for like 5 fucking hours. Fucking me. Jeez. I haven't even had a lunch break. All right. We'll just keep it running. Wow.
You could say, generally speaking, Shane, Amanda, Hannah, others have worked really hard to make the Modern Day Debate Discord epic.
Shane, Amanda, Hannah, others. There we go. So you're right, Aussie Gold, before when you said Shane and Hannah. It was either one of them that blocked me, but I know for a fact that it was Shane. Surgeon General, Anathema. That's the two names he interchanges between all the time so he can keep hiding his identity. He's a gutless piece of shit coward. Shane, you know you're a gutless coward. You know that I've humiliated you multiple times. You know, like, if you and I wanted to have a debate, mate, let's do it. Let's do it one-on-one, and I will be just as civil with you as you are with me, and we can be fine about it. We can shake hands before and after and have a decent debate. But when you go around banning me for no reason, then I will consider you to be a piece of shit that you know you are. You are a piece of shit. You're a moderator on For Earth, this channel. You know it. You're a moderator, so you're automatically biased against anybody that comes up against. Well, all we're doing is just exposing the truth, man. That's all we're doing. We're not speaking up against anything. We speak the truth. We know the truth. We know that water seeks and finds its level, and therefore pieces of dry land must be higher than it in order to be dry land, and therefore the earth must naturally be flat. It's as simple as that. We're not trying to invoke invisible magical forces of pullity or whatever to make the water curve around a ball. Only insane people do that. We're the sane ones, dude. So you can ban me from however many sites you want. I don't give a fuck. I will still be here. I've still got my channel, and I'm not doing anything wrong. When I do these breakdowns, as I'm currently doing, of other videos, I'm doing it via the rules, where at least 60% of my content is original. So the more I waffle on and spend time doing this, the more I'm still obeying the rules. And at the same time, James has already given permission to anybody who contributes to his channel to use his videos, or our videos that we've contributed to. We contributed. Where have we seen you, Shane? Never, you gutless coward. We can use them to our heart's content, even if we edited and changed it and swapped things around and shit. James has said that's fine. We can do that because we own the rights to the content of the videos. So whatever I do with anything I've done on Modern Day Debate, and as you can see, I'm not editing or changing anything. I'm leaving it as it is, and I'm just responding as it comes. And I'm showing Mr. Potato Head here to be the fucking potato head that he is. And James is a bit of a gutless wanker. I'll be the first to say that. Sorry, James. Yep, but you're a gutless wanker. You won't stand up to your mods. You just let people walk all over you. But if it's somebody that goes against your beliefs, like myself, being the flat earth person, you'll be quite happy to ban me, which you have done before. It wasn't just anathema or henna. It was you. You admitted you did it. You apologized to me. I got the email. You said your apology. I accepted your apology. We've moved on. So it's all good. So even though you were a gutless wanker at the time, I've accepted your apology. We've moved on. Life goes on. Everybody now knows that you can be a gutless wanker. It doesn't mean you will forever be one. Unless, for example, coming into the future, you're going to say, oh, well, Iron Horse, he's decided he's going to debate this guy called Max, M-X, capital X, small x, D, Max, whatever he calls himself. He and I agreed to have a debate the other week on noisiest channel. Ryan was there. He saw it. He witnessed it. We're going to have the debate. It's probably not going to happen now, of course, because your channel isn't non-partisan, as you say it is. You're a gutless wanker. Ryan himself is a bit of a little spineless wanker, but as far as spineless wankers go, he's one of the nicest ones I know. I actually quite like Ryan as far as gutless wankers go. He plays some pretty cool music. You got the other guy, what's his name? Yeah, the fat dude, whatever his name is. He's okay. And I don't care. As long as somebody moderates and I can have a proper discussion with somebody where I'm given a fair and equal amount of time, hey, I'll appear on anybody's channel. And I'm here simply to defend the truth of flat earth. That's all I do. That's what I do. So have your little fucking shit shows and your little circle jerks all you like. I'll be here while you guys are resting in your graves, dreaming about your spinning space ball. I'll be here.
So, highly encourage you to check that Discord out. That's also linked in the description box. And, am I forgetting anything? Okay, thanks for your patience, folks. We're going to jump right into it. If you didn't know, if it's your first time here, we read the super chats first, and then we go to the standard questions.
Thanks,
we have
Stephanie.
the time, because sometimes we go a little bit late, so we don't always get to all the standard
Thanks,
questions.
mate.
So this one coming in first, Andreas Elda says,
James is pretty
this
fair.
time of
Most
year,
of the time.
as viewed from Australia, does the sun set slightly
Say,
north
Donald.
or slightly south of due west?
The sun does what it does, and it creates the appearance of how we see it due to perspective, because we're only seeing our horizon barely 5
Didn't hear that
kilometres
question.
away. Sorry to
I'll
talk
just
in
let
miles
me answer.
before, 3 to 4 miles. It's
Thanks,
5
mate.
to 6 kilometres away, if you're lucky. Most of the time, you're not even seeing that far at all. So when you're seeing, you're not even really seeing the sun where it is at all. I don't know if anybody wants to have a look at my channel where I go into a lengthy. It takes an hour or more to explain the way we see the sun. It's very subjective. We are not seeing the sun where it is at all. So when you think you are looking in a specific direction, you're really not. Like, if you move, the sun moves with you. So how can the sun actually be in a direction? How can you be looking in a direction? You know, we got a lot to learn when it comes to perspective. That's for you, mate.
I can't even hear that one.
Is that for me? Oh, yeah. Well, see, the plane is moving in its own inertial frame of reference. It's still moving with the rotation of the Earth. It still has that momentum from the instant it takes off the ground. It adds to that momentum by accelerating, and that's what you feel. The acceleration, you feel that acceleration. Then when it gets up to cruising speed, you don't feel acceleration anymore, nor do you feel the speed. It's just like you're standing in a room. Sure, you're aboard an airplane that's moving incredibly fast, but it's just like you're standing in a room. Then when you go to land, yeah, both the airplane and the Earth are still moving. It's just that the rotation of the plane has the rotation of the Earth plus the momentum it's built up from going to cruising altitude. So yeah, to all intents and purposes, from the inertial plane of the inertial frame of the airplane, it's like the Earth is still, because it already has that momentum.
Gotcha.
But what if it changes direction and flies the other direction? Has it still got that direction and it's actually going backwards, even though it's going that way against the spin? Is it actually going backwards 500 miles an hour faster than 500 miles forward because it changes direction? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, so when a direction is the way that the Earth is spinning, and then it reduces that momentum by flying against it. But because the Earth is still traveling exactly the same velocity or the same vector, it's like it's basically going in the opposite direction relative to the inertial frame of the Earth.
It's like it's going opposite. This is just the fucking hula hoops that a globe tard has to jump through to believe the nonsense that they believe in. Even though you reverse direction and travel 500 miles an hour that way, you're still actually traveling backwards 500 miles an hour that way, creating the illusion of traveling forwards 500 miles an hour that way. It does my head in, the fucking Fruit Loops these dickheads go through.
But if it stayed the same direction and didn't turn around, it's going even faster. Gotcha.
Sure. But if you're comparing it to the inertial frame of the Earth, it's basically the Earth is still spinning and it's going against that. So from the plane's inertial frame of reference, it is moving against the Earth, and it makes perfect sense.
So if somebody jumped out of the aeroplane, would the
I think we've got to stop the questions, or else we'll never get going, because I've got to have the last word.
Would the Earth still keep spinning beneath the person that jumped from the plane, or would they continue going the speed of the plane?
See that? He really, really didn't want to address this one. That if the person jumps from the plane, we got him real good there. He's got him by the short and curlies, and Mark just we have to. Well, I have to listen to everybody else's questions, because this one is going to totally destroy my belief in the spinning space ball, because if a person jumps from the plane, he loses all those inertial frames of reference except for the one where air resistance stops him from moving the speed of the plane, whether it's going east or west or whatever. Yeah, it fucking kills you, Mark. It's so simple to understand the nature of reality if we understand the Earth is flat and stationary, and the plane is moving 500 miles that way or 500 miles an hour that way, and a person jumping from it is going to lose that speed pretty well instantaneously within a matter of seconds and fall to the Earth, and he's not going to be falling 1,000 times faster towards the Earth sideways in order to create the illusion of dropping sideways. He's just going to be dropping that speed towards the Earth because that's the speed he's dropping at, and there are no other speeds involved. It just hurts them to face the truth that their belief in the spinning space ball is so wrong. It is wrong. They can't handle it. It's just like, James, shut him up. Let's talk about something else.
Plus the Earth and not land 1,000 miles to the west in an hour's time.
This last follow-up, I can give you Iron Horse, and then Mark's right that we got to go to the next one. So go ahead, Mark.
A person that jumps from the plane still has the momentum from that plane. They won't suddenly zip off away, and that's not what we see. They'll basically fall. Now, they still have air resistance, as does the plane, so they will slow to not have that forward momentum. But if you know skydiving at all, you'll know they'll keep that forward momentum of the plane until that air resistance lowers and they just drop straight down. But all of that's very well observed.
What if I find
I'm glad I could hear from an expert. That's awesome.
This one coming in from you two certainly have chemistry, as I
And
said
don't
earlier.
ask.
It's a very valid observation, isn't it? If the planet is traveling towards the east at 1,000 miles per hour and the plane is flying towards the east at probably 200 miles per hour, and the person jumps from it, then he should obviously be moving 1,200 miles per hour towards the east to create the illusion of dropping straight down. But if he's traveling towards the west and the planet is moving 1,000 miles per hour underneath him, then he's traveling backwards when he jumps out from the plane going 200 miles per hour the other direction. How the fuck does that make sense when all we ever see is him dropping straight down? What?
Don't ask then. Like, why do you ask?
Oh,
me?
no,
Don't want
that's
the answer from
brilliant.
me.
I'd love to know why we.
No, you ask a question and then say, "Oh, I'm." Yeah, it's just wow.
Come on, Mark.
This one,
It's a worthy fucking question and it should be asked. How come the skydiver always drops straight down no matter which direction he jumps out from the plane? Whether it's flying east, north, south or west, he's still going to drop straight down, whereas he should be taking the inertia of the plane and the inertia of the Earth in both directions, but they're all contradictory directions. But still, they just drop straight down.
from Commercial Sound and Video says, Mark, 500 miles on a globe requires a 30-mile drop. Do commercial airplanes dive a half mile per minute at level cruise? Yes or no answer, please, and thanks.
No.
Yeah, so I'm not going to answer yes or no because that's a load.
Yes, so I'm not going to answer a yes or no question because it's such a simple question. I have to find some way of obfuscating it with all my different beliefs of fucking physics and reality and the way everything works, as opposed to how I want you to believe how it works. For fuck's sakes, Mark, just say yes or no. You can't do it. Mr. Potato Head, look at you. Have another fucking dream of potatoes.
Good question. So, yes, they do drop over that distance because all they do is keep the altimeter on level, and level is perpendicular to the center of mass of the Earth. So if they keep that line straight,
That's not a straight line then, is it, you motherfucking dickhead? The further you are from the center of the ball, then the more curved that line would be. You know, it's a basic spherical geometry. It's something I learned way back in, you know, before high school maths. If you've got an apple of a certain radius, you'll have a lot less apple to eat if you say you're buying them 2 for $1, so they're 50 cents each. It's going back in the day, it's probably, you might have got 2 for 20 cents back then, whatever the case might have been. So you're paying 10 cents per apple. If you buy the bigger apple, the volume of apple you get to eat is far more than what you get by buying the smaller ones. So when they're sold by the piece, always pick the bigger piece. So the same thing would occur, then the circumference of something, the higher the circumference, then the greater the distance is travelled. It's just basic, simple mathematics, dude.
they are following the curve of the Earth. So yes, they do.
You got it. And this one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Dead Fishy says, valiant effort in education, Mark, heart sign. Alan Bupree
thank you.
says, Ross, how can we falsify flat Earth?
Well, what do you mean by falsify? Like it's pretty obvious that when we look at any body of water that it is flat and level, and to assume then that body of water, just because it gets so far away into the distance that you can no longer see it, that it starts to begin magically bending and somehow still remaining above land level, I think that falsifies it in its own right, is that you just need to use a little bit of simple logic and say water level is water level and Earth, all our physical land, is above it. It boggles my mind that people can think water will be a huge bulge of thousands of miles high between continents.
Just falsify means that you basically come up with evidence to prove it wrong. Like, what evidence would prove the flat Earth wrong? What would we find if the flat Earth was wrong?
Well,
that's a great question. What could prove the flat Earth wrong? I guess curvature, observable curvature, buildings in the distance tilting, Like, even if you say, well, it's 69 miles to the degree, well then, okay, let's say you look straight ahead, and then in your peripheral vision, then if you're looking straight ahead, those buildings will be tilted. They're all upright everywhere. Everything is upright everywhere. There's no tilt or anything anywhere. The Earth is observably flat.
Bulges of water would probably prove flat Earth wrong. Yeah, big bulges, like thousands of miles high bulges between Asia and America. You know, if we could see a 17,000 mile high bulge of water,
Hey, Justin Johnson, I see you're in there. See you, bro. My audio is clear and I'm roboting. I apologise for that. That's probably what happens when you've been going for 5 hours. Yeah, I've been going for fucking ages, man. I started this at 11 and it's now 4:45. So that means I've actually been going for freaking 5.5 hours. I can't believe I'm doing this, but it's my day off. I'm disabled. I'm having a sickie. I've got physical ailments. I can barely walk. And so as soon as I run out of steam, this stream will drop. So it's what it is. I'm just going to try and get through it no matter what, because, you know, I'm a fucking trooper.
start believing in the spinning space ball straight away.
You got it. This one coming in from, thanks Surgeon General for gifting those channel memberships. Folks, if you just got one of those channel memberships from Surgeon General, don't forget to use those based and red-pilled custom modern day debate emojis so you can call your friends in chat soy boy using the emoji. This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Alan, we got that one. Shane Cup says, so we can land a man on the moon, but we can't take a single real photograph of a satellite. They are all CGI. There's no excuse for that. NASA lies.
They all have selfies.
So, yeah, I think that question.
As much as I appreciate the feedback there, Justin Johnson, I don't actually have a microphone. I'm using a laptop. And I'm using the laptop's microphone and camera, so it is what it is. So I apologise if the sound's coming through shit now, but that's just the way it is. Maybe and I've even got the air conditioning on, so I've reduced the air temperature down. It's only like 20 degrees now. Not like outside, but it's still freaking 35. So it is what it is, man. Maybe the internet between me and the tower over there is getting nuked by the sun or something. It's not my fault. You can't blame my microphone. I don't actually have it.
Was for me, mate. So we do have photographs of satellites, but what you're talking about is a photograph of the entire satellite, which we've got of them on ground. But the whole idea of a satellite is you're launching it into space. So why would you launch another satellite to take a photo of a satellite? It doesn't make any sense. What we do have, though, is real photographs taken from arms on like the ISS that have photographs of themselves, only partially, because as I said, we don't have the resources to launch.
I worked it out. The reason why my microphone was possibly roboting would have been because I was sending some text to my fiance all the way into the Philippines, and it's always really hot over there too. So I would have been using bandwidth on my phone, this thing, which is constantly plugged in, and it's still only at 91%. Because it's always on a cordless charger, because you can't charge it through the thing. That was probably why I was robotic, because I was using my internet for other things. I apologise when I'm live streaming for talking with my partner, who means everything to me. I'll just keep this going now for you fucking drunken bastards. Watch me in Aussie gold, 30, 40 carats. Fucking hell, mate, that's fucking hot. When it's 34 degrees inside, it's hot. It's not so bad here because we actually had a slightly overcast day.
A rocket to take a photograph of a satellite that we're launching into space. That is incredibly silly because it's just a waste. why would we do that when we can take a photo from the satellite itself that has part of the satellite in it? The whole idea of this is kind of silly.
How do we launch satellites, Mark? Like, how do we get something to go 17,500 miles per hour, like the ISS, for example? Well, how does the rocket get to that speed and dock with it perfectly every single time when that's like about 10 times the rate of a speeding bullet? How does it do that?
How does it do that?
Maths. Right,
yes. So when we have vectors in space, we've got to exactly calculate the rotations of the satellites, how fast that rocket is going. It's called a vector. Now, a vector. Excuse me, can I finish, please? Just stuff your beard in your mouth again. Just
how did it go so fast?
How do they get that far?
He doesn't want me to talk because he doesn't want to give an answer. He's afraid of answers. I don't know why. Stuff your beard in your mouth. Maybe up your nose as well. So the speed of an object is moving, the three-dimensional space it is moving for, and we do need to correct that vector, sometimes very, very harshly with thrusters and things, so we can move at relative. I'm telling you how. They're called thrusters. They alter the vector that object is traveling on, so it can match speeds with the object orbiting the Earth. Because don't forget, a rocket launched from Earth has the momentum of Earth's rotation. So it's not like it starts out and goes stationary for some reason.
Unlike everything else, like we're just talking about with planes, which don't give a fuck about the Earth's momentum, they can still go the other way regardless of the momentum. Skydivers can still fall straight down regardless of the momentum. But satellites use that momentum and thrust themselves into space.
And your wild, wacky flat Earth
plane. So it has to,
it has to basically go up and then match the velocity of the object. And then once it hits there, it is in orbit. It is going around the Earth with the Earth.
So in actual fact, what you're saying is it takes off with the speed of the Earth at 66,600 miles per hour, and then it slows down to 17,500 miles per hour. It's not actually accelerating or thrusting. It's actually slowing down. And that's how it does it. Gotcha.
Yeah, so basically the way that it works is that it uses the Earth's rotation to alter speed. So basically when you achieve an orbit, you're going at a relative speed to the Earth. Usually satellites are on a geostationary orbit. They're basically moving the same rate that Earth is. So when that rocket goes up, because of atmospheric conditions, it may slow a little. But once it gets to orbit, we can then adjust it. And for slowing down, all slowing down is thrusting forwards. So you're going backwards, Joss. It's not like if you thrust against, if you thrust against the vector that you are traveling in, you will get slower. You won't suddenly spin off in reverse. If you've got momentum behind you and you push in front, you'll slow down. I don't know why this is hard to understand.
That's fine, Mark, but the thing is, the question was, we're not talking about geostationary satellites. We're talking about the ISS going 17,500 miles per hour, which is much, much less than 66,600 miles per hour. And it's slowing down, but it travels around the Earth every 90 minutes. So, it just doesn't make any fucking sense, man.
I've got to give Mark the last word because the question was originally for him, and I've got to go to the next question.
Yeah, so this miles thing, how fast is the ISS moving?
17,500 miles per hour.
So 7.66 kilometers per second, yeah. And so if the rotation of the Earth is such that it like we put into orbit, we can use the gravity of the Earth to assist in speeding up. Like, I don't understand how you're basically saying, well, there's no possible way they could alter their...
Look, if you understand anything about the fucking mechanics of how fucking David killed Goliath with a fucking slingshot, man, you sling that sling around and you let go of that rock, it's going to go in a straight line and fucking knock him in the head. Put him on his ass. That's the end of the story. How can you have a fucking thing slingshotting around the Earth at any amount of speed without a sling, for fuck's sake, and somehow still keep on doing all these speeds. It should be the most obvious thing to anybody with the slightest iota of common sense that it's impossible to be doing this sort of orbital thing that you're talking about unless you've got a fucking solid tether. And if you had the solid tether, then it has to go right to the centre of the Earth. It has to be solid, it has to be strong, it has to be diamond filament fucking tether. So it's got to be cutting through the Earth all the time. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. None of it does. Everything heliocentric is just nonsensical, made up bullshit, hypothetical, pseudoscience. Stationary planar Earth wins every single time.
Their vector to match the ISS. Of course they do. It's their job. That's what they do. They're called thrusters. They're called rockets. I'm sorry, the only flat earther that has ever tried to launch a rocket, and it's tragic, died in his own rocket thing. This is the high. He had a rocket that had flat Earth written on it, Ross. Seriously?
Yeah, he was looking for publicity.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Everybody knows that Mad Max dude, or whatever he called himself. Crazy cat dude. He was never a flat earther. He didn't like flat earth. He hated flat earth. He needed some sort of way to promote himself with his steam-powered rocket. He was never a flat earther. And he died doing what he loved for whatever purpose. Whether he died or not is another thing. Do not equate him with flat earth. You just cannot do it. Even the globe earth community who are honest amongst themselves will say, yeah, he was never flat earth. Come on.
It was a steam.
Well, maybe you are as well, Ross. That's a no true Scotsman. I don't know what you're talking about with that. So yeah, if you could just be quiet while I finish and stop interjecting with stuff. That is what they do. They use thrusters. They use gravity assist techniques. They use a number of techniques to match velocities of objects, and for that they use math.
The quick housekeeping things in particular, we have a poll in the chat. What is the Earth shaped as so far? Number one. And this is just who happens to show up for the debate. This isn't asking which debater was more persuasive. It's just asking what people believe. So 51% globe so far. If you haven't voted in this poll, you can.
Honestly, don't know what to do about that, guys. I've got the same mic I've used from the start. I could possibly close down every other window I've got open. I don't think that's necessarily going to help. I'll try. When I say window, I mean tab. The only other one I've got open is my phone, which I've had open from the start. Yeah, I really can't understand why I would be doing that. Apart from the fact I've got about 20, 30, 50, 60 tabs open. Most of which I feel I've closed recently anyway. So my mic is shit. Mark Sargent, did I just see Mark Sargent? Aussie Gold. I do apologise that my microphone is breaking up. I'm seriously not understanding why it would do that. Did I spill suds on it? No, I didn't, because the laptop I'm using, dude, it's all just one and the same laptop. The only thing I can understand is maybe I've overused them and used them. Maybe I'm using mobile data. There we go. Turn mobile data off, but that should make no difference because I'm using landline data anyway. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. If my microphone still keeps playing like shit, don't be afraid to send me another banana. You hear the video fine, but your mic is way crackly. Now, I don't understand. It's the same microwave used. It's inbuilt into the laptop. It could just be the fact that I've got beer on my breath and the beer might be making it sound crackly. That would do it. I've heard of that happening before. It's called the beer phone. Mic problem. All right, I know what I can do. I can just mute it. I've unmuted it now, and so we'll see if it continues to make me sound like a piece of poop and it sound like shit. Thanks for the heads up. Anyway, I'll just let the video run and we'll see what happens.
29% flat. A lot of flat earthers. What do we got? We got like a live viewership of 546. So that's
is that any better?
A lot of flat earth people. Then like a pair has 10%. That's in third place. And in fourth place is Who Cares? I'm a self-hating soy boy. This one coming in from, by the way, if you got a gifted membership from Surgeon General, some people aren't, they're not looking at the live chat. Sometimes I know people just listen to Modern Day Debate as they're doing it. So if you didn't know it, coffee breath.
So when I pause it, and then when I speak, do you still get the echo when I speak over? Or no better? All right. Well, it is what it is. You know, what can I do? Like, I'm not using the microphone. I'm using the laptop. I'll just let this video play out and whatever. It's like fucking 6 hours, dude. Jeez. 6. I started at 11. It's 5 o'clock. Yeah, I just spent the year having fun on a day off, nursing a fucking crook knee and foot and other foot. They're starting to feel a little bit better because I've been sitting on the shitter all night long, shitting it all out. It's like when the government is tapping my phone. Oh, there you go. It's right there. The government is tapping my phone. Hey, government, come on, man. Give me some fucking grace and use your powers to let me speak clearly so everybody can understand me. Oh, it could just be me slurring because I'm getting fucking drunk. Who knows?
Gamble, Victor, Brett Admire, Manic Pandas, Fish Crow, Fam Roots, Logan Fisher, Gamble, and Kevin P. You all received a gifted membership from our dear friend Surgeon General. Thanks for that. This one coming in from Elusive Viper says, Mark Reid, when discussing new stars, Ross seems to be referring to seasonal seasonal constellations as seen from the equator, which change as the seasons do.
Yeah, so that's different than the circumpolar stars, which I said in the southern hemisphere, which talking about specifically, they never set, and the northern circumpolar stars never set in the northern hemisphere. Seasonal stars, as Elusive Viper pointed out, are ones in the near the equator that aren't the circumpolar stars for north or south, and they're seasonal.
Hey, fucking hell, Chad. What the fuck? Man, what the fuck's a solar storm, dude? What the fuck's a solar storm? If you went solar, you better say solar, dude. I'm not going to tolerate that misuse of our English language to call it solar. It's just like, oh my God. A solar storm is still a lot of bullshit, but, you know, you can't have a solar storm. It's like, that's just too much mellow yellow all at once, dude.
Seasonal, they come and go. It's just Ross doesn't seem to understand what I'm talking about, which is kind of hard.
It's hard to understand what you're talking about because you're speaking a whole bunch of utter nonsense. Because I can think logically, as I said with the simple example, is if you put 2 cameras onto a ball and pointed them towards the axis of rotation of each one, they would not keep making perfectly circular star trails around each one of them. And even if it was going around a massive center, then each time they're going to be looking out somewhere different, which, you know, the sun is our giver of day and night. So we have to be going around the sun yearly, annually. So when we're on other sides of the sun, looking 180 degrees, complete opposite directions, we would not be seeing the same stars unless you were trying to argue that the entire universe goes around our sun.
I just want to stop you there because Aussie gold, mate, that's so interesting. You're talking about the star Canopus, and you've seen it set in the west and rise in the east on the same night. Now that itself should be absolutely impossible. And it's one of the things that I've noticed recently with the fact that for I don't know how many years, and I'm sorry if my microphone is still poop, but it is what it is, and fuck it, you know, it's too much for people to listen to than say it. But when I've seen Venus setting in the west, usually an hour or two after the sun, and then first thing in the morning, and I've seen Venus rise before the sun. Again, both those things demonstrate the fact that it cannot be the spin of the Earth bringing those things back into view again, unless they also move in their independent speeds. So if you say you've seen Canopus set in the west and rise in the east the same night, and the Spanish atheist made out when you told him what star it was, that's fucking highly interesting to me. I find that intriguing, extremely intriguing. I think that's one of the most fascinating things, because I've never personally seen a star set in the west and rise in the east before the sun has risen again, because obviously in the heliocentric model, both of those things have to be happening according to the spin of the Earth. And so neither the sun nor the stars nor any other planet, except because they're wandering, could technically be rotating any faster than the speed of the Earth itself on its axis. And if that's the case, then, as I said right from the very beginning, the same star trails we see should be coming from the east and setting in the west in accordance with how we see the sun rise and set. And we shouldn't be seeing these massive big star circles anywhere apart from being really, really, really near to the pole stars. So, obviously, nobody still said that my microphone is completely shit, so I'll just carry on regardless. Over 500 people watching that debate. You might have some white fellas. You never know. There's a chance. They even pulled up a Stellaria map and wanted to argue the validity of the app. And that's what Glovers will bring in every app they possibly can until it debunks their model, and then they'll try and argue against the validity of it. That's awesome, dude. The lamp thing we're talking about that projects pictures into a wall for kids, it's the same thing that's cone-shaped from Polaris being the north. I could explain it better over voice. If you want to jump in, dude, I'll give you a link. Copy, paste, jump on in, dude. That should be the link. I'm more than welcome to hear an alternative voice about things, especially when you're talking about projections onto the walls. Yeah, that should be entirely valid. I believe that should have given you the line link. Jump on in, dude, and have a chat. More than welcome. And anybody else is welcome too. I'm not prejudiced. If you're an asshole, I'll just kick you out. If you just want to have a cool chat, I'm happy with that. Otherwise, I'll just listen to James reading out these live chats and we'll get on.
This one coming in from Ozian Talks says, Iron Horse, please explain the difference.
Don't I get the last word on that one?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry to
No
interrupt.
problem.
Yeah, he still doesn't understand parallax. He still hasn't done that experiment himself to see if anything rotates. He's just got no idea. The question is, if you're on a flat stationary Earth, why do there seasonal stars at all? Like, why do they exist at all?
Because
He's got no
around
answer
above
for
us on
that.
the
And
side
among
of the
tons of
rainbow.
other
Give him a
things,
chance
thank
to
you, Ross,
respond.
tons of other things, he just doesn't answer. He just keeps throwing out more claims in the hopes that it'll
You
distract
asked
you
me
from
the
the fact that he
question,
hasn't
Iron
answered.
Horse.
and I'm trying to answer it, Mark. You asked me the question, and I said the reason we have the seasonal stars at all is because they are on the sidereal day. So the closer they are to the centre, the faster they will appear to move by moving that 1 degree per day until it's 365.25 rotations of the sun until they return back to the original position. Whereas in the outer hemisphere, where we exist, obviously they don't move nearly so fast.
This one
So,
coming.
yeah, I'll just get the last word. Sorry, James. He just keeps
Have
not
another
giving
last
the
word.
Well, you
last
asked
word.
the question. and I just wanted to answer your
So
I didn't
the
ask the
whole
question.
point is he's basically saying that the inside of a circle rotates slower than the outside of it. Think about that. That for some
Iron
reason
horse.
the inside of this pizza is going slower than the outside, which we know from physics is total hogwash. I don't know what his model is. He seems confused himself, but there is no way that something on the inside of a circle is rotating slower than the outside. And we should be able to still see those stars. If we can't see them on the outside, why can we, if we can see them all the time on the outside of his pizza, why on towards the center can't we see them? It makes no sense whatsoever.
This one coming in from Ozzy and Talk says, Ross, please explain the difference between speed and acceleration. Do you feel speed or acceleration more? Why? Explain it.
I think that's a very interesting question, and I hope my voice is still not roboting. Yes, Darius is a cigarette. Aussie God's a smoker. Oh, God. I have no time for smokers. Yes. Well, okay. You can be still somewhat halfway decent, reasonable human being, but you're still basically scum of the earth. So if my microphone is still roboting, so be it. Maybe I should just stop stream and just get on with my life and go and cook some dinner since I've still been hungry since lunchtime. But oh, for fuck's sakes. See, I get confused between the written word and the heard word. And I can't do the two together. That's why I get one or the other. In this particular one, I was asked about something. Fuck's sake, I don't want to listen to it again because it's rewinding and shit. And I've still got, like, how far is that through? It's not going to tell me. I've still got at least half an hour to go. For fuck's sake, I've only reached 2 hours and 6 minutes. Come on, just play.
It's similar to, say, when I was talking about riding a bicycle around a car. And as soon as the car starts moving, now when it's moving, say it's going around a big racetrack, we'll have to scale it right down because big numbers hurt the globies, unfortunately. But if we put it down to a scale model size and said the car is going around a racetrack, now, if I'm riding a bike around that car, when I'm on the outside of that car compared to when I'm on the inside going backwards, I'm definitely going a much different speed from it. So if we did looked at the same example and said then that the globe is spinning on itself and going around the centre, then the part of the globe closest to the centre is going to be going much slower than the part of the globe on the outside going with that direction. And that difference in speed works out to be daily about a Mach 4 speed, which is the kind of speed that an average fighter pilot passes out at if he happens to reach that speed. So it's a great question, and it's another great way of debunking the ridiculousness of the globe model, because we don't pass out at midnight every night just because we're going Mach 4 that way instead of negative Mach 2 that way, while the whole lot is going Mach 87 that way around the sun.
This one.
To be fair to the super chatter, he asked the difference between acceleration and speed, which you didn't answer. And pilots.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me of the question. Is my mic still doing all that fucking bullshit? Because It could just be my chair, you know, just wheeling on it. But the thing is, the constant acceleration of the Earth versus the constant motion of the Earth are two different things. So, as I said, half the Earth is going actually on backwards relative to the orbital speed. The other half is going with the orbital speed. That's just the way it would be if, say, you were on a merry-go-round on a train traveling down the track. Half the merry-go-round would be going backwards relative to the forward direction. The other half would be going with it. That's just the way it is. You can't avoid that. Even if you want to put the entire thing on a supersonic jet traveling around the sun, it's a shit ton faster than the other speeds. If we just assume those two speeds only and say that the sun is stationary in the middle rather than more than 500,000 miles an hour in another direction. If we just say that the first one going 1,600,000 miles in a day, as the other one rotates around itself 25,000 miles in a day, that changes of speed would necessarily be stopped. We should necessarily see it before we even invoke the next speed chasing the sun. Simple as that. I don't have a fucking microphone, see, Lightning. I keep telling you that. It's a fucking laptop, dude. I've muted it. I've unmuted it. It's all I got. It's a fucking microphone on my laptop. That's all I've ever been using. If it's giving everybody the shits, fucking too bad. I'll exit full screen and see what other things I can close. Media player, I can close that one down. Maybe that one. Snipping tool, I've used that enough. I've got the thumbnail, I'm going to change this to later. I've got response video to PhD. I'll change. I don't want to close it down in case I might lose this whole entire feed. I think I just did. I just did. No, I still got that. Cool. Rightio. That's it. That's about all I can close down. V. Thomas, his patience is being tested. He'll need another 4 espressos. Man. Well, okay. I don't know what to do. Fucking hell. I started a live stream. I used the microphone I'm using in my laptop with the camera in my laptop. I cannot unplug, disconnect, do anything other than lose the entire live stream. So if it's that bad, then fuck it. I'll call it a day. Yes, I do see Orion in my night sky every night. Every night. In fact, at the moment, it's virtually overhead. Although earlier in the evening, it's slightly more to the north. Yes. I see Orion, and the arrangement of the stars has never changed, ever. V. Thomas says, why is Mark Reid such a size? Probably because of potatoes. I think he's eaten a lot of potatoes. It's because you are what you eat. And therefore, if you eat nothing but kilos and kilos and kilos of potatoes, you become a potato. And that's why we have Mr. Potato, Mark Reid. All right, come on, James.
Pass out in acceleration, not speed, by the way. Mark, just to let you know. But could you explain that for the person that spent their money on a super chat?
Well, speed is actually acceleration. I mean, you can't have one without the other. Surely you understand that it's a change of speed, which is acceleration. So to try and deny speed and have acceleration at the same time, you must be really...
They're the same thing, obviously. Yeah. They're totally the same thing.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Brian W. says, Iron Horse, please explain how we in the north see different constellations than you do in the south. Why is it winter here and summer there?
Yeah, well, that works down to being, again, our flat Earth model, as you can see, is that the sun goes around the equator every day. And when it gets higher, the sunlight hitting down upon the in parts of the equator, more direct sunlight, which creates more heat, and the indirect light towards the outer parts isn't creating as much heat. So we have winter while you have summer. And then when the sun comes down and it creates a bigger circle above us, then the outer parts get warmer from the direct light, and the sunlight then slanting through the atmosphere to the northern parts gets colder. And the star question is basically they're too far away. It's like anything, like the further you go from anything, I can't even see the middle of town from here where I'm sitting, but if I go to the middle of town, I can see the middle of town. It's the same with the stars. If you travel, you'll see different things. It's part of the excitement of travel.
Yeah, but Australia is closer to North America than South America, but South America and Australia can see the same stars.
What's that, Mark? What was closer?
Australia is closer to North America than it is to South America, but we can't see the same stars that North America, well, on your map it is, but we can't see the same, it's closer to North America than South America, yes. But
I hit a button that does echo cancellation, even though it should be automatically doing it anyway. Does that make any difference there, C Lightning, on my computer mic? Because the only mic I've got, it's not like I've plugged in any other that I can plug in or plug out. Good. Okay, then. I should have clicked that button earlier. Gets rid of the echo. Fine. Thank you, Nemo.
We can see the same stars as South America. Why is that?
Oh, yeah. Well, as we've already described, the sky clock revolves around the entire Earth the whole time. So the stars are part of the sky clock, just as the sun and the moon are. Just as we see the sun at daytime, we see the stars at nighttime. And so the stars moving that little increment 4 minutes per day faster than the sun means at nighttime, which is completely different times from us in South America, we will see what we see because that's what's above us to be looked at.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. ASEAN talks with a double you could say combo here. Huh?
Go Aussie.
Oh, you thought that was a good answer? Oh, that's precious.
Your buddy Ozzy.
I'm talking about Aussie, and I've been given 2 super chats when supporting the channel.
He says, Ross, if light is instant, why are you roboting? We'll give you a chance to do that first.
I'm roboting there. I'm roboting here. I'm roboting everywhere. Dude, robot.
Why am I roboting?
I think he means like sometimes if you get a
lagging
robot voice during the connection on Zoom.
It happens, man.
Oh, it's probably because I'm not speaking at the speed of light, I guess. Yeah, sorry. I'll try and speak at the speed of light in future.
Oh, I think he means like the connection in terms of it traveling from New Zealand to the U.S. because that's where the stream is coming from. Is the U.S.
He's in Australia, but yeah, there is a.
Sorry,
sort of hop.
That's right.
That's okay. That's all right.
Undersea cables.
Well, one of these upside down continents, anyway. Yeah, it's just internet connection. You know, like that stuff is physical. Light itself is not physical. Something Mark struggles with. He likes to think it's physical and hitting in the face, and that's why it's shining off these big bouncy shiny beams off the top of his forehead.
All right, this one coming from ASEAN Talks.
Can I just say something real quick? It's because...
No.
Yeah, just real quick. So there's a nullarbor hop, which is a latency of about 10 to 20 milliseconds. Then there's the Pacific hop over to America. And because light doesn't travel instantly, it still requires the speed of light. That's why you're probably going to get a 30 millisecond hop over the Pacific to America. And that's just the way
undersea cables. Thanks, mate. Undersea cables.
Wait a minute! I just realized something. You guys are both from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Have you guys, like, how far are you from, how long of a drive is it?
Opposite ends, mate. As far away from him as I can possibly get, quite frankly.
You're not in
I'm coming to
Tasmania.
visit you next weekend, mate.
That's right. You guys can hang out.
You don't even know me.
It's time to play
Take it over
Xbox.
Lynn for me. Tell her I said hi.
You guys
Who?
can have fun. Okay, this
Lynn.
one coming. So it's
yeah.
I don't know what I was talking about there, but somebody didn't know with Mark. You're still the screwy potato eye thing.
it must be really far. Is one of you on the east and one on the west?
Yes.
Really?
I'm on the east.
Whoa, that is far.
I'm on the east. Mark is probably down the bottom or something. You know.
And in fact, we're so far apart here on the stationary planet Earth, by the way, that Australia is stretched out like a potato chip, because obviously that's the way it's projected on the azimuthal equidistant projection. Yet in the north, where we've got America, what is allegedly the same distance across, they've got 4 time zones. You've got the New York side, you've got the Midwest, you've got the other Midwest whatever, and then you got the East Coast. I don't know how they do it. Maybe they include Alaska. I actually haven't really talked with a USanian about this before, but apparently they've got 4 time zones in the USA. Whereas here in Australia, between myself here in the east, that's me on that side, and that's Mark over that side. Should be the other way around because I'm on the east, he's on the west. We've got 2 time zones. Have a look at Flat Earth Banjo's video about the time zones. It's another globe killer. It absolutely destroys the globe every single time. Is that we've got approximately 4,000 miles across, but in the US, they got a different time zone every 1,000 miles. Here in Australia, it's my 9. Okay, let's say, what is it really? It's my 5:24 p.m. at the moment, and over there for him, it's only 6:24 p.m. in the afternoon. How does that make any fucking sense? And what they do is they put another line down the middle in the Northern Territory and South Australia and put a half-hour time zone in it. It makes no fucking sense. But then when you look at it on the real world map and you consider that to be the way that our hand is moving around and around and around, it makes perfect fucking sense. Perfect fucking sense every time. The sun only moves 15 degrees per hour, but the degrees, the further out you get, just like on a dartboard, they get wider and wider and wider. So the sun is still traveling the same amount of time the whole entire time, but the further outwards you are looking up through our firmament towards it, then the less how do you describe it? The less degree, it's still the same degrees. The less, no, it's the greater distance it's traveled in the same amount of time from our point of view. That's why our time zones, we have half as many in Australia as they do in the Northern Hemisphere. Can only work on the stationary planet Earth.
Yes,
which, out of curiosity, because I just get a kick out of hearing like the general region people are from. Like, are either of you near any major city that I've heard of?
Yeah, I'm in Perth.
Okay.
Brisbane's closer to me.
Okay. That's super interesting. So this one coming in, like, did you guys go to school, like elementary school?
You know what I noticed, Reid, when I'm not listening?
Yeah, we're best buds.
10 seconds ahead.
This one coming in from Brian W. I think we got
can't
this
hear
one.
what's coming
Yep,
through.
we saw that one. Michael Lyon says balls, and then just a bunch of laugh emojis. Thanks, Michael. The Lion of Judah, thanks for your super.
Loves balls.
I think it was meant to be a super chat. If you had a question you meant to attach, let me know. Ozzy and Tox strikes again. Says, Ross, what makes something a noble gas?
It's chemical composition. Yeah, the molecular structure of the gases are quite well known, but generally speaking, we live in nitrogen and oxygen. They're our main ones, but these trace gases are known to exist. And it's when we concentrate these noble gases, for example, neon, into a tube and stimulate it with electricity, we get neon lights. It's, the light spectrum of light bulbs. It's a very interesting study, actually, and it's the combination of different ones like argon and xenon and so forth that gives us different spectrums of light. This is what spectroscopy is all about. The one thing that Professor Dave thought he had, the cool dude, Flat Earth Dave, all hung up about is that spectroscopy requires different gases isolated. So when you isolate them into containers, that's when you'll see the difference in the fluorescence of them when they're electrostimulated. So noble gases, although they are less than 1% of our atmospheric gases, our atmosphere is really, really huge, and that 1% is still a really, really, really huge number of gases. And that's why daylight doesn't blind us. It's just gentle daylight.
You got it. This one coming in from... Got that one. Thanks for that.
See, lightning, everybody else says that the microphone is now working fine. My microphone is working fine from the start. If you're just going to be here trying to tag me saying that my computer microphone is shit, then, bro, I don't know, maybe listen to it on the repeater. Maybe it's your speakers are shit. There's nothing more I can do. Everybody else says it's now working better again. So, dude, come on.
Let's see. Abellis UA says, Iron Horse, please explain planetary transits and why do only Mercury and Venus transit the sun?
I have a feeling that most people that believe the heliocentric model says that all the planets are going around the sun, and so when they say transit, they must mean go between us and the sun, and so it just indicates that they're actually closer and they're not nearly so far away as we believe in the first place. And obviously, if they were physical bodies, gravity existed, then they would fall to the ground. So they are light beings. They're definitely not something physical, as the heliocentric believers like to preach in their church.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Cool Lambo says, explain why the mixture of gases at different elevations do not change, but their gas pressures do.
Well, once again, we're talking amount, the physical volume of something. I did actually explain that.
I actually think that this live stream must be over because I'm just answering the same questions I've already answered a million times. I'm kind of disappointed because I thought that Mark was actually sending me a lot more questions that I specifically wanted to answer, and it turns out he basically had fuck all. I might call this one a day, and the next one I'm going to do, I'll be doing with last time that Fight the Flat Earth invited me onto his channel. Aussie Gold, you still got a chance if you want to come on, dude. If you want to come on for Chinwag, I can hang around a bit longer, I guess. I'm just sick of this. It's just nonsense now. Like, we get into the questions and answers. I'll just chill out then and whatever. If you come on, dude, come on.
The same sort of thing happens in water. Like at the surface of water, you've got zero water pressure. You go a little bit deeper, you eventually reach 1 atmosphere or the equivalent of 2 atmospheres, etc., etc. The more amount pressing down on you creates the pressure. So, of course, on air, we're at maximum pressure at surface, and as we get higher and higher, the pressure just decreases because there's less of it pressing down on us. Very straightforward.
One Flag Red and White says, Iron Horse, if I stand on the south coast of the UK and see a cloud 1,000 miles away on the horizon, why can't I see Spain? What's in the way?
Well, first of all, I don't think you'll be seeing a cloud 1,000 miles in the distance. because convergence is a real known factor of the way we see. It's called perspective. You can see it in front of you right now, how the floor seems to ramp up in front of you. The ceiling appears to come down. Everything converges towards eye level.
Shaking his head.
So when you're in the south of England and you
say that, I'm just describing the natural observation of the way we see the world. Everybody can see it right now, right in front of them. The floor appears to ramp up. It does. The ceiling appears to ramp down. It does. That is just a natural phenomenon of our vision, no matter what. If you're living in a three-dimensional world, and here is Mr. Potato Head here, just shaking his head, smiling. I was like, how the fuck can you dispute what is indisputable, what is right in front of your eyes, what everybody observes and sees all the time? Mr. Potato Head is so full of himself, he's denying the reality of how we actually see into existence. How can you do that, Mr. Potato Head? For fuck's sake.
looking outwards, depending on your actual height, will depend on how far your convergence point is, and that is where the clouds will start to converge. And so I'd be surprised if you're actually seeing them 30 or 40 miles away. And assuming you're able to get high enough to see where Spain is, you've also got the distance diminution factor as we get smaller and smaller. Plus, then you've also got atmospheric obscurity, which means we can only see so far before the atmosphere starts blocking stuff anyway. So the combination of those three very ordinary, everyday aspects of perspective are why you cannot see, or why you do see as far as you do.
Mark, you looked skeptical. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, just basically calling the person in the audience a liar, but that's what these people do. You also can't see it if you get like a telescope and magnify it all you want on a very clear day. You still can't see it. But yeah, you do see clouds 1,000 miles away. Yeah, you see them in the atmosphere, and you can see them on the weather charts that sort of meteorologists provide. So you can see them that far away if they're.
We can see clouds 1,000 miles away, Mark. For fuck's sakes, dude. You cannot. Your horizon standing at the beach. I've got videos on this. I've got a perspective videos playlist, and there's not a great lot of videos on it. My very first one was one I did previous to going on to a debate onto this channel. Then I put a couple of my older ones afterwards. Thatcher's Law of Perspective. And then I've got some standing on the coast, standing at the beach. One in particular, it's not even a good video, but it is what it is. I'm standing on the shoreline where the waves are crashing into and across my feet. And you can tell that the horizon is just 3 or 4 miles away. We've got Julian rocks there in the distance, but the clouds that you can see above, because some of them are actually casting a shadow down onto the water, you can see that the ones really high are the ones casting the shadow down, so they're much, much nearer. This is how perspective works. It's always working off into a triangle. So if you can think, for fuck's sakes, that you can see 1,000 miles into the distance, no, at the very most, those clouds, when they reach the convergence point, 20 to 30 miles at the absolute most. Definitely not 100 miles, definitely not 1,000 miles. So to assume you can see them 1,000 miles in a distance shows just how out of touch with reality you are, Mr. Potato Head.
In the air looking up, but you can't see them looking along the ocean for some convenient reason. For flat Earth, physics changes when it has to support flat Earth.
You absolutely cannot see 1,000 miles away clouds. You absolutely cannot. It's just impossible.
You got it. Just got this notification. Bunzai Master, thanks for following us on TikTok. As I mentioned, folks, our TikTok link is in the description box. We are shooting for 1,000, as we'll be able to then live stream our debates there, which will get us a ton of new exposure, as we are determined to provide a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. at Modern Day Debate. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Alternate Cac says simulations of flat Earth prove at a high point you could view anywhere on the flat Earth using a telescope. In reality, you can't because of the curve. Iron Horse.
Yeah, again, they're just confusing the fact of convergence with curvature. Like the first thing you see with perspective is that everything beneath you ramps upwards. And so depending upon your viewing height, you'll always have this convergence factor. And that is why the horizon is always going to be at eye level, because everything above that is converging down. And we can't see through the stuff beneath us. We can see through the air at a certain distance. But eventually you're going to reach to such a height that the horizon itself just becomes completely obscure in atmospheric gases and so forth, and light and fog and mist and all that sort of stuff we can't see through. So of course you can't see forever. It's a silly thing to assume that you would be able to. Maybe with some infrared you can see a lot further, but you certainly won't see forever.
Yeah, I think I answered that pretty well. Distance diminution. Everything's going to get smaller and smaller in the distance. Therefore, the things nearer to you are always going to appear larger and will be in the way and block your view of them in the first place. That's one of the most straightforward things of perspective to anybody who understands the nature of perspective. That if you got higher and higher, you'll therefore see over those obstructions, but at the same time, you've also got the things in the distance diminishing due to distance, angular size. It should be very natural. And then, of course, you've also got then the third aspect of the atmosphere itself getting in the way. We can only see so far through so much stuff, just as when you're underwater, as say you're a diver. On one day you might have 20 meters of vision, on another day you got 40 meters of vision, because the so-called atmospheric conditions are varied on the day, so it makes your visibility better. You still get that in your atmosphere. It's a really, really silly question, and I think eventually it's going to come to the point we're going to educate our children when they're younger to understand how perspective works, how our vision works, and then I won't have to spend my days repeating the same shit over and over to try and explain things that should be the most basic common sense that anybody should just understand automatically because it's normal. Why people don't understand it now, I got no idea. It seems very straightforward to me, but these glub idiots are going to continue believing in what they want to believe and believe it's because of curvature, which doesn't exist, making things look smaller, which should be hidden by the curvature. Fucked if I know. They're just mental retards if you can't understand this basic, straightforward stuff of how our vision works.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question. Coming in from 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Where did I put this? This was a standard question from earlier. GG said, Iron, do you have any scientific experiment or published paper that can verify what you're saying? Thanks, James. Thank you, GG.
Well, you know, I think a lot of this stuff we're still in the process of.
Yeah, see, that's the trouble. They just won't publish shit. I don't know. I've had enough. It's been a long day. Thanks heaps for listening. What's your name, Aussie Gold? You want to go chin wags the old dude. That's all good. I've had enough. I'm going to call it a day. Thanks for watching. This one will be up on my live streams. If you want to send me money, get in touch with me and I'll give you my bank account so you can send me. Yeah, I'm not going to accept anything less than $100,000 amounts at a time, because what's the point? It's all bullshit. Taxman will take it all. I'm going to finish this stream. Thanks for watching, and we'll chat next time around. See you later. Bye.